you?
Fine, thank
Good morning, Joan.
Good morning.
How are you today?
If you get further away, I'm fine.
Okay, I'm trying.
Okay.
I'm getting better as we...
You're getting better.
That steady hand.
Okay. We're following you, I assume. Oh, look, food. Oh, this is nice.
This is Cupcake Wednesday.
This is Cupcake Wednesday. All right. Is there any coffee or is coffee Thursday?
Yes, definitely.
Cupcake Wednesday, coffee on Thursday.
So, Joan, you just got done with a play I was
just
reading
got
about?
done with the play. We're now taking it to Edinburgh and then London and we hope New York, yeah.
Cool.
Nice.
Excited to see Howard, as always?
Always happy to see my darling Howard.
Well, he's talking about you. I think he's excited as well.
God bless him. I love him so much.
I thought it was Pamela Anderson, but Joan Rivers is here.
Yes, there's a beautiful blonde coming into this.
There's a hot blonde in a thong walking in. A sexy Joan Rivers. I read something in the paper about Pam Anderson, quite frankly. Pam Anderson is, she showed up to Hugh Hefner's hotel room. Naked, completely nude.
Really?
I thought that was Pam Anderson in the green room.
They make that mistake all the time, don't they?
I said, I just was reading about Pamela Anderson. She went to Hugh Hefner's hotel room naked for his birthday. Like she stood there stark naked and delivered a cake to him.
That's desperate.
Yes.
Desperate. I would
Gee,
love
what
that.
can I do now to get them to notice me?
Well, she's going to do a reality show. I told her years ago to do a reality show. She said I'd never do that, but now suddenly she's doing it.
When nothing else is happening.
Yeah. Are you doing? You do a reality show?
I'm doing one with Melissa now.
I would
That's
watch
right. I
that.
heard about that.
I do anything. I'm a whore. That's why
You're desperate.
I'm desperate.
You
My
are.
whole career has been one desperate scream.
I don't feel you're desperate. Are you
No.
desperate?
Are you out of your mind? No.
I'm asking you if you. Yes, I am out of my mind. But are you desperate?
No. My career is like an upsurge.
Do you turn things down ever?
Never.
Never. Did
That's
you
why
ever,
I'm still working. Never.
You never turned anything down.
No.
You always kept working.
I just turned down Donald Trump's celebrity.
I got to bring. Oh, you did turn.
I just
yeah,
turned
no,
that
that's
down.
beneath
Yeah.
you. That's beneath you.
I just don't want to be told off by Ivanka.
Yeah, yeah.
You want to say, come on. You're a lovely little girl, but just shut the fuck up. You
Right.
know?
But
I mean, I
Joan-
like her. I like them very much, but I just
don't
thought
know.
it was wrong.
Maybe I'm wrong, but to me, you're like a legend. I mean, you.
Like a legend, but not really.
I mean,
Not a
you-
real legend.
You've done amazing things with your career. I can't see you going on The Apprentice.
It would have been fun. I wanted to do it, and I think they made a big mistake. I said, I will do it if I'm on one team, Melissa's on the other. It has nothing to do with The Apprentice. It would be so much fun
Yeah, but wait a
to
second.
be against Melissa.
Right.
Oh, no, that would be
But you,
fun.
you love Melissa so much, and I know I have the love of my child
Yeah.
too. But I'm saying you can't force your kid into every situation. You got to stop. What are you taking? Pills?
That's not what, no, I'm taking water. I was thirsty. But
Why are you so thirsty?
Well, I was drinking so heavily last night because I was waiting for Richard Widmark and Chuck Heston. We always have this poker party.
Let me
and
ask
they
you something.
didn't show up.
You bring up a good point.
Oh, my goodness.
At your age now, and I'm not going to ask you, do you give your age or you do not?
I have no choice because they give it for me always.
How old do you know?
It's so disgusting. Don't even say it. 74.
74.
Wow.
Makes me throw up. Robin,
Wow.
it has
Talk to me.
nothing to do with me.
Talk
I
to
meet
me.
70-year-old men and I get nauseous.
Well, talk to me. You are a young-looking 74-year-old.
I
There's no
barely
question.
look 70.
You look younger. You still look kind of fuckable. You know what I mean?
I know if you're desperate.
You really
You're
do.
so bad.
No, I'm saying I don't think I'd have sex with many 74-year-old women.
No.
And I think maybe I would do it with you.
If you were very drunk and the next day you knew you're going to die.
You have, first of all, one of the things you have, I notice when women hit older age, they all get these horrible hairdos. They look like men. You've got a feminine haircut.
Yeah.
You still have like nice hair.
You're so, you know how pathetic that is, Howard.
You know what I'm saying? What do you mean
Yes.
pathetic? You have beautiful hair. The women, they get these haircuts like men when they hit their 70s.
But the meanest thing you can say to an older woman, first of all, two things. One of
Why?
the
You have
meanest
sexy hair.
No, that's lovely. No, you're being serious.
I'm being dead serious. You look good.
That's
Why? Why is that bad to say?
no, that's fine. But the meanest thing people could say to older women is, "You have beautiful skin." That means everything else is gone
No, I'm saying why do women hit a certain age and then they cut off their hair?
because they have no hair.
Is that what it is?
Goes. Every one of my hairs has a name.
Is that real hair I'm looking at, or is that
This
a
is
weave?
real hair.
It's
This is
not
real-
weaved in?
No, this is real hair. Hair.
Hair. But
Each
I mean,
one,
in
this
your
is
lips,
Bernice,
do you put
Barbara.
Do you put collagen in your lips? 'Cause
No,
you have
ugh.
full lips.
No, that I don't.
Those are
I
like
put
the lips.
Botox in the face, though.
You do. Oh, that
Now,
I know.
did you hear that Botox is migrating to the brain of mice? Are you worried?
She could care
Yeah,
less.
but the mice
Are you
look great.
serious?
Yeah, they said that the Botox has a tendency to move around.
That explains Paris Hilton.
Right.
I'm suddenly liking her.
All right, let me ask you a serious question about age. Now that you're 74,
It sucks.
you've got to be wondering. You see a lot of people, they get old, and then they go to an old age home.
Yeah.
You've got to be nervous that you're going to end up in an old age home or you see people your age, they start to go to these homes. Everyone I know goes to visit their mother at the home.
Yes.
You think Joan is on the road. I think she's on the run. She doesn't want Melissa putting her in a home.
Oh, I think that Melissa would put her in a
Melissa
home in
would
2
put me
seconds.
in so fast.
She would.
And visit me once a month.
I believe she would. You don't think you're joking, but
No,
I'm
I'm not.
Because I'll tell you something. She wants to get her hands on your money.
Oh,
You know
She
it.
wants to be running that empire.
I want to get my hands on your money. If I could commit you, I would. No, but in all seriousness, do you worry about a home? Can you
I
imagine
don't-
Joan Rivers laying there and the attendant at night sneaks in and does shit to you?
oh, that may be good. But
Do you have that fear?
I don't want. I made my will up
Go ahead.
that if I do not resuscitate unless I can come back, and my lawyer went nuts with this one, able to perform again on stage.
Wow.
And he said to me, "We can't. Oh no! What if you come back 90%?" And I said, "I don't want to come back 90%.
How many minutes? You mean a full set?
A full set."
All right. You're saying to me that you'd rather be dead than not be able to do your act
Yeah.
because that's your life.
My life is
Show
yeah.
business.
I love my business. If I couldn't do it, I don't want to be live.
When you are home, when you're just hanging out, are you just thinking about show business? And
Yeah.
yeah. It's sad in a
You're
way.
working.
It's very sad.
Yeah.
But it's.
Do you have any
it's-
other interests?
I paint
You do.
and I read
Are
tremendously.
they horrible paintings?
Yes.
Yeah. You're not good, are you?
Terrible.
I can't
Oh,
imagine.
Nobody, and I've been painting for 12 years. Nobody has ever walked in my studio. Any friend had ever said, "Oh, can I have that?"
No one wants to hang your pictures. I would hang one of your pictures.
Robert Rauschenberg
Yes.
is an acquaintance of mine, so I sent him one. I said, "You're the only. This is rarer than yours
If I ask
because you're
you,
the only one that has one."
if I ask you a serious question, I want a serious answer.
Okay.
At your age, I want to know for myself.
All right.
Do you ever actually get horny?
Oh yes.
You do.
Yes.
You get cravings.
I have a great sex life. I'd rather have a partner.
You still use a vibrator? You told me
They
you do.
have a shop erotica
Yeah.
on DirecTV. I found it in L.A. It's hilarious.
Really?
And they're two nice-looking girls. One has glasses, and they discuss. You have to tune in.
Yeah.
But they discuss it like, "Oh, now feel this one. Now look at this one. Oh, now this one I like because it's clean."
This is what I love about you. You see, you're a young woman at heart. You are still looking at the vibrators. You're still like my mother. She doesn't even shave her bush. Never did. I know you shave your bush.
Oh,
Of course.
I wax it.
You wax it. I believe it. That's why you
I have a blind waxer.
My mother's still married woman. She should shave down for my father.
But what if your father likes it the old way?
Oh, please. Do you know
He
what it
might
is?
like a jungle lady.
Do you know what it is to get through that hair as a man?
You need a
like
machete.
Yeah, his penis is like a machete. It's like I'm in the jungles of Vietnam. I mean, stop it. The fact that you care and you groom and you've got, what do you have, a landing strip? What do you have down there?
Hitler
Actually,
mustache?
I have my initials.
Do you have a
It
little
says
bit?
"ha ha."
Are you completely bald down there or do you have a little bit?
Well, when you reach a certain age, you only have a little bit.
Even the hair down there goes.
Everything goes.
Isn't that something?
It's very sad because you go to shave your legs, you realize I'm using the same. I'm using the same razor for 3 months now.
Is it? Have a lot of your friends died off?
No, my friends are never my age.
Were
My
you-
friends are always, and I don't pick them that way. My friends are always in the 40s and the 50s.
Really, you don't?
That's where I feel comfortable.
You
60s.
weren't friendly with Charlton Heston?
Chuck and I had a big thing once.
You did? No. Did you? Did you ever
No.
have sex with him? Did
I
you
had,
blow him or anything?
No, I had. There was 2 actors that died that I had
Sex with?
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Who?
And it makes
Who were
you
the
very
two?
sad when they die off.
It's weird to have had
Yeah,
sex with
sexual-
someone who's dead.
And then they
Sexual
die.
partners who've died. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
and
when
now
you know you're
Oren,
older.
the man that I was going out with, just died.
He
Oh, he
did?
did.
I'm
Died,
sorry.
yeah.
While you were going out with him?
No, I stopped
No.
seeing him 4 years ago. And then he died while I was in California.
What were you sad?
I was very sad because I heard the last 2 years were bad.
Yeah.
And he was a very active man.
Nice
and here we
man.
go back to what we were saying. I don't think he wanted to sit with a tube in his stomach.
Is it weird, do you think? Oh, he didn't want any of that. He just wanted to go.
Yeah, and I'm sure they kept him alive. Yeah.
Is it weird to think back, wow, the guy his penis was inside of me is now gone from the planet? That is weird.
It's very weird.
It's got to be
It's
weird.
very sad. And you remember the great times. You remember, and you go, he's gone.
It's depressing.
Yeah, but I don't dwell.
And
I'm
didn't-
very shallow.
And didn't Oren leave you for two women in their 80s?
He didn't leave me. I kicked him out.
You kicked
because
him
he was
out.
going out with this real slut who came in. This
You're just a
pathetic
jealous
lady in a diaper.
Who was the second one that died?
The other one that was an actor, and I don't want to. But
Why don't you want to say the name? Was he a married man?
yeah,
He was?
yeah,
You were dating a married
You were
man?
having an affair with
yeah.
him? Wow. Is the wife gone now?
I don't know. And I'm really not going to send her a Christmas card to have it returned.
You're saying Joan Rivers had an affair with a married man. Was it Heath Ledger? Is that who it was?
No. God love Heath, though. He tried.
Yeah. He tried to get in your pants. He heard you shaved.
You know, he died because of me.
All right.
They think it was one of those little skinny Olsen bitches.
Did you, is this true? A famous actor and you were
Yeah.
lovers.
Yeah.
James Brown?
I'm not going to tell.
James Brown.
Why, are you against black people?
I love black people.
You love black. Have you ever had sex with a black person?
Yeah, actually, no.
No.
But no, because they love me, though. Black men love me.
They do. They go wild for
It's
you.
the ass. I swear to God.
You got that ass thing. But you're telling me, when was this affair?
15 years ago.
15 years ago, you were with a married
California.
actor. You carried on for how long?
6 months. Yeah. It was
Wow.
great. It was great.
A name we'd know.
A name we'd know.
Wow.
How about that?
And he
And
died
he's
recently?
died.
Yeah. I'll give you a hint. A Hitler.
Can I take a guess at the person?
No. Let's move on.
Charles Nelson Riley.
Oh, my God. How'd you know?
Is that who it was?
Boy, you just can read me like
Was
a
his
book.
husband pissed? Wow, this is intriguing. I never knew this about
Look
you.
at Joan.
Look at
Joan's
you
got a
temptress.
racy
No, but
past.
you know comedians. Look at you. Comedians of
Was
are
it Tom
different off-
Poston?
Yeah.
Oh, it was, wasn't it?
No.
No good?
No good.
He's not hot.
No.
So you
he's
still
dead.
So you still make you still discriminate in the sense that some guys are not hot enough for you.
Oh, all these old guys that come up to me, you just go, ugh.
Was it Eddie Albert?
No, he was attractive.
Yeah, you liked him.
I
I
thought
think
it
it was Eddie Albert.
No, it wasn't, but he was attractive. He was married to Margot,
Margot.
a Spanish vixen.
Wow.
You know what it said when you're mentioning names that no one knows who the hell you're talking about.
So in your will it says, if I die,
Or if
I do not resuscitate me
if it-
unless I can come back 100%.
wow.
100%.
But suppose you have one of those long, slow slides. There's no.
I would kill. But I think the minute the doctor says you're in the middle of a slide, that's the time to.
Really?
But you don't know till you're there.
Was it
Right.
Robert Goulet you were having an affair with?
No, but he tried.
He did try to get you.
Yeah. And one Christmas Eve in Vegas,
He wanted it.
he tried.
Why not give it to Robert Goulet, a handsome man?
It was a handsome man, but he was a crybaby. You know, when you
I
know,
mean, you took your clothes off and he started crying?
he used to carry a gun. I thought, oh,
Now, who is going to make the judgment that your act is 100%? Would you leave that up to me?
I'll leave it up to you,
Yeah,
not
okay.
my lawyer.
It wasn't so good the other night.
You know,
Time to put her down.
pull the plug, Melissa. I didn't think that was a fun. I've heard those jokes before.
Robert Goulet came on to you, huh?
Yeah.
No kidding.
He hit me on the rear end. We were
was a-
backstage.
He's a very physical man.
Yeah, he was
very
a
rough.
beautiful man, though.
Right.
He's so good looking.
Right.
And he said to me, "Are you wearing a girdle? That's real. Ooh, you work out."
And that you think is a come on?
No. And then I was down in my dressing room at the Frontier Hotel in the Desert Inn in Las Vegas.
Right.
And I was watching my dresser and like, knocky, on the
Really?
door.
Look
yeah.
at you.
Christmas Eve.
Who knew?
Yeah. Well, look at what a great life I had. Christmas Eve, sitting in my dresser.
And he
watching
knocks
a
on the
movie.
door, knocky, and
And he had
Bob
champagne. He said, "It's Bob."
naked. It's Bob. And he comes in the room, and you know right away. You're a woman. You've been around the block. You know what's going
And
on.
I said, "Look who's here, Annie." It's my dress.
You didn't want Bob Goulet?
Oh, I think she did.
So he said to you, let's
You
drink.
have to be careful. You have to be very careful because I don't like to meet them again afterwards.
Right. So no love affair there.
No. But he was a handsome man.
What
A
about
nice
you?
man.
Was the man Mike Douglas, the talk show host, that you carried on with?
You are picking. It was, I wish it was Merv Griffin. I'd like to be the widow Griffin.
You're not kidding. Everything in your life is getting depressing with this aging. Because
Everything in my
even-
life is great now.
No, your dog even had to have a leg amputated.
Yeah, that was.
What?
Yeah,
Yes.
my dog. I was out at the Geffen Theatre doing my play, which we're now taking to Scotland, to Edinburgh Festival,
You
and
have
then to London.
There's a show based in your life?
It's based on my life, but it's a play within a play.
Right.
So anyhow, they called me up, and it's 2 days before opening, and they said she's got cancer of the bone,
Your dog.
my dog Lulu, and we have to amputate. And I had to make the decision over the phone. I was out of my
You
mind.
wouldn't let the dog go?
I said no. Let's do this, and let's see. She's fabulous.
She has 3 legs. Do people make fun of her when you're walking her on the street?
Well, Paul McCartney's dog is after her. Here come the jokes.
Nice.
I'm
Now-
using it now as a tripod for my camera. You know,
I had heard that you hate Victoria Beckham, the wife. That you
cannot
hate her.
bear her.
Well, how did this feud start?
She doesn't know it. She's too. I don't think she knows anything. She's so busy.
She's a Spice Girl, right?
She was a Spice Girl, and she was
Right.
a Cockney Spice Girl. That, you know how you know any
That's
place
bad.
any place
Cockney means what? Low class?
low class in
Okay,
England.
go ahead.
Any place you go, you're always asking in the airport lounges, the limo drivers, who'd you like, and they'll give you names, and who cares?
Right.
And then you say, who didn't you like? And certain names come up. Tommy Lee Jones comes up very often.
They don't like
Really?
Tommy Lee Jones.
What's his name? The actor, the Australian actor. Who I
Mel
can't say.
Gibson?
No, anyhow, we'll figure it out.
Ah.
But and then her name comes up. She's very entitled.
Entitled. Yes.
Very entitled.
She
I
walks like she's entitled.
She's entitled. I am me, and you're not.
But you must admire her thinness. You love skinny women.
I love skinny women.
And she's a fashion plate. She's always
That's
wearing
right.
designers.
But when you hear these one horror story after the next,
But you've never met her.
never. Nor do I wish to if she's so busy with herself. You
I
just
still-
look at her and you know.
I still tune into that red carpet on TV Guide or E, and I miss you.
We're
I
going to
do.
be doing it now for AOL. We started all over the
That's
world.
not fair. You started it, and now
Yeah.
it's on AOL.
All over the world.
But it's all over the world. But it's a come down.
No, we
you
got
should be on
2 million
TV.
shots. We got 2 million
Hits?
Hits.
You did?
More than we got on TV Guide.
But you hurt people. Helen Mirren recently admitted, the famous actress, that when you criticized her clothing
Yeah.
on the red carpet, she went into a funk. She said, I'm watching the telly, that's
Yeah.
what she calls it, and Joan turns and looks at the screen and says, Helen, get your act together. You've got to start dressing better. It was like the TV was talking to me. I cried.
Yeah.
yeah, but
She
she got her
cried.
act together.
And we're friends. And she
are?
and she became Dolce and Gabbana. Took her over, and she looks great. And she says to me, "Course of you, course of you."
Wow. And you still perform in England for the Queen of England.
Yeah.
Is she a friend of yours, the Queen of
No,
England?
Charles is.
You're friends with Prince Charles.
Yeah.
You must love that.
I love him. You would love him. He would love you.
Oh, look at you.
He's got the greatest.
Look
Howard.
at you. Look at you.
Howard.
Friends with the aristocracy.
No, friends with
That's not you.
individuals. No, he is hilarious.
Hilarious.
She is hilarious.
Really?
Camilla. You
and
would
what do
love
you mean
them.
you're friends with them? How far does this go?
We send each other funny notes.
On email?
No, email we don't do. Little letters. I send them funny letters. They send me funny letters.
Oh, look at this.
So
Have you
you're
ever,
pen pals.
Have you ever swung with them?
No, not yet.
I can't believe it. I
I
wonder
don't
how
think
far
so.
this goes.
They're great. He is so funny. He gets everything.
What are the perks of being friends with a prince? Do you get on their plane? Do you get,
Nothing. The perks are that he gets it. You know what I'm saying. He gets it.
Did
and
you ever
she
say to
gets
him, Jesus, you had that beautiful Lady Di. You didn't pay attention to her.
Ugh.
Camilla, Lady Di?
Look,
Crazy
Joan is
wacko.
firmly in the Camilla camp.
Crazy wacko.
They tell you this.
Oh,
come on.
Why
They
are the
badmouth
boys
her.
so happy to be with Camilla? Because they were there for the whole other thing. This woman was a wacko. Because she was good looking. You'd think she was crazy.
Aren't you surprised? Prince Charles could get a lot of different women. He's with Camilla. I mean, she's
Because
not a physical beauty.
You see, I bet they have a great sex life.
You do.
I have a feeling they have a great sex life. She's
And
very.
by great, you mean anal?
I mean, I don't know, but you look at her and you know that she's a great. You just know she's.
Wow, she's
earthy.
Joan's really in that camp.
I love them.
Loves
Look at her.
Camilla.
Wow.
She's
I
right
adore.
there.
I adore
How do you get
them.
to be friends with all of them?
We went painting together.
Is that true?
Yeah.
How do you get to go paint with them? I'll go paint with them. I mean,
Were y'all in Habitat
Yeah,
for the
but you might be
Humanities?
good. I think they brought me along originally because they knew I'd be the worst.
so you go painting. Where do you go painting?
Now,
In the
that's
south of
something.
France.
Look at you.
Yeah.
And what do
And
you mean?
they're sitting there in front of easels and you're all painting?
Yeah, well, she and I went off together. It's great. We painted green fir trees.
Well, I don't understand something. You got to back up on this one. Somehow you get to know Prince Charles and Lady Di, and they got to be careful who they become
No,
friends
I
with.
didn't know when he was.
I mean, not
Diana.
Lady Di. I mean Prince Charles or
And
whatever. The
Camilla.
new one.
The Duchess.
Camilla, the Duchess Camilla. So this is unbelievable. So how do you ingratiate yourself and get their trust so that they'll take you painting in
No.
the south of France?
It was through a mutual friend.
A
That
mutual friend knew them,
yes,
and they invite
and
you all to a
and
party.
they go to paint, and they knew I painted, and they brought me along.
Oh, they
and
go
I-
to paint. Okay.
Yes.
So all of
their
you go to
house.
paint. Do you have a painting outfit? Do you wear a beret? What do you show up in?
You wear old clothes. 'Cause I get the paint all over me.
So
I'm
all of
an
a
ass.
sudden, you must be digging this. You're painting with the Prince Charles and Camilla.
And he's a great painter. He's a very good painter. He's not a great, he's not Rausch.
And you just don't paint. Then you go to dinners together.
And you have dinner.
Do you stay with them in their house?
No, we stayed at a friend's house.
All of you.
Yeah.
No
It was
shit.
great. It was great. It's great.
You're staying at some big, they don't just stay in houses.
No, but they're not, it's not what you think. They're,
You know what I
Really?
they're
think?
fabulous.
I think when you say she's wild, you heard them having sex.
No, but
And that's why you think
Were
they
they
have
in
a
the
great
room
sex
next
life.
well, I was
door?
busy with my actor.
I don't know. I bet you that broad puts a strap on and uses it on Charles.
I bet.
I'm telling you, he is so attractive.
Really? You would never say this if you didn't know him.
If he
Oh,
wasn't
yes.
a prince.
I would never say it until I met him. He's very attractive.
You
I'm
want him.
telling you.
Would you do him?
Oh, and I wish I were 10, 15 years younger. And he wasn't married to her.
Right.
I'd have an affair with him in a second.
Wow.
In a second.
You temptress.
Yeah, in a second. I think he's got great style, great charm.
And then what do you do? Like, you guys sit around and drink at night and hang out and talk?
And you laugh.
And you laugh.
And you,
And
what do you
go
do with
like?
all your friends? You laugh.
And
you
what do
tell
you talk
stories.
about? Oh, those stupid subjects of mine.
People.
I think
The people disgust me.
you just talk.
You
And-
just look
and,
at you.
Yeah.
What do you guys wear at night? Do you get into jammies?
No,
and-
you get into. He always wears. He looks good. I don't know what they wear. It was like a blazer. You know, because
I'm
you're
in
in
my
the country.
blazer. Oh, Joan, I tell you, Di was such a cunt. I'm so much happier now.
But I always look. You try to look good. I wear a
What do
lot
you
of
call
Joan
him?
Rivers jewelry.
What do you call the cat? Do you call him Prince?
Sir.
You call him Sir.
Sir.
You never say, "Hey, Charles, what's doing?"
No, sir.
Do you have to wait till he sits down? What's the deal?
You got to call this fucking guy Sir. You?
But it's fine.
You got to be kidding me,
But you just
why,
say
sir?
and you call her ma'am now.
ma'am. Her ma'am.
You
She's
can't
ma'am.
call her Camilla.
I did, but I don't now. I've never even attempted to.
Really?
But you don't.
You
Does
go. You
he
hang out-
laughs because I'm always saying. He knows I'm going to come out with something really bad. I always say, with all due respect, sir. And then comes, she can go fuck herself. You know what I mean?
Right.
And he always starts to laugh because whenever I say to him, with all due respect, sir, he knows something's coming out of that mouth.
I can't believe you got to call him Sir.
Everybody,
It's so weird,
it's just,
but it's like it's a friend, and also you're, age-wise, you're.
You're your
But
superior.
he's so dear.
He should call you Sir.
He will be. I will be in a room, and you go over, and you always do a little
little curtsy.
curtsy,
Oh.
and he will always take me and kiss me.
Where?
On both cheeks. It's
Really?
It's fabulous. I adore him. I
And you
adore
think
him. I
she's
adore her.
and you think she's wild sexually?
I think she's very. Yeah, I think she's terrific.
Do you
Does
think
she
Everywhere.
have to call him sir?
Oh yes. Oh sir. Do you think she urinates on him?
I don't know.
You think
Nor
he
do
gets
I
that crazy?
care.
Yeah, she's a
Now we're back to
dominatrix.
Rhoda Barrett and Danny Thomas. That's what I heard.
You know what? If I was hanging out with Prince Charles, I'm not calling him sir. I'm just
I
gonna say, hey,
wouldn't
dude,
either.
dude,
You
we're
would
hanging.
because-
Let's drop the pretense.
You got to bow when you walk into the room?
No, it's. I'm telling you guys, he's fabulous and she's fabulous.
All right. See Joan this Sunday and Monday on QVC.
QVC Jewelry,
You
back to reality.
still going strong with that, huh?
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
That saved me when the career went away.
A girl,
know.
a girl I went to high school with designs Joan's jewelry. Patty Foster.
Is that right?
No one designs on Judy but Joan. But
No, I mean, she didn't tell me that. She said she worked with you. That she.
yes, she
helped
could have
you.
worked. Yeah, yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Do you know who that is?
No.
Is that true?
She's telling you fibs, Artie.
No, she
Joan
may have
does.
worked for a while for us.
Yeah.
All right,
She was
that's fine.
proud of it.
Yeah, I'm sure. She,
That's why she told us.
yeah, and I'm proud back that we all loved Patty very much. We were sorry when she left.
She was a good employee.
Oh, she was
Marianne,
very pretty.
Marianne from Brooklyn, go ahead. You can say.
Joan Rivers, I would think Rick Dolmeyer was more your type than Prince Charles.
Rick Delmeyer is
He
adorable.
has? I mean, come on, Joan, are you kidding me?
He's adorable. Rick Delmeyer's on QVC, and you'll see us together this weekend.
Irish John, you're on the air for Joan Rivers.
Hey,
And-
good morning, Howard. Hey, Joan, I saw your Geico commercial. You were hilarious in it, and you looked incredibly hot. I would love a shot at spreading those 74-year-old legs.
That's so sweet.
He's
Thank
not
you.
kidding. You could get a. How old are you, Irish John?
I'm 38 years old. I just
Yeah.
got engaged, but I'll dump my fiance.
Oh, that's nice. I see a good marriage coming.
All right, now who are you supporting for president? That's what you're always political.
I hate them all. I think they
Equally.
should all be, fucking ashamed for 2 years running around the country. Take care of the country. They are so. Everyone is such an egomaniac.
You're saying they're all senators. They should be in the Senate.
They should be in the
working,
Senate.
not running around the country.
You're goddamn right. And spending all that money. I
But you're
find
going to have to
obscene.
pick one. Are you saying you're not going to vote?
I don't know who I'm going to pick. I despise them all. I think Obama is interesting. I think you didn't notice at 20 years that the guy is saying Americans are terrible. You didn't notice. And the guy, I found the minister very bad. I found Hillary so power hungry that it's just stop it already.
Right.
She won't tell you hello unless she gets a poll. I find McCain, I'm sorry, I don't want a Republican.
You don't.
So it's.
So you don't know what you're going to do.
This country is pathetic. Who are you for?
Who am I for? Hillary Clinton.
Okay,
That's it. That's what I'm going to tell you.
fine. That's fine.
I like her. I like power hungry people. I'm power hungry myself.
I don't think she would go
You
from
notice
here.
I keep Robin in a booth over
She
there.
wouldn't go across the street unless she knew the polls are with her. And I
So
find
what?
it just.
That's what politicians do.
Oh,
they
but
want to
stop
win.
being a politician. We're in such. Look where this country is.
Where is it?
This country is. We're now so
We're in
below.
trouble. We're
and
always
we're
in trouble.
Terrible trouble.
How can you even afford to go to Europe?
Do you know in every
I go to work.
Yeah.
Do you know every
It's
election they go, this is the biggest, this is the worst
No, but
time in our history, and we got
no,
to.
This
that's
really
not true.
is.
That's not true. We don't say that
We are
every
so
election.
disliked. I was doing a
We
quiz
are.
show in England, and they booed. I said something, oh, leave Americans alone, because every joke was anti-American.
Right.
And I just turned to them and said, oh, stop. We helped you in World War II. Now, come on, guys. Yeah, my husband was English. And somebody from the audience called out, you didn't get in here fast enough. And you want to go, what?
Wow. Well,
They
as
hate us.
They hate. Listen, as someone who's always been hated, I don't pay attention. Matt, go ahead in St. Louis. You're on the air.
Hey, Howard. Thank you for my
Quickly
call.
for Joan. She's very busy. She's got QVC. She
I
has the
know
cutting
that.
room.
And I'm in a new show called Z-Rock on IFC.
Quick
channel.
question. Who's got the hugest dong in Hollywood?
Who's got the biggest penis you've ever seen out of all the men? you've been with?
Oh, Ellen DeGeneres.
You think so? Huh?
No question.
You friends with her?
No.
No, not even friends with any of the young comedians.
Yeah, Kathy I'm friendly with.
Kathy Griffin.
I'm friendly with Rosie.
Right.
I'm friendly with Margaret Cho.
Okay. All right. That sounds good. That
Yeah,
sounds
I'm
nice.
friendly with the ones that
All right. I like
That are
that.
funny.
they're funny.
The funny ones you like. All right, and Joan has a reoccurring role on the IFC comedy series Z-Rock. The
Being
show
it
is based
brand
on
new.
it's based on the lives of a real rock band.
It's
right?
hilarious.
It's a good show.
It's hilarious.
Well, you're certainly in your prime. I mean, really, you're working like crazy. I mean, this is wild. I never would have thought that. I thought maybe you would have slowed down by now.
Howard, don't you love what you do?
No.
Then do something you love. Don't lose this.
This is all I can do.
By the way, are we on Sirius?
Yes.
Can I make a protest?
Sure.
Your stupid Broadway show tunes, which I listen to, and I'm not listening to you.
Yes, my mother listens to
never played Starlight Express, and I had people listening for 6 weeks.
Starlight Express is what?
Starlight Express is a great musical.
What is that? I never even heard of it.
Yeah.
No wonder they don't play it.
Well, they play every other piece of crap.
Starlight Express.
You particularly like Starlight Express?
Play it once.
What song do you like? How does it go? I don't even
Starlight Express. Da 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 da.
know. You'll never be on American Idol, I'll tell you that. I'll have it done right now. Fred, make a note. Starlight Express on that channel. Thank you. Do you have that song? I'd like to hear what
I'm
It's
actually looking to see if it's in here.
It's a musical.
We have
Starlight
one-
Express. It was a musical in the 70s. It's a great score.
Nobody knows that. That's why they don't play
They
it.
play plenty of scores you don't know.
Yeah, really? All right. Well,
As I said,
okay.
I listened a lot. Just out of fury.
I'll look into it. Trust me, I'll do that
I'm
for you.
sure that's
Thank
an
you.
oversight.
Because I love you. Joan Rivers, you are a delight.
I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you.
One day I want you to come in and tell me who the big Hollywood celebrity was you
I
banged.
promise you.
I want to know. 2 of them. Well, one you said, yeah, but I want to know the second one.
Yeah.
That's the one I'm
Yeah.
most interested in. Why you didn't bang Robert Goulet is beyond me.
Well,
Not your type.
not my type.
Yeah, he's a little rough. He's physically rough. He used to beat up Merv Griffin all the time.
I know.
Well,
I know.
everybody did.
Yeah, everyone took a shot at him.
Merv begged for it.
Were you friends with Merv?
Yeah, he was a funny man.
He's gone too.
I know. I wasn't that friendly.
You should have banged Carson. Then he would have left you alone.
Sure, everybody else did.
Right?
Joan.
Hello.
Hello. I feel as though Howard was especially fresh with you today.
No, Howard. No, I thought Howard was actually very sweet today.
You think so? Even with all that talk of shaving habits and
Oh well,
who you're banging and who you
that's
have.
Howard.
I feel like someone else wouldn't have been able to get away with these questions
No,
with you.
but now I have to go back and rechange my shaving habits.
Because now everyone knows.
Now he's made me stop and think. I should have said to him, I have a Jewish star. Oh, this is us. Okay. Excuse me.
Thanks, Joan. Good
Another
morning,
day,
Joan.
another freebie.
What'd you get?
Nothing. You do the show for free. I'm thrilled to be here, but once I'd like to see a check.
He's actually been talking about a check that you wrote
But for
from his weddings.
did I give a lot or a little? I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm sure he thinks it's very cheesy.
You know him well.
Yeah.
So what's going on with you today, Joan?
Nothing. And I don't know how much I gave. I asked my secretary to do it.
Yeah, what?
To get Joan in.
Oh, Joan's here?
Yeah,
Is she
she's-
fired up?
Yeah.
Does she hear the show?
Oh.
She just heard that you said she gave a cheap gift, and she's
All right,
she
let's
might
get
have,
her.
you should get her in
Fire.
before.
Let's get her in. Well, she's bragging about her gift.
Uh-oh.
Get in, Joan. I knew I should have waited to confront her.
Don't invite her to your wedding.
Don't invite her to your wedding, though. Don't invite her to your wedding. She'll be miserable. Look how good you look.
I gave you a bag.
Isn't that the same? No, wait a second. Isn't that the same outfit you wore to my wedding?
She hasn't changed.
Things are tough.
What do you got? Oh, okay, there you are.
I gave you a bad gift?
You look beautiful.
Do you even
No,
know what
no.
you gave?
No.
All right, wait. No, I want to talk to you.
No.
Gary, can I
I'll
be honest?
send more. What did you send?
No. Don't act like you don't know what you sent.
I swear to God.
Stop it. Here's what
Howard,
happened. Wait,
listen.
can I tell you what happened?
I want to go first.
Go.
No, when somebody says we're registered, send us a gift. I go, I shop, I buy. When I get a thing, we want to save the wildlife. I say to my assistant, Jocelyn Pickett, send a donation for wildlife, and that's it.
Okay.
I swear to God, I have
Jocelyn
no
doesn't care
idea
about
what we
the
sent.
Wait a
wildlife.
second.
Was it shitty?
No.
Was it
no.
crappy?
You can say
Was it
shitty.
was it
You're on satellite.
All right. Was it?
Listen,
I'll
can I
send
tell
you
you
double
the-
it.
no, can
Double
I
it
tell
right
you what
here. I
happened?
don't know.
No, can I tell you what
It
happened?
was a fine
Yeah.
gift, I'm sure.
How much do you think you gave?
I have probably 1,000.
All right, so listen to this. You were coming in, and Gary got a couple of calls where I guess it was your office or something.
Yeah.
Make sure Howard knows about Joan's gift before she comes in. Now, normally,
What?
I don't even look because we said to people, don't get us a gift. You don't have to get us anything. Just come to the wedding and have a good time.
Right.
We're okay. We don't need any new Tupperware.
Any of this.
Wait, so We said, so a lot of people said, look, we want to get you something. I said, make a charitable donation. This is a charity we support.
Right,
Okay.
right.
So
Save the raccoon.
So before you came in, we get this call. Joan wants Howard to know about her gift. Gary, who called you and said that Joan wants Howard to know about
I
it?
actually didn't get this call, Howard. I don't know nobody called me.
I got a note saying Joan wants Howard to know about
Where
her
did
gift.
that note come from?
So, I don't know.
You know what? It might have come from Will when he did the.
Oh, I know what it was. It was from the Hamptons wildlife people. They said, listen, Joan had made a point that Howard should know that she gave a very generous gift before.
How much was it?
It was $500, and it was very nice. I said, look.
Let me see the ring.
The call
was very
probably
nice.
was, Joe does not want Howard to know about the gift.
No, and by the way, I wouldn't even looked at the amount, but they said Joan wants Howard to know. So I said, oh my God, Joan probably
gave like
she broke the
$25,000.
bank.
Right. I
She
said,
broke
Joan
the
went
bank.
berserk. So I said, well, how much was it? Because I really want to thank her for being so generous.
Swear to you.
Okay, so I got crazy. They sent this note. So I said it was $500. I said to Beth, gee,
Wow.
Joan must think $500 a lot of money, but maybe she's going back there. I don't know.
Maybe she's thinking.
She's getting a little senile.
Yeah, what are these 70s dollars?
So I didn't know. I felt funny that you wanted to make such a big deal about this. Like
Number one, we're probably.
It's like the old Jews who stand up in temple. Every year, the high holidays, they go, $18. They yell it out. Times 2, 26. They go 26, and they want recognition from all their neighbors for $26 fucking donation.
No, what probably I was already working on a Celebrity Apprentice.
Right.
So I said to Johnson, send something.
Right. But you're one of the most generous people.
I would never say, make sure Howard knows.
Well, they sent this note over, so it was a big misunderstanding. But no, thank you for the gift, and it is more
We'll
than
get you
generous.
another one.
No, Joan,
And
no
I
gifts.
promise not to eat squirrel.
No gifts.
Tell Beth I will for the month of November. I won't eat any squirrels.
It took you 2 years to get over the death of your dog, Spike.
Yes.
So you are an animal lover.
Beyond.
So when you make jokes and say save the squirrels or the raccoons, you are very attached to your animals. Please. What are we talking about here?
I mean, I know the name of every pelt on my fur coat.
By the way, I got to talk to you about my wedding. You were the most miserable person next to Barbara Walters there.
I had the best time.
Robin
didn't
said
see
you had the
Barbara
worst time.
Best time.
Robin has no sense of humor. Let's start with Robin. Let's start with
Joan
this
stole
bitch on
my
my left.
Go ahead.
Stole my purse. Miss Busy,
I
Busy,
thought she
Busy.
was a klepto.
Did you have a good time?
I had a great time.
I thought you were having a terrible time.
I had the best. I was exhausted. I've been working on Celebrity Apprentice.
Oh.
I was wiped.
Because I said on the
I had the
air,
best
Joan,
time.
I said on the air, what could be a more fun wedding? Now think about it. Mostly you go to weddings, they suck. You had tables of famous people. You had tables of people from the show. You had regular people from
People
all
were
walks of
funny.
life.
It was happy. You were both happy. Everybody
The ceremony
looked good.
was quick.
The ceremony was
This is
hilarious.
not what she
Hilarious.
said
and
while she
wonderful
was
and
there.
touchy.
See?
Oh, that is so not
But
so.
you were complaining. I walked over to say hello to you. Started complaining about Phoebe Snow, who did this beautiful song.
What is that?
She's one of the greatest singers of all
Oh,
time.
tell her to shut up. And I like Phoebe.
No, you didn't like Phoebe.
No, I know Phoebe forever.
Oh, you do?
I know Phoebe forever and ever and ever. We really.
Oh, you were making a joke.
Yes.
Oh,
Well,
I
then
thought
you
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 know,
were
I
bumming
gotta
out.
stop making jokes.
Yeah, I thought you were bumming out.
Please.
No.
During every speech, you were rolling your eyes and going, oh,
Yes.
do they shut up?
Yes, you don't do that.
Well, listen, Joan
I
is
do that with every speech.
You didn't like Beth's best friend
Oh, that was stupid.
too long?
When we're good friends and we're always friends. Meanwhile, Beth is gorgeous and amazing. In fact, this little weasel is standing up there.
Wait a second. She's one of our good friends.
When she
was the
should have
show
said.
I got
She
at
should
the
have said.
table.
She should have
God.
said.
I always hated Beth.
I hate God.
No, she gave one of the most beautiful speeches.
you're-
Oh,
Too much.
it went on, and we're friends, and we put this together. Who cares? Just say, God gave Beth everything, and in spite of it, she's nice. Now sit down. And she should have come over to me and said, who do I go to for plastic surgery? That should have been her
Now,
speech.
wait a second. Now, wait a second. I loved her speech.
Well, you were drunk.
No, because it meant something to us personally.
Yes,
but
yes.
I really thought you were bumming out.
I
too.
had the best time.
Oh, you did? Good. Okay. I
was
can't imagine.
I was exhausted. For me, I know you how long.
I mean, first of all, you're at a table with Senator D'Amato. You could at least say to him, what do you think of going on politically?
No, I want to
You're
know where
sitting
he
next to
hides the
Melania.
money.
You're sitting next to Melania.
Who I adore.
Right.
She's very smart.
That's why I put you at the
Trump
table.
and I had a great time. He got where I couldn't even talk.
Right, he talks a
Yeah,
lot.
I
No,
said
because I was
Joan's
so
not
tired.
Talking at the table. Joan was. I thought you were miserable.
Oh no, I was
all
so
right.
happy to be there.
Who was the guy you were with? Who is that guy?
Who did I bring? I can't remember. That's how tired I was. I brought. I think. Who did I bring? I think I brought David, who is the president of my company.
Oh, I
Right.
see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So because I was exhausted, I said, "Just come with me.
Hold me up.
Hold me up.
Right.
Hold me up." Because we've been going. You know, you do Celebrity Apprentice 5:30 in the morning till 11 o'clock at night, and they let me out early to go to your wedding.
Celebrity Apprentice is going to kill you.
Yeah.
You have to have
It's
I
over,
mean,
and I
Thank
can't tell you
God.
anything. And I can't
But
tell
did
you.
you hate it?
I can. I'll come back.
tell me
when
if
it's
you
on.
hated it.
I adored it.
You liked it.
Adored it.
Oh, that's right. And wait a second. So you were sitting with Trump, who has to
Yeah.
decide. So that was good for you to be at his table.
So you think I'm not having a good time? My hand was in his
Right.
crotch the whole night.
You beat him off.
Oh, Melania's. I know it was in somebody's crotch.
What did you think of Chevy Chase's speech?
You didn't like it. See, people, I thought it was funny.
See, but that's what I love.
Joan, why didn't you get up and show them how to make a speech
Because
in front of Trump?
I didn't want to. I didn't want to. It was such a great wedding. It was warm. It was.
was.
I love what
Oh,
Jimmy
good.
Kimmel did. I
Yes.
love
Yeah,
he was
talking
great.
to Sarah Silverman. I
Yes.
love. She'd already done that commercial to get all the Jews out and voting.
Yeah.
It was fabulous.
Oh,
wedding.
good. Okay,
And
you
I
had a good
love that
time.
we stood around. It was. It was like friends gathering.
Yes, that was the idea.
Got the whole thing, honey.
Got
and loved it.
Okay, good. All right. I was worried
So
about you.
and the 500 now, I'm upset about, but maybe
No.
not that upset to
Don't,
give you more.
Don't, no. Joan, don't even, I'm not fishing for a
I
gift.
find that
All
hilarious.
right,
though.
good. Okay, because I thought you wanted to make a big deal about your
Yes,
gift.
and I think you should. I think you should thank me publicly.
I am thanking you.
No, yeah, the way you're thanking me. It's all
well-
you gave. I want to hear Joan. We cried.
David Spade, I went and looked. Now, David Letterman gave $2,500. He wasn't even there.
Yeah, good.
Spade, $10,000.
Are you kidding me?
Swear to God.
I'm going to get married again and invite him.
You're not kidding.
10,000?
Yeah. I mean, that's wow.
very nice. How much does he make?
He evidently is
Obviously,
a very
he's
wealthy
making
guy.
Good money.
And
Yeah,
he's
that's
he's
big money
And
there.
he's a new dad. Did you know that?
No, I'm so glad. How old is he? 106? He'll
Joan,
never live to see the kid's graduation.
I don't know if you know this. You're in the newspaper today.
No, I don't know.
You are. I'm
Trouble?
curious about that. No, you are in the paper because you sort of peripherally are involved in this Phil Spector case, and they
Yes.
brought it up in the paper.
Now, are you going to be called?
I hope not, but he was at one of my parties, and he pulled a gun on Walter Cronkite's daughter.
and said, I'm going to shoot you in the head.
Yeah. And my poor neighbor, he got her downstairs in the lobby.
Now, it says in the paper, after that incident, you invited him back to another party.
No.
Now, what would possess you?
Celebrity.
Yeah, you are so hung up on it. You said, and then I started
That's
getting, I
what
said,
we were wondering. Maybe
No.
this wedding was too
boring for you. Like, I should have had Phil Spector at your table
I don't
threatening to
think-
kill you.
I don't think he ever came to another party.
It says here in the paper that
Well,
according to...
Which paper?
Here, I'll tell you here. Spector ejected twice. A guard for Joan Rivers testified yesterday that music producer Phil Spector was ejected from 2 of the star's Christmas parties for brandishing a gun and declaring that all women should be shot. Now, that means it was a second time.
No, it probably happened the first time we threw him out because he was drunk, and the second time
He
had
started with the gun.
You know, after you brandish a gun,
That's it for you.
you don't come back to my party. That's the no-no.
I had a feeling because Cronkite's daughter is not as famous as Phil Spector, you said to Cronkite's daughter, you're banned from my parties for upsetting Phil Spector.
That was the first party.
Yeah. You're kidding me. So you have this big party.
He was dating my manager at the time, Dorothy.
Right. Yeah, Dorothy.
And she brought him once before to my house, and it was very nice. He brought his own keyboard, and he played.
Wow.
And then he got drunk, and we asked them to go. So they went. Now it's my big Christmas party. So again, it's a big Christmas party. Dorothy says, I want to bring him.
And he shows up with that wild hair.
And the hair and the keyboard, and he's gonna, what kind of a great party? I have the great Gayman's Choir singing. I have an opera singer. I got Phil Spector playing.
Wow.
And then he gets drunk again,
Oy vey.
and he pulls out a gun. He goes after Walter Cronkite's daughter.
Now, Walter Cronkite's daughter, she's probably an older woman, right?
She's about 40s, in her 40s.
And what did she do to?
Well, she ran up into my bedroom, and he ran after her.
But why was he focused on her? Is she?
Why?
Was she attractive?
Well,
woman?
maybe she's short, so he could see her. I don't know.
You don't know what was going on.
I have 200 people there.
And he pulls out the gun.
And Louis Tenazzo, who testified, run upstairs and gets him and pulls him down and takes him into my house, a little elevator, takes him down the elevator.
Wow.
The keyboard followed the day later.
So you think?
And as he's walking out, brandishing the gun, my nice neighbor comes to him and goes, "Merry Christmas." He says, "Fuck you," and brandishes the gun.
I had visions of this guy coming back to the next party because you liked it. You're like, okay, at least there was a little action going
Parties
on.
are the talk of the
You
town.
know, I always at the end wanted to go and see Sinatra because I figured for $100 I could get dinner and maybe a death.
Right.
You know?
Hey, you know what I heard about you? Somebody told me. I hope I'm not speaking out of school here. If
Yeah,
I am,
sure.
drop. No, I'm serious. This is kind of inside information.
Yes, my darling.
Somebody told me they heard you speaking at a breakfast somewhere. You know, you do a lot of speeches
Yeah.
and this and stuff. And you kind of alluded that some boyfriend of yours ripped you off for some money.
Oh, not somebody. Yes, a man named.
Don't give me the name.
Oh, no, he went to jail.
Oh, he went to jail.
Went to jail.
For stealing from you?
He absconded with the funds, as they say. I mean, there was a big mess, allegedly.
You were sleeping with a man you were in business
No,
with?
he wasn't. He was the one that
fucked
took
you.
my company public, and he put out a fake. And I'm telling this, badly.
Yeah.
He absconded with $36 million worth was gone.
Oh my God!
And he went to jail. Arthur Toll lives in Florida now, and I had to buy back my name and likeness. I'm still paying for it.
But you were sleeping with him.
No, did you ever see a picture of him?
But why'd
He's
you
the
call
only
him a
man that's
former
safe
boyfriend?
in prison.
You said he was a former
I didn't.
boyfriend.
They mixed up.
Really?
No.
I think you were
please.
banging this guy.
Sweetheart, even in prison, he's safe.
Really?
Do you understand?
He's not hot. Who's the hottest guy? If you could have any guy right now, who's the hottest?
George Clooney.
George
That's
Clooney.
your guy?
George Clooney, great looking. I like it. And you know who I just did Celebrity Apprentice with that I adore? Herschel Walker.
Herschel Walker.
Walker's my boy.
He's black.
Oh, you're damn right.
You would do black.
In a hot second.
Do you masturbate still?
Constantly.
She's doing it now, Robin. Take a look. It's
I
embarrassing.
have.
What's that under your dress?
Wow. Have you ever done black guys?
No, because nobody ever asked me out. But black men always loved me. I always loved them.
You voting for Barack?
Well, he's not black. You know what?
He's not
Let me
black.
explain you. They have a black man on one ticket and a woman on the other. Combined, Michael Jackson.
Right. So you're voting.
Yeah, I'm voting for Barack.
You are.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I'm going to vote for Barack today, too. Did you vote yet?
No, I'm going right after this.
Yeah, I'm going to vote for him as well. But I got to tell you something. I have a great fear that he is going to be the worst president since Jimmy Carter.
Look, you
I have
can
that
keep
feeling.
your vote. We don't need your vote.
Oh,
No,
yes. No.
have a
I
feeling
agree with
I'm
you.
very, very insecure
I
about
met
him.
somebody 2 nights ago at dinner who is so high up in the Democratic Party.
Go
and
ahead.
I said to him, congratulations. And he said to me, he's a lightweight.
Yeah.
Isn't
Who
that-
is this?
I will not say.
Joe
I
Biden.
swear to you.
Joe
No,
Biden.
Joe Biden.
Bill Clinton.
Joe Biden.
And you know what? Even people who aren't going to vote for McCain say they do like him a lot and they respect him as a very, very good public servant and certainly a war hero. But they respect him very much. The Sarah Palin turned a lot of people
Sarah
off.
Palin ruined it for them. They
Right.
thought it was going to be a plus, and it's a negative.
Right. Is that what was the turning point for you?
Oh, no. I from the
She was
beginning, I
always-
just think whatever the Republicans have done in 8 years, we got to say no.
But why blame the Republican? What about it? Isn't it just Bush, maybe?
That's a Republican.
Yeah, well, he is
and
a
the
Republican.
people around him were Republicans, and they should have shut him up, put
And
him in a
for
cowboy hat.
6 of the 8 years, it was a Republican Congress.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah, I
real.
know,
I'm
I-
not real excited about my choices this time around between the two of these guys. But I'm
think it's
voting.
terrifying.
I'm voting for Obama.
I'm voting for Obama.
And I pray to God
sadly.
he's good. Yeah, sadly.
Sadly.
We're in mourning.
This is a sad day.
They should have
It's a
had.
sad
No,
day.
I'm very upset with both of you.
you think? Please, God, let him become what Harry Truman became.
Right.
Let him
Let's
Yeah.
hope that
flourish.
he's going to
Please,
be an incredible president.
God.
He's not the first guy who quote unquote had no experience who got the job.
When you vote, will you cry in the booth? Will they have to drag you out of
Well,
there?
I'm just scared that once the Senator Craig's foot won't come under the curtain. That's what I'm scared about. Wouldn't that be funny? You're voting, this leg comes under the curtain, and it's the senator.
So I can't. So you did the Celebrity Apprentice, and you had a good time.
Had the best, but
You had
I
like
like
Tom Green. Did you like him?
I cannot.
Do you
I
like
swear
him?
to you, Yes, we'll talk.
You could talk about the people.
No, I'm not supposed to talk till May. May I'll come back and
But
tell
I'm
you.
not asking you what
Who
happened.
was the- and
It
you
was
can
Tom
mention
Green.
who's in the cast, right?
I can't. They want us to.
I'll mention it.
NBC.
Tom Green.
NBC made us swear we had to write a thing we can't tell
Dennis.
about.
Dennis. They got their list right here. I'll tell you who's on it with
It's
you.
published.
Tom Green, Jesse James, Dennis
Yeah,
Rodman, Khloe
yeah.
Kardashian, Andrew Dice Clay, Melissa Rivers, Brian McKnight, and Brandy Roderick. What do you
Yeah.
mean you can't talk about it?
Yeah.
I'm talking. I'm telling
Melissa's
you.
on too?
Yes.
This is a great time in your life, or
Wow.
it's
It's a
horrible?
great time
It
in
is.
my life. Including your stupid wedding. So how about that?
I was happy you were there. I just thought you were bumming out.
Thrilled to be
I
there.
walked over. You looked like you.
No, I was so happy.
I was so excited because, like I said, I flew
Oh, she
all
was
the
so
way,
boring.
I flew all the way
Is Robin
across
horrible?
country.
Is it horrible to be stuck at a
Excuse
at the
me.
table with
She has
Robin?
no humor.
None.
I switched purses with her.
Switch. I come back to my table.
Mine
my
was
purse
there.
is gone.
And mine was there
This
instead.
ready purse.
You
Joan
don't
was-
notice, and I'm sitting there with her bag open, powdering on her compact. You don't notice it's a different bag. There's a woman at the table using your makeup and sitting there.
Who does your hair? You look good.
Well, thank you. A man named Raymond Rosario.
You weave anything in there? Or is that all you?
Are you kidding? Everything in here is clipped on.
Oh, is that right? Is that true?
I did it at your wedding because Donald said to me, "Your hair looks great." I said, "Here, look." Comedy first. It kills me.
You're kidding me, though. You really clip everything in there?
Not every. I have probably three things.
So
in
what's
here.
your real hair look like? Is it close to that?
Each one has a name.
Have you lost hair since you got older?
No,
Oh,
I
for
think
Christ's sake. What the hell? You mean you got
age
no hair left?
sucks. Age is so horrible. Men have to feel you down. You know, it's like
So do you have to clip into your hair?
I don't.
It's
I only
a long
do it-
process to get you pulled together for even a wedding.
oh, it's a whole process to get me together, walk the dogs.
You don't go anywhere.
I
You don't-
just feel truly okay. I feel everybody usually sees a celebrity once,
Right.
and you know the first thing you say is, "I saw Nicole Kidman on the street. What did she look like?"
Right.
So I always want them to be able to say, "She looked good."
You know,
Well, I have
you know,
to say, everybody at the wedding did say Joan looked good.
See?
Yeah.
You know what's amazing about what you say? You're so right, and I got to learn from you. I got to learn to listen to you because I went to see Beth run she ran the New York City Marathon.
Yeah, I know.
And I put on a bad ski cap and a horrible Jack Daniels leather jacket. And I said, I don't care what I look like. It's Beth's day. I want to go out there. I'll be disguised. It'll be good. Each picture yesterday in the paper was more horrible than the next. I looked like an old Jewish washerwoman. It was so embarrassing. And you know what? I can look better than this. Even people see me in person.
So now you're going to start fixing yourself
I'm
up.
fixing
the
myself
moment
up. You will
every
never,
time you step out of
ever
the house.
see a bad picture of me again, Joan. Ever.
Ever. And I'll give you another tip. When you sign an autograph, make it legible.
I do that.
Because you say, who is this?
is this?
I can't make out who this is. That's not fun. It's fun to say, oh, look, Howard Stern.
Joan's new book is called, go ahead, give the name.
It's called I'm So Tired. You tell me.
You don't remember the name of your book? It's a funny, she doesn't know the name of her own book.
Men,
Joan's book is
men are
called Out to
stupid
Know.
and like big boobs.
No.
What?
Joan's new book is called Cheap Wedding Gifts to get for everyone. Now, here it is. It's Joan's book is called Men Are Stupid and They Like Big Boobs.
Yes,
That's the name
I
of your
know, I
book. How did you forget the name of your book?
Because I've been going for 3 months.
Did you write the book?
Yes.
You did. Okay. All
I
right.
actually wrote it. How about that?
All by yourself.
No, I had a lady named Valerie Frankel who did the most incredible research.
It's in stores. Now, what is this book about?
It's about everything you ever want to know about plastic surgery.
Oh, okay.
It's-
So it's a serious book.
Oh, but funny. I make it funny.
Right.
But it's, you want to know about facelifts? Go to page 12. You want to know about tummy tucks? Here's tells you everything.
Now, have you had everything that's in the book?
I really started checking out just about.
She's had everything, except for titty implants. You never got the titty implants.
No.
You're sorry. You're sorry you didn't. You could have these. Big,
I could have been Mrs. Playboy.
You could have been unbelievable with those big. It's just a big chest on you.
Yeah, I used to look like I was selling M&Ms when I was naked.
Who's better in bed, you or Barbara Walters? Do you think? I'm going to guess you, and I'll tell you why.
I think Barbara.
You think so?
Yeah.
She's done Black Guys.
Oh, she's done everything. She had a very good time, Barbara, in her life. Barbara's had a very colorful life.
Right. Someone told us, Paul Mooney said he believes that Barbara Walters made love to Richard Pryor, the great Richard Pryor, but I don't know. I don't have confirmation
He
on
never told me that.
that. Scandalous.
He would have told me everything.
Joan's book, Murder at the Academy Awards,
Yeah.
a red carpet murder mysteries in stores February 2nd. And another book?
I love murder mysteries, and I've always wanted to do something about the Academy Awards because it's so ripe for a murder.
Yes.
You know what I mean? They can
Yeah.
kill you on the red carpet. They just step over you. Nobody knows. And so we came up with a plot that's very funny, and it's about, guess what? A mother and her daughter, and one of them has a dog, and they're on the red carpet.
You wrote this yourself?
I wrote this I had a mystery writer.
All right, so you're very busy.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying. You want
And
people
then
to know you're out there doing things.
QVC.
QVC.
With the jewelry.
Yes.
Yes, you're still selling the jewelry.
Oh, God, yes.
And doing
I think
well.
November 17th and 18th. I know it's a big day.
So you're a very wealthy woman.
I'm a very busy woman.
Yes. No, you're very wealthy. You can say it. And you are still as edgy as ever. You say that.
Thank God.
You said, who is the stupidest celebrity you ever met? Do you know who you said? Do you remember?
They change so
it was
often.
Angelina Jolie, you said.
She was at one time, because she's probably smart with the lips flap, so you can't hear what you're saying.
I'll tell you what you said. You said, I've worked with Angelina Jolie. She saw a sign that said wet floor one
And
time.
she did.
And she
And
did.
she
as
did.
well.
Yeah,
There you go.
that could also apply to Pamela Anderson very easily.
So when you...
Paris Hilton, she goes into the voting booth, she comes out, the sweater's backwards.
That's good. Listen to me.
Yes, my darling.
You're doing well.
Thank God.
You're going to go vote. You're going to go vote for Obama.
Right now, voting for
We're
Obama.
going to see what happens when you vote. We're going to see if your vote counts.
Yeah.
Do you think he'll win in a landslide?
Not in a landslide.
Do you think it's going to be
We
close?
Is it going to be close?
Oh, don't you think with the Midwest and the whole
Still think-
flyover states, as we New Yorkers call it?
You know, it's so true because, like, and people lie about who they're going to vote for.
The Bradley effect is what they
That's
call
called the Bradley effect. They say they're
I
going
worked, so I was there when he said no. I stood on the platform with him.
We have a guy, Sal, for example, who works for us. He writes comedy and stuff. And Sal swore to me he was voting for Obama. Somebody drove by his house yesterday. He's got more McCain signs on his lawn.
Are you serious?
Swear to God.
That is funny.
And he said to someone, no way am I vote. He says, I lied on the air so that people wouldn't give me a hard time.
Howard, here's what he said also. He was for Obama up until a couple of days ago, and then he read something in the New York Post that changed his mind, but I don't know what he read.
Oh, the Post.
Did he read that Palin died? 'Cause God forbid. But, I mean, I think that's what scares me. You know, that 8 vice presidents through death became presidents. I mean, this is not like, oh, she'll go away.
Right. No, I know.
This ain't she'll go away.
This is very
This is-
serious.
she's
It was
there.
a critical decision.
You went
It
to a
was critical
funeral. You went to a
decision.
funeral recently.
Robert Rauschenberg's funeral.
Who is that?
One of the great American artists. He's the one that really changed the look of art by taking things off the streets and putting them into paintings. And I got very friendly with him the last 3 years.
And you sat near Bill Clinton.
right next to between Bill Clinton and the nurses.
So did you ask him anything?
He was busy with the nurses.
You didn't say to him, who
He-
should I vote for?
He was busy.
He was
Really?
busy. He was with chicks.
occupied.
He was having a good time.
What
At
the-
a funeral.
What did you see? Did you see? Was he fiddling around in the
Not fiddling
at a
around.
funeral?
Not fiddling around, but
He's horny no matter where
he
he is.
had 2 nurses
He's
near him.
picking up
Two nurses.
women.
You know, when people are ill at the end, they have nurses. Now, usually they're big, heavy, older women. Robert Rauschenberg, who liked anything, chickens, men, women, he had great-looking nurses. And they were all in low-cut dresses.
jeez.
And
And
he
they
sat-
put them near Clinton. They were not stupid to make sure he'd stay for the funeral.
That's the greatest. I love it.
One of the nurses, I just want to tell you, when I die, don't have anybody sing Nature Boy.
You're not dying. Not any time. Is your health good?
Oh, are you kidding? Like a horse.
Like a horse. You're like a horse. Aren't
Like
you?
a horse.
You're very much like a horse.
Yeah. Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment.
No, I'm saying I thank
I
God.
know,
your
I
health-
know.
I worry about your health.
No, my health, my God, are you kidding?
You'll live forever.
As long as I can write a joke, I'm fine, God.
And you're going on all the talk shows and things.
Everything is great. It's
yeah.
great. Life is great.
To have you on The View ever?
Oh, all the
All the
time.
time.
And they're treating you well?
I could have had Whoopi's job, but they
Yeah,
didn't offer
right.
it to me. No. Oh, yeah, everybody's fine.
Everyone's fine. All right.
I
Listen to
love you.
me.
I adore
I
you.
wanted-
Best to the little woman.
Give me a guesstimate. How much does it cost to get your hair together for an appearance like today?
About $200.
$200 you give the woman. She comes, she blows it out, she sticks more hair in there
Yeah,
and everything.
yeah.
And then the makeup I see is professionally done. You look beautiful. How much is that?
Another $150, $200.
So thank God you didn't.
$400. Just that I could have given that to your animals.
Thank God you didn't.
Next time
Better
I'll come.
go into your look.
Next time I'll scare the hell out of you, and I'll give you more money.
Joan Rivers, I love you. And
you
we will be back right after these words.
Joan, so you did have fun at the wedding.
I had the best time at the wedding.
Why is Robin trying to, give you a hard time about it?
Robin is just so embarrassed that she didn't look to her right and see who had her purse. She has to get over it. And the joke is my purse is more expensive. It's a big joke.
And what's the deal with the gift? Can't Howard appreciate a good gift no matter? Why does he have to make such a big deal?
I don't know, and I'm very upset. I'm going to send another $500 for raccoons or chipmunks or whoever.
Save the squirrels.
Save the squirrels.
Thanks for coming down.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
I'm thrilled to be back.
How you doing?
I have lots of plugs, so I'm doing fine.
What are you going to be talking about
I
today?
forgot you have food. I wouldn't have spent money. Oh, look at well, not bad.
It's been gotten.
So what are you going to be talking about today?
Jay, where are we going?
Right here.
I'm going to be talking about Melissa trying to adopt a child.
Really?
Yeah.
And what about winning Celebrity Apprentice?
Oh, we could discuss that. But I'm not going to say anything bad. Howard's going to.
You're not going to. No stories for Howard?
Oh, sure, stories, but not about Donald Trump. I'm not stupid.
No, of course not.
Yeah, no. But glad to talk about people.
All right, John.
Okay, good to talk to you.
We'll see you in a little bit.
Joan Rivers is here. She's performing stand-up this Thursday night at the Gramercy Theater in Manhattan. I can't wait to talk to Joan. Joan Rivers, of course, has been around the block. I'll ask her about the death of Ed McMahon.
Yeah.
Among other things.
And how she killed him.
That's right. I didn't know she killed him. That's an interesting
Well,
fact.
this is an interesting alibi. She's here,
Right.
Right.
and
Okay.
he died out there.
Well, there's, you could hire somebody.
Anyway, Joan Rivers also was just on the Celebrity Apprentice, which I have to ask her about.
Didn't she win?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I got to ask her. I didn't even watch it, but I know she called a professional poker player a Nazi.
Hello.
And worse than... Oh, what are you eating? Boy, you almost fell over.
Oh, man.
Beware of Jews bearing gifts.
What do you got? A baby?
You're carrying a baby? Did you have a baby?
Yes,
It looks
I
like you're
had
holding a baby.
I had a baby. It's so wonderful. I'm so proud.
What do you think of these women who are of advanced age and they go to these
60
doctors,
years
60
old.
years old, and they have babies? It's crazy, right?
That's advanced to you. To me, that's a kid.
Right, you wish. What are you holding there? Because it's making a lot of noise.
I know.
Joan.
I'll get rid of it. I hate when people, you're going to Howard Stern. Give me gifts.
Who said that?
Somebody but it's from God's Love We Deliver, so, which is my charity.
I give to them.
He can afford food, Joan.
Yeah.
I know,
Don't
but-
bring me food. In fact, I contribute to God's love we
Right.
deliver.
That's what I think it's an apron or something.
Can I tell you something? I always go crazy if they send out a letter to me or send a gift. Give it to the people who need it.
Thank you. I used to be head of cystic fibrosis, and they would send me 69 roses, and I'd say, you know what that costs?
You're right.
Send it, keep it for the
Can I tell you what I thought that was going to be when you were carrying it? I
Yeah.
thought it was Ed McMahon's head.
is he dead?
He
Yeah.
died, Ed McMahon.
He died this
Yes.
morning.
Did he leave me anything?
I don't think he left
I
himself
don't think
anything.
they cracked open the will just yet.
He left you the Tonight Show.
How
They
do
need you back.
How do you feel?
God bless you, my darling.
How do you feel about the death of Ed McMahon? I want you to think
Truly?
about this. Yeah, truly.
Truly, he was the only one when Johnny Carson was a shit
Right.
and wasn't talking to me and putting out all these lies that he came over to me once in the Beverly Hills Hotel and said hello. He was a lovely man.
I was reminding people of your
Lovely
history
man.
with the Tonight Show because a lot of people don't understand who you really are.
Yeah, well,
You were the greatest. You filled in. Let's remind people why you are the greatest. You used to go on the. No, listen to me. What do you mean? Why are you waving me
You know
off?
this
Who
is all
cares?
written, and
Yeah.
you planned for him to say this.
No.
You love
I
when
know.
I say this. No, this is. I'm trying to refresh your own memory. I know you're a little oivaboodle.
well, this age.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
You're Goyish a cup.
You understand oivaboodle?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So listen to me. Now you're sharp as a tack, but listen to me. The reason I'm bringing up this old history. You were a guest on the Tonight Show. You were so good. Johnny put you on as a guest host.
Right.
When you started to guest host, your ratings were higher than Johnny's.
Right.
And so they said to you, you're now the permanent guest host. You would have replaced Johnny Carson, but you moved to Fox.
Because they had a letter out saying, here are the 10 people that can replace Johnny. And it was all men. I wasn't on it. And a friend of mine slipped it to me from NBC. So I left to go to Fox.
So you're saying after all that went down and Johnny badmouthed you
Yeah.
and everyone was mean to you,
Yeah.
you are saying that Ed McMahon was man enough to come up to you somewhere and say, you know what, Joan, I don't feel this way about you.
Yeah,
But
and
please don't tell Johnny.
And that
Right.
truly, to do that in public, Johnny was very vindictive. He was not this warm, fuzzy guy. He was a mean, tough killer. That's why he got what he got.
Was Ed McMahon good? Was he a talented man?
I think in what he did, he was brilliant.
Right. In other
he
words,
set the form for that, which is, look at these sycophants you have here. You know what I mean? These guys, they know how to kiss your
Don't
ass.
talk to Howard that way.
but you, in other words,
How
what you're
dare
saying
you.
is like Stuttering John, who used to work here, has now become the announcer on the Tonight Show. He had aspirations to be the Ed McMahon. You're saying it might not be as easy as it looks.
Oh, it's not. You know, you got to know when to laugh, when to shut up, when to move over, when not. Oh, it's not. Yeah, and you got to always be second fiddle and know your second fiddle.
Right, and be satisfied with that. Shouldn't Ed have spoken out about you publicly rather than do it in a supermarket?
He couldn't. He would have lost his job.
He would have lost his job. Do you believe that Ed was worth $80 million? At one point, I remember reading that before all the wives and all that other stuff.
Well,
You know,
there were
we all
wives
know.
in between there.
So let's make it 40 million. You know,
Okay,
we all
right.
know already.
It's a little high.
Yeah. But he also married one ass after, one little piece of ass after
right.
the next.
He liked hot chicks.
He liked hot chicks.
He was trying to keep up with Johnny in that way.
Yeah, well,
And
but
he
then
did.
he should have beaten them up.
Did Ed ever try to... Right, that's right.
Ooh, I forgot
Did
about
Ed
that.
ever try to come on to you, to put his finger inside of you? Or if I may be
Even my own
graphic.
husband didn't come on to me.
Yeah.
I am the only one.
No,
The
you had
thinnest
your
book-
you had your slew of suitors.
I had a few I had
Whatever.
one now that just dumped me.
Yeah, I heard you got dumped
What?
again.
Got dumped again last Sunday.
And how old was the guy?
75.
Can you believe 70? I mean, you
His
look
nurse had to
good.
dump me.
I showed you a picture.
75-year-olds are dumping you?
I just showed you a picture on David Letterman, and even David Letterman said, "Boy, she looks good." I showed a picture from my wedding.
Yeah.
I didn't see that. See, nobody does any nice things.
Well, of course not. Why
If
would they tell you
I
that?
just wanted to do a sidebar. If you had said, "Here's Joan Rivers, doesn't she look like a pig?" I would have had 9 phone calls the next day saying, Howard Stern showed your picture and said you look like a pig.
No, even Dave said you look good.
Oh well, Davey's got cataract.
And the
Look
fact
at you talking.
and the fact of the he still doesn't have you on, does he, Letterman?
Never.
Unbelievable to me.
Yeah.
Why won't Letterman have you on? You're so good. You were great on this Celebrity Apprentice.
Yeah, thank God.
You
And
were-
you won, right?
I won.
Yeah, you're
I
the
won.
victor.
And ask me what I got.
What did you get?
Nothing.
Nothing, because it goes to charity. Great. That's just what you needed. Nothing.
Nothing.
Are you in financial trouble yourself? Are you?
Sort of.
You are. And I'll get back to this guy who
Again?
dumped you. Yeah. What is going on now?
I wish I could say Bernie Madoff, but
You don't even have that luck.
Ruth.
Ruth
Madoff.
Madoff.
Oh, Ruth, you went with Ruth. No, Joan, explain to me. You came out of
should've.
bankruptcy. You worked very hard to get back to where you were.
I live very high, Howard.
I
have
know.
a great life, and I live very high.
What is high? I mean, okay,
High
clothes
is-
you wear.
I spent my apartment is gorgeous.
This outfit you're wearing is spectacular.
It's
this
a great
leather jacket.
outfit.
That's
You
expensive.
own that apartment, though. You're not renting.
I own it, but the maintenance is so high. There's only
Yeah.
8 of us in the whole building.
You're selling your apartment now.
Theoretically, I
You're
like
asking
to,
$25 million.
$25 million. It's not worth it.
Beautiful apartment.
It's not worth $25
I
million.
am looking for a foreigner that doesn't understand that.
I've been to your apartment. It's quite beautiful.
It's beautiful. It's not worth $25 million, but I think
What do you
somewhere
think
there's
it's
a
real-
Russian.
What do you think it's realistically worth?
I don't know. I don't know. But I do know there is a rich Russian out there somewhere that is going to go da.
Why are you selling? You are the quintessential New Yorker. Are you looking to move to Los Angeles to be near your daughter?
I want to do half and Melissa actually said to me, which I found, wait till you, with your daughters. I was out there doing the play last year, and she said, it is so wonderful to have you in the same city.
Right.
Finally.
Finally, it respects you.
Isn't that funny? It is so wonderful. It's wonderful for Cooper. So I said, you know what I'll do? I'll get a smaller place in New York. I'm a New Yorker.
Right.
So I'll get like a beautiful, real apartment. you
Right.
know. And because this apartment's a fantasy. that I
Right.
live in.
This is a home.
You know, and a big,
Yeah.
it's 3 floors and blah,
Yeah.
blah, blah. And I'll get a small house in L.A.
Right.
and be able to I flew out there to do Passover for Cooper to
Right.
remind him that he's Jewish.
So are you? Yeah, that's a good idea. Did you sell? I mean, is the idea that you're overextended, and if you
I'm
could get
overextended. I think I have a house in Connecticut. I have foreign help up there
wow,
doing
They're there now, even though
Yeah.
you're not.
nothing.
Doing nothing.
What are they doing in Connecticut? You're not even there.
Well, I thought I was going to be more.
You claim that you want to teach Cooper that he's Jewish
To a point.
Yeah, I mean,
How's he gonna
wasn't
figure
it
this
true?
whole thing
Didn't
out?
didn't he make anti-Semitic remarks to you, and that's when you decided to start teaching him about
Yes,
his
well,
Judaism?
he called me a big fat Jew. Jew pig. So I said,
we might have to teach.
I'm not
Yeah, I mean, it's just unbelievable. No, he told you lived in Hymietown, didn't he?
What are you doing in Hymietown?
All right, get back to this for a second. I'm going to get to your finances in a minute because I want to understand how you went horribly wrong.
I also want to talk about Melissa's adopting another child, we think.
You're kidding? From Malawi?
No, because we're so jealous of Angelina. With all suddenly, like, she's the big mother image.
You're going to get a black grandchild?
We're going to get a child from Australia, we think, from a click tribe.
No kidding, a pygmy.
So, its name is...
A pygmy?
Yeah, well, I don't know. We said it's a...
You must be having a riot with this one.
Yeah, well, every time it talks, the garage door's open.
Why does she want another kid? What is that about?
This is a joke, I think.
Yeah.
Well, it's a joke that it's a pygmy.
Will you accept the adopted grandchild, or will you?
Not at all.
I thought so. You're very judgmental.
No, I think it's great. It can work for me.
But haven't you always said looks are the most important thing in the world?
Totally. That's why I don't want an ugly grandchild.
That's what I'm saying.
These children can be beautiful.
Yeah, show me one beautiful pygmy name.
No, but you're right. You're never going to know if the child's going to be beautiful.
It's a supermodel.
That's right. You
And
don't
even
know.
if it says to me, I want plastic surgery, how do you know what it's saying?
Let me ask you something, Joan. You say you got dumped by a 75-year-old man. Is that an incredible blow to your ego? I mean,
Yes.
that has to be.
At this age, how can you dump me?
Well, what goes on? What do you do to these men?
Very little.
How did he dump you, and how
I
did he
think
tell
when
you?
I was faking orgasm, I did it in the bad ear.
Where did you meet
He
this guy?
couldn't hear it.
Where did you meet this guy?
I was introduced to a friend, and
Right.
we had 2 amazing dinners.
Right.
Amazing.
What makes an amazing dinner? I mean,
Just you click, and even at this age, it's all just
chemistry.
Right, and chemistry, and
and
talking.
would you kiss at your advanced age and stuff?
Well, if the nurses could stand us up.
Do you have a full-time nurse now?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah.
You really do? You're not joking? You're not kidding?
She gave you up on managers. Just get her a nurse.
Yeah, that's right.
Where does
A
your nurse stay?
full-time nurse.
Is your nurse always in the
She
apartment?
sleeps at the foot of my bed.
No, come on. I heard you have a full-time
No,
nurse.
Do
I
you
would have
really
a
think
nurse.
that?
I'm going to tell you. I'm not making that up.
Why would I have a nurse?
Yeah, I heard you have a nurse. Listen,
Who tells you these
I'm going to
things?
tell you in a minute.
A nurse.
You have a nurse.
Howard.
I'm telling you. Every 8 hours, this woman has to inject Joan with Botox. Joan has a live-in caretaker.
No, that's called a housekeeper.
Oh, is that what we're calling it? Oh.
Obviously, that's some serf that wrote that doesn't understand you have a housekeeper
All right. So
named Debbie.
So your caretaker is a housekeeper.
Yes.
All right. So let me understand something. This guy, 75 years old, lucky enough to be going out with a superstar, Joan Rivers.
And I was very charming.
Right, I bet. And you were on good behavior. You didn't insult
Great
him.
stories.
You weren't sarcastic.
No.
No. And
Sorry about his dead wife.
so you go out 2 times with the guy. You go to dinner with him.
Yeah, really good times.
No sex, I would assume. At
Not
that point.
yet.
All right, not yet. Had he gotten your top off at least?
Well, yes, but only in the restaurant.
How do you hold out at this age? You ought to do it on the
Yeah,
table.
Joan, I mean,
on
how
the
much
first
time do you
date.
have? Put out. Did you not have sex? I mean, there was no kiss.
No.
There was no
So
kissing?
my friends
Oh.
all said, I was in town for one extra day. I was going to go to England. So my friends all said, call him and say your plane is delayed, which it was.
Right.
So I thought, and they say to me, like you said, you haven't got time to be cute.
Yeah.
You better hurry. Your
Get to it.
You're already coughing and sneezing.
Yeah, right. I mean, love is
You
in the air.
better-
Seize it. Seize the moment.
Seize the moment.
Right.
So I called him up, and he was so cold on the
Oh.
phone.
Jewish guy?
No.
No.
Well, you could never have gotten married.
No,
anyway.
we couldn't have gotten married.
Why? And did you say to him, why are you so cold?
No, I was so taken back that I got off the phone very quickly. And then you want to say, how dare you? All I was calling it was saying, Mike Plainsley, do you want to have a cup of coffee?
And he was like, no.
No, why are you calling? I said, well, I'll see you when you come back to New York. Well, I don't know when I'm coming back to New York. I said, then you start doing, I didn't say, when are you coming back to New York? I said,
Wow.
I'll see you when you come back to New York. Well, I don't know when I'm coming. Oh, shut up.
He turned into a giant asshole.
Very
You think
sad.
another chick was with him? Do you think that's what was going on?
Somebody said another chick.
Yeah. Another
I
hot
was
chick?
an old hen.
Another old hen? You think some old bag was with him?
Some old bag was clucking around.
What do you
there.
think you did wrong? Do you ever self-analyze? Do you ever get critical of yourself and
Oh,
say,
I think I do everything wrong.
I mean, you look glamorous as ever.
Yeah, but then I open your mouth. I always go for the joke.
I know. You don't know how to
Can
be
you
demure.
ever just be?
Can't
No,
be a
you
lady.
can't.
What is your problem?
I don't know.
Why can't you just lay off the fucking material for a few minutes
Because
and
I
sit there
see-
like a lady?
I see life funny.
I know.
I went to see Peter Pan with Prince Charles last week.
Wow.
And when they said, and he's so elegant and darling, and he's there because they're giving money to his foundation, and he's in the royal box, and I'm there with him.
Right, it's a big deal. Okay.
So when they say, "Do you believe in fairies?" So I leaned over and said, "You want it alphabetically?"
So,
And he can't laugh. You know, he goes, "No, no, no, no."
and let me role play a date. Pretend I'm one of these old geezers.
Hello.
Yeah. Is that the voice you put on? Let me hear your voice. Let me hear your sexy voice.
Hello. Can I help you? Sprinkle your wife. I don't know. So tell me,
Are you lonely?
are you only when I'm having an MRI? See, that's the trouble.
But I like that. I like a woman with a sense of humor. You run Celebrity Apprentice, and this, I never heard of half of these celebrities on Celebrity Apprentice. I mean, you're a legitimate, bona fide celebrity.
Well,
I was even surprised you agreed to do it.
I wanted to see. You wanted the truth?
I mean, you're a big deal.
I wanted to. Two reasons. One, Melissa did it with me, so she got to live with me for 5 weeks, which was great.
All right, you love that.
Love that.
So to get Melissa to live with you, you have to be on TV.
Be on
Yeah.
TV. That's
Right.
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 So we got to be in the kitchen late at night together. That was
Right.
great. And the other thing, truly, I love challenges.
You do.
And they give you a challenge, and they say to you, when was the last time someone said to you, "Okay, Howard, go out, write the copy, take the pictures, get this done by tomorrow. We want a whole new slogan for
Sounds exhausting.
Chicken of the Sea."
Right.
And then you do it.
And you
get-
like that.
Loved it.
That stimulates your mind.
Yeah, love doing it.
Do you think your daughter likes you? I mean, the fact is, I don't know. I really don't know about this. She moved out to California.
Well, she had to because
Oh, come on.
the ex-husband's in California, and they split the children 50-50.
Okay, all right. That's a good
There's
that's a good
no
reason.
choice.
All right. So you get on there, you like a challenge on Celebrity Apprentice. You get on, and you mixed it up with this professional poker player. And you even
Annie Douche.
who is she to make fun of you? I mean, I never
don't
even
go
heard
there.
of her. I never heard of her.
It became good versus evil. It was just don't go there. Just it's.
But wait a
it's
second.
not even funny.
You said, I believe a professional poker player is like a dirtbag.
I believe a professional poker player is. I understand what they do on the table, and that's great. But when you stand up from the table, you do not be duplicitous and sneaky. You know, everything that people do to play poker to be a good poker player is a bad thing in real life.
What did she do to you? I didn't see the show. I mean, she just rubbed you the wrong way?
No, it was always very two-faced, a lot of lies backstage, allegedly, a lot of, coming to the boardroom all sweet. Meanwhile, has just done bad things.
But you two were playing a game. She was using her game playing
Yes,
skills.
to a point.
To a point.
Howard, then I'm not a good game player.
Right.
I still think if you say I'm not a poker player.
Right.
That's it.
Right.
I just found it. You don't turn people against each other. You don't whisper to Howard.
But you found her gross. In other words,
I found her just you couldn't trust her, and she did bad things behind her back, allegedly.
It is a strange way to make a living when you think about it.
Yeah, but I'm not putting her down. She's a very smart cookie.
Right.
But would I have her to the dinner table? I don't think so.
I see. All right. Well, that's it. So you've been dumped by this guy, this
Dumped by this
75-year-old guy.
guy, yes.
Who fixed you up with this guy? How'd you
A
meet him?
very dear friend who said,
Yeah.
I think the two of you get along. We did for 2 meals. And it was so nice to have someone pick up the check.
I could tell this one upsets you.
Yeah.
This was
She thought something was going to happen.
Yeah.
and this was a guy with money, huh?
Well, I guess.
Yeah.
He picked up the check.
Oh, that was nice.
That was already a start.
If I went out with you, I'd expect you to pick up the check.
They all do.
I know, it's terrible.
Venus de Milo pushes it across with her chin.
What? Now, you're a good businesswoman. You're woman that
We're just constantly selling,
you're selling
everything on
jewelry and
CNBC.
schmatas. I mean, you're
yeah,
constantly
look where I'm
busy.
going, which we're going to talk about later.
I'll talk about that. But I don't understand what happened to you financially. How much money have you lost in this down economy?
I lost a lot in the stock economy.
Were you mostly invested
in the stock market? I lost. We all lost. Who didn't lose?
Everybody did.
Everybody.
Yeah. Oh, forget about it.
So I lost a lot, and
how much are we talking about?
I was certainly half.
Half.
I'm not. There's no sad songs for me.
Yeah, I know. But
But-
do you think that the 75-year-old guy read in the paper that you were down on your luck and that's why he dumped you?
That, and I was going through his wallet when he was in the
Yeah,
men's room.
I mean, half your money is gone.
Yeah.
It's very upsetting.
If you think about it.
You're damn right.
I
But
don't
you're
think
not
about it.
downsizing because of money.
No,
I feel
I'm
she's
not.
selling the apartment because of
Really?
it.
I'm selling the apartment because I truly, we'd like to do half and half, and my accountant says you can't.
I see. All right. Well, then
I have an accountant that, those kind of, you can't, you're overspending.
Why
you
not
gotta
sell
get
your
down
home in
flowers.
Connecticut and
I
get?
can't sell Connecticut. It's the most beautiful house.
Why can't you sell it? You mean
Nobody's buying second houses.
You're kidding me. No
Nobody.
one. You have it on the market and you
Yeah.
can't sell it.
Have it on the market for a year, not one person has seen it.
Wow.
Even come to look at it.
And it's beautiful.
It's fabulous.
Well, she always lives in a fabulous place.
It's fabulous in a Connecticut way.
Aren't there some rich people left in this
I'm
country?
talking to him.
Yeah, I ain't buying. What?
I can see the two of you in a little love nest in Connecticut.
Please.
84 acres.
You ain't the
all to
only one who got
yourselves.
killed in the stock market. So Comedy Central is going to roast you.
They're roasting
Are
me.
you going to be able to take that? I mean,
Of
it's
course you
going to be
can.
vicious. Oh, come on. She's very sensitive.
But she can give it back.
Yeah,
I mean, come on.
but it's going to be
Who's roasting you?
Kathy Griffin. So
All right.
that's going
Do
to be
you like her?
I adore her.
I like Kathy.
Adore her. We're literally good friends.
Yeah.
We have dinners together. You know what I mean?
Oh, you do? You
yeah,
sit
we're
and have
girlfriends.
dinner. What's off limits at your roast? Everyone has off limits. What can't they joke about?
Yeah, I said off limits. Really nothing. What are they going to do? Plastic surgery jokes? We've heard them.
All right.
Husband suicide? We've heard it.
So they can make fun of Edgar's death?
Old, of course. Well, I do.
They can make fun of your plastic surgery. Can they make fun of Melissa?
Not where she can't answer them back.
Is she going to be there?
No.
She is not.
Oh, then we can't make fun of Melissa.
But we can't, if she's not going to be there to answer her back, how the hell are we going to make fun of her?
Do you want to come on?
No.
Robin?
Do you want to
I
come
don't want
on?
to
Hell
be the
no.
butt of
I'm
those
not
jokes.
gonna-
Artie will do it.
Oh, Artie will do anything.
Artie loves to roast.
Artie's at my doorstep every night, and I've been saying I want Artie.
Yeah, Artie's asleep. Leave him alone.
I'll leave him alone.
Yeah, right. He went to
God
bed.
bless him, he's inside.
That's right. He's working things out over there. So, anyway, so you will be able to handle it. Now, first of all, you can see Joan performing stand-up this Thursday night at the Gramercy Theater in Manhattan. I did mention that earlier.
Yes.
Also, for tickets, go to spincyclenyc.com and see Joan host How'd You Get So Rich, premiering August 6th at 9 p.m. on
Oh,
TV
that's
Land.
right. You got a new show coming
Now,
up.
what is that going to be? You're going to interview rich people about how they got rich.
It's we've done it already. 6 are in the can, and what I wanted to, I'm so tired of people. Oh, I can't get. Yeah. I'm so sick of this whole group that says they can't do it. So we went out. We found people that got rich in crazy ways that could happen to you,
Right.
and they live so differently. Each person is so different.
How do people get rich? The people
How
you
about the
interview.
guy that invented the slanket, which is you put your arms through the blanket?
Yeah. Is that selling
He
that
was
big?
high in his college dorm room,
Right.
and so they cut holes in his blanket, and then his mother sewed sleeves on, ha ha ha, and then they gave it to an uncle they didn't like for Christmas, and the uncle called up and said, "I need 6 more for friends." Wow.
You're kidding. And it's called a slanket.
It's called the slanket.
Is he a billionaire?
He's about $70 million later.
$70 million.
About. And how he lives and what he spent it on.
What he spend it on?
Different things. Some of them buy islands, some of them buy Maseratis.
Maserati
Shows you how I'm
cars.
into cars.
Yeah. But it's interesting. I love to hear these
We
success
have
stories.
one great guy down in New Orleans that still lives in the house, owns like a job, but owns New Orleans. You know what I'm saying?
But he still
From
lives in-
nothing. Lives in the same house
That he
and
grew
doesn't
up
have a
in?
maid that he
No.
grew up in. So everybody's
Why is that?
So
Is that a sickness?
I think he's just darling. I loved him, Blaine. Loved him.
And he owns half of New Orleans and
Yeah.
he won't spend a dime on
It's
himself.
not that he won't spend a dime. He's comfortable in his home, and he goes to his neighborhood bar.
Then what's the point of having all that money? Give it away.
Well, what do you think I was nice to him for?
Right. Give it to you.
Oh, Blaine, I
You could
said.
use it. So, all right. You got the show, How'd You Get So Rich? I feel you're on a roll, kind of, career-wise.
Yeah, I guess.
Comedy Central will roast you.
Yes.
And you don't
On
get paid for
August
that, though,
9th.
do you?
You get something, I guess.
You get a little
They always
something?
say give it to charity. Yeah.
Right. And, a lot of people don't know this about Joan, and I've never told this before. Do you know that her father tried to have her committed to Bellevue?
Yeah.
Because she was going to become a stand-up comedian.
Wow.
Do you realize when Joan became a stand-up comedian, women did not become stand-up comics?
That's right.
It didn't happen. When you see girls today like Sarah Silverman,
Right.
and you see them thriving, the girls on Saturday Night Live, Kathy Griffin, do you ever say, those bitches don't even know how hard I have it?
You know what I really say?
What do
I
you-
can still take you.
You feel you can still beat them? You still feel you're better?
No question. I'm working better than ever.
You're better than Sarah?
You know what?
You're better
I'm
than
not
Sarah?
saying I'm better than Sarah.
That's what you're saying. You said you could take them.
Yeah.
In other words, when it came to a comedy fight, you would win.
I think I would win.
A showdown.
And I adore Sarah. I don't mean this against Sarah. I think she's genius. But, I'll stand backstage someplace, and the girls will come over and say, oh, you're the icon, and you open the door, and you want to go fuck yourself.
Right.
I can still do it blindfolded.
In other words,
That's why I did Celebrity Apprentice. Don't talk to me in the past.
In other words, you're still as relevant as they are. Don't talk about, I'm an icon. I'm doing it in the
Sweetheart,
trenches.
I'm in the gutter with you right now.
Are you still writing new material?
Constantly.
Constantly.
Well, what did I do? I just wrote 2 days ago.
2 days ago you wrote that. Look, the road for you was never easy. When you were going to quit stand-up comedy, Lenny Bruce himself wrote you a note and told you to stay in stand-up comedy.
Yeah. Look how you know these things.
Of course
You're a
I
good
know it.
researcher. He said, you're right, they're wrong. Sent me a note.
What was he like, that Lenny Bruce?
So sexy.
Did you have sex with him?
Sexy.
I would have.
Yeah?
I'm going to say from now on I did.
So sexy. Sexier than me, even.
Hardly. Well, Howard.
Well, not now.
You're in the Hall of Fame. But
Lenny Bruce was a sexy man.
so sexy. And
Was it his mind, or are you just saying his physical
No,
being?
physically he was terrific.
A good-looking guy.
Great-looking guy. And smart and funny. I mean, he was the whole package.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he was so drugged.
He was so sick.
He would sit backstage, slumped over.
Really, because of the heroin.
Yeah. And then he would get up and
Perform.
and you'd go, oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yes, that's what
He
I'm
was
thinking.
right on.
Right on.
When he died, were you...
I was devastated because I also used to go and see him at the end when he was so enmeshed in all the lawsuits and the legal stuff, and he wasn't even funny at that point. But you just went because it was Lenny Bruce.
Because something could have happened. Why?
Yeah.
Why didn't
it's
you?
like Sinatra at the end.
And you said he came on to you, didn't he?
Yeah,
Why didn't you do him?
I was stupid.
That was so good.
I had
Edgar, you're busy doing.
I had my fantasy was Lenny Bruce would say, "Marry me." We'd have to wake up the rabbi.
It would have been some scene, wouldn't it?
That would have been enlargement.
You've seen it all, my dear.
I've seen it all.
I love
Especially
it.
with the right eye.
Yes.
Left eye's a little
Not so
cloud.
good.
Cataract. You have to mention Vegas. They begged me.
All right, let me mention.
Oh,
let
you're
me,
going to
All right,
Vegas?
I'm going to plug.
First time in 12 years.
Wow.
What do you mean? You don't do Vegas?
No, nobody books me.
You're kidding me.
No.
I can't believe what I'm hearing.
I go to England. I'm a superstar. It's very interesting.
All those altar cockers in Vegas who play the slot machines don't want to see you?
But the older cockers are shocked with what I'm talking about.
I see. So in other words...
I need the younger
You
cockers.
need the young crowd. You need the young cockers. Gay pride shows at the Gramercy Theater.
We did that.
That happened Thursday, June 25th.
Yeah.
You got How'd You Get So Rich? That premieres Thursday, August 6th at 9 p.m. on TV Land.
Yeah.
Comedy Central Roast, Sunday, August 9th at 10 p.m. on Comedy Central. Then you have the Venetian Hotel in Las Vegas.
That's
what we're
exciting.
talking about.
That's a big
Now
deal.
we're talking.
So how'd you convince them to book you if no one was booking you?
Short money.
The last week in August and Labor Day weekend, August 27th through the 29th and September 3rd through the 5th. How many people you travel with when you go to Vegas?
I travel with probably my assistant
Right.
and then a hairdresser.
That's it?
Yeah.
Who does the makeup?
I do.
You do it yourself?
Yeah.
How do you know how to do that?
Because I have a wonderful woman named Adele. She puts it on in New York. And I just don't wash my face for
You
2
don't-
to 3
She
weeks.
touches it up every
I
day.
touch it.
You don't shower.
I shower, but the face stays out.
I know women like that on Long Island. They don't go to they go to the beauty parlor like on Monday. They get the blowout so that the kinky hair will be straight. And then for the rest of the week, they take baths. They won't even take a shower. They can't wash their hair for at least 4 or 5 days so the blowout will last.
And you swim. You could go overboard in the Titanic. and
You're
your
not
head's
getting
above
that head
water.
wet.
What day is your hair on right now? When's the last time you had it? This hair.
Today is what? Today is Tuesday?
Today is Tuesday.
Oh, it's not that bad. Last Friday.
That's great. Yes, Ralph, quickly for Joan Rivers. She doesn't have time for you, but go ahead. I'll make some time. Yes.
Hey, Joan. Joan was so great on This Apprentice.
Oh, thank you.
And the energy you had, it's like 12 o'clock at night, and she's still running around like crazy. It was fantastic, and the meltdowns were fantastic.
How does a woman your age still have that kind of energy?
It was amazing, Howard.
Running
That's
around.
why she slept through your wedding.
Ah, yes.
I didn't sleep.
I
His
know.
wedding.
Yeah, I have to go.
I did not. I had the best time at his wedding.
You
I
slept
wasn't
through
the
it.
one who left.
Barbara Walters left.
I didn't notice.
She did the drive-by. She
I had a great time.
She took a few pictures, and then she's Splitsville.
I loved your wedding, and I hope things are going well.
Do you? Things are going well. My marriage is very,
Thank
very
God.
happy. So
Thank
God. They said it wouldn't last.
Joan,
Yes,
can I ask
John.
a question? Though? Do you think that you give too much to Melissa? On that show, she appeared to be very, very coddled, and if you didn't do what she said...
Oh, no. Did you also notice
Do you
that...
feel Joan is trying too hard to get along with Melissa?
Yeah, and Melissa is trying to get along with her. You can see, it appears that Melissa has had plastic surgery, and she's a young girl. She doesn't need it.
She hasn't had plastic surgery, has
Trying
she?
to make mommy happy.
Go ahead. Oh, do you think?
No.
Oh, do you think the relationship is too pressured?
I think she's very careful of me. I think she really worries about me and really protects me. It's a very... Remember, we're it. The family
The two
consists
of
of
you.
the two of us.
That's it. That's all.
That's it.
That's it.
Well, you have a grandson.
Yes, but you know, exactly.
But he doesn't even
But
know he's
he
Jewish.
can't-
we
he
watch
can't
each
chip in
other's
right now.
backs.
That's right.
And probably maybe I'm too careful of her and she's probably too careful of me.
Well, you forced Melissa to have a nose job when she was 18, and
Yeah.
she's still angry about
She's
it.
furious about it.
Why is she angry? You've only made her better. What's wrong with her?
Do I know if I had been a stranger and done it, she would have said, "This wonderful woman." You know, we all
You know what
have
it must have been? She probably feels in some way that she wasn't good enough for you.
You were rejecting
That
her.
you were rejecting her.
Oh.
And is that what she says? Mom, wasn't I good enough with my old nose?
No.
She wasn't. You were
But
honest
at
about
this
it.
point,
I wasn't. Your father had a schnoz that went from here to the corner. He lived in South Africa. The nose was in England going to school.
Right.
At this point, though, doesn't Melissa have to have plastic surgery so she looks like a member of the family?
What would you
Like that, she
do?
looks the way I look if I hadn't.
Now, what would you do if you had a Sophie's choice? You're in a boat.
Yeah.
You only have to save one, Melissa or your grandson Cooper.
That's-
Who would you do? What would you do?
Oh.
You have to save one of them.
I will say this: if you answer me with your two daughters,
Go ahead. I have 3 daughters.
3. Oh, that's even.
Right.
Well, get rid of one altogether, and then you have 2 left in the
Who do you
boat.
get rid of altogether?
God, I don't know.
It's a tough one.
I would take. She would make me take Cooper.
She would make. But what would you
that
do?
would be
make
the
me-
choice.
But who would you take?
Melissa.
You would take Melissa.
Isn't that terrible?
Terrible.
I
But you
don't
could
know.
actually
I
make a
don't
joke.
know. I don't know.
Well, she
I
hasn't been with the
adore
grandchild
Cooper.
that long.
You don't know Cooper that well. Let's be honest.
He's never given me anything.
No. And you got that money invested
But see, I
in
think
your daughter's nose.
I would take Melissa because she'd be holding Cooper.
Right. There you go. All right. Very nice answer. Listen, Joan Rivers, you are delightful.
I love you so much. You know.
I love you too. And you're a horrible person to answer that question that I just gave you. But
Yeah,
God, I love you.
but
Now,
Melissa
how can
would
you
hold
go
on to
home?
Cooper. There it is.
How
I
could you
love
go
you for
home?
that. I love you for that. Listen to me. You're terrific. You're hanging in there. You're doing your thing. You are right when you say you're as good as any of these young comics. I happen to agree.
I saw her live. She's great.
I
That's
love
right.
you so much.
No, we're not just saying it.
Well, you know, how many guests have you? Let's not go there.
I'm not surprised your grandson Cooper hates the Jews. Listen, you're not easy to be with.
It's tough. It's
75-year-old
tough to
guys
like
are
the
dumping you. I mean, come on. Listen, see Joan Rivers. She's going to go up there. She's going to perform for you this Thursday night at the Gramercy Theater in Manhattan.
Yeah.
The chance to be near Joan is like no chance you've ever had. And for tickets, go to spincyclenyc.com and see Joan host How'd You Get So Rich? Premiering August 6th at 9 p.m. on TV Land. And then I'm going to watch for that roast on Comedy Central.
What, are we not selling anything on QVC this week?
I just came from yesterday.
Oh, okay.
She already cleaned them out. And
I had to think.
that's right. And then she's on her way to Iran. She's going to be the new Ayatollah.
Oh, okay.
They're looking for her. Listen, Joan, you did it all. You said it all. And you had a good appearance here.
I
That's
had a
all that
great. I
matters. That's it.
love coming.
We had a good time, that's all. All right, we're going to take a break, and we'll be back to great Joan Rivers.
Best to the little wife.
Thank you.
Joan, how'd it go?
Great.
It always goes
Great.
great.
I just love being with him.
Now, what is it with Howard? You guys just
I
click.
just-
You always have a good time.
Always, for the last 25 years, I have never come out of here unhappy.
Not once?
Not once. I just think he's just so fabulous.
Great.
Adore him.
All right, thanks for stopping by today, Joan.
Thank you. I'm Joan Rivers, and I'm here today only to plug that I'm on E! Fashion Police the day after the Oscars. I don't give a fuck about anything Howard has to say. I am only here to plug this show. That's the only reason I come on this show. The only reason. I'm not here to talk to Howard or that little slut Robin. No. The only reason that I'm on the Howard Stern show is to plug that I will be on Fashion Police on E the day after the Oscars. And they're making me do this.
All right, Joan Rivers is here. Joan probably has a lot to say about Conan O'Brien and Jay Leno. After all, if you remember your history lessons, Joan Rivers was the hottest thing in late-night television. So hot, she got bigger ratings than Johnny Carson, so Fox hired her to actually launch her own late-night show. It didn't work out so well. But this went down many years ago, so she's no stranger to what goes on in late-night television.
Well, let's find out what she thinks is going to happen to Jay going back.
I think they should cut Jay's nuts off.
I mean, did she go back to Fox? Did she hang around after they bumped her off?
No.
Hello.
Joan did what Jay should have done.
Yes, what?
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 Yes, but what?
What?
Yes, hello.
Hello, darling. You look fantastic.
Absolutely.
I look like a fat old pig.
Hey, you do not look like a fat old pig. What? You can't lose weight?
Can't lose weight.
Put those headphones on. That's your microphone.
I can't lose weight, but at this...
You're so thin.
Oh, please. At this age, though...
What do you weigh? Can I ask?
I used to weigh 107. I was so happy.
Right.
And now, literally, I'm 116, and I want to kill myself. And my pants don't zip, and you just want to kill yourself.
When liposuction a possibility?
At this age, you take liposuction, it all just falls down.
When you're completely nude, I mean, I'm sure you get nude in front of the mirror and take a look.
Yeah.
Do you see a paunchy belly?
Do I see? Yes.
What do you see?
I see, like, I never had a stomach in my life, and now I have this big, stupid stomach.
You have a belly?
Yes.
Like a pot belly? Is it tight at least?
It's worse. It's higher up. It's like those women that look like pigeons.
And you don't have any shape anymore? You lost that little curve?
The waist went.
The waist went to what, in your 30s?
But I think it may be because I'm pregnant. I want to announce on your show.
You know,
I haven't had my period. I just have to do this show.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was laughing.
I stepped on it.
I think I'm pregnant. Howard asked me why.
Why are you so pregnant?
I haven't had my period for 2,400 months.
That would mean you're pregnant. When you don't get your period anymore, Joan, I'm not a gynecologist, but I believe you're right. I believe you are pregnant.
I thought of that this morning. I have to say that. Go ahead.
But Joan.
Well, then you know why the belly.
That's right. It's your baby bump. Joan, you even see these women now. And I mean, you're a proponent of plastic surgery. You've always said, look, if you don't feel good about yourself and there's a way to change it, you change it. If you don't like the wrinkles in your face, you pull back a little bit.
Right.
In fact, Joan has said whether you don't like them or not, you should not have the wrinkles in your face.
Right, so you don't offend other people.
That's
right.
It's not about you. It's about people throwing up.
Right. You've been, have you spoken yet about this girl, Heidi Montag, who was like 21 years old and went and got not only breast augmentation, which lots of girls do, but she made them unusually big. I think she even had like 16 procedures on her face at 21. Do you think that's going too far?
I thought she was stupid to talk about it.
Right.
Because when you really look at the procedures, she did Restylane, which is a filler. She did Botox. You know, she did a couple of big things.
Right.
But they all do it.
Right.
She was just an idiot to talk. I've done it.
I mean, what you're telling me is in Hollywood, a lot of young girls are doing this kind of stuff. We just don't know about it.
Yeah.
For example, you'd see actresses on film. I don't think there's one of them that hasn't had a nose job.
I agree. I mean, you look at certain people, and I don't mean to hurt her feelings. You look at Goldie Hawn, you don't recognize her from the first movie. Yeah, Carol Burnett. We all change.
Right, and you have to stay young looking.
Young looking, and the nose should be a little bit. I saw somebody yesterday in an old movie. I thought, who is that? Oh, that's her before the nose job.
Who, like Jennifer Aniston had a little shave.
Jennifer Aniston had a little shave. Well, she's so unhappy.
Right. She seems unhappy to me.
She should go get a smile put on her face.
You know, it's 92 years. Take a douche and move on.
Who are we talking about this morning that had some plastic surgery that looked a little bit odd?
Oh, we were talking about some guys.
Yeah, guys. Sometimes it's a big mistake. You got to be very careful for guys.
Yeah,
Robert Redford.
Robert Redford.
You know who he is?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a shame.
I thought that was my Tanta Helen.
That was Booby.
My Booby. No, but like even I see Al Pacino's pulled back. He doesn't look as masculine anymore.
You know, they should do it. What I always say, little bitty increments.
Right,
so you don't see it happening.
Absolutely. Now,
well, actually, we were supposed to call Joan something else this morning. We were going to say we had Kim Yuna in here.
Some people thought you looked like Kim Yuna from the Olympics with your recent surgeries. But
I look like the poor guy that was killed on the luge.
Yeah, you look like the Empress of Korea. But I think you look terrific. I think you're an inspiration. Like even my mother always says to me, my mother's older than you.
Nobody's older than me.
No, my mother is. I found the one person. And she even says to me, boy, that Joan Rivers looks glamorous.
I know.
Then how come I'm sitting here alone?
You know, talk about your dating. I understand, and I don't know if this is a rumor. A lot of stuff gets in the press, and you don't know if it's real. You were recently on a date where during the date the guy dropped dead. You're now dating guys who die in the middle of the date.
Yes, I don't.
But that's a successful relationship.
Let me explain to you. Yeah, you can't say he left you.
And you miss him now.
I miss him desperately.
He was
I
great.
had to pick up the check.
How long had you been dating this guy where he dropped dead on
I've
the
been
date?
dating this man about 5 weeks. It was like just beginning.
It was a new romance.
It was kind of a new romance, and he died.
Oh, man.
Had he already paid the bill?
No. It was terrible.
What happened? Where were you? I'm curious.
We were in a very fancy restaurant. I'm not.
Say
in
the
New
name of
York.
the restaurant.
It was similar to the one that you got married in.
So why wouldn't you say? It certainly wasn't
Well,
the food
they
that
don't
killed
like
him.
this. First of all, Le Cirque, which is such a fabulous restaurant,
Right.
they don't like you to say that older, you know.
Right.
You don't like to check your coat and see walkers.
Right. So you go on a date.
Yeah.
You've known the guy 5 weeks. You haven't been intimate with him yet.
No.
I mean, at this
well,
point.
maybe we have. We both forgot.
Right. But had you been, I mean, you were just.
No, it was still like he had met me, and then 2 weeks later they ask you out. You know, that kind of
Right.
thing.
He'd kissed you, maybe.
Well, let's not go there.
You don't want to kiss old guys. Is it like you have to date older guys now?
Yeah.
Like, how old was this guy who you were dating?
Probably 74, 75.
All right. Is it like, because inside you feel like a young woman?
Yeah.
Do you look at these guys and go, I can't beve I'm kissing a 74-year-old guy?
No, because he's thinking the same thing back.
Nobody's honest.
He's thinking, oh my God.
Look at what it's coming.
My eyes are going to see.
Have you dated anyone who's used a walker?
No, not yet.
No. But
they
he's,
turned me on now.
so this guy's 70. A walker turns you on. Maybe you can incorporate that into the sex, the walker itself.
You see a guy that look how nicely he decorated his walker.
So you see this 74-year-old guy, and okay, it's companionship is what you're saying. In
We're
other
having
words,
a very good time. And he's from out of town, and we're having a very nice time.
right? How'd you meet this guy?
Through a friend of mine, a mutual friend who said, you're really going to like him. The wife died.
Right.
And he scattered the ashes, and he cried, and he was a nice man.
Right. In other words, he had some compassion. He wasn't like the typical guy who's just going to fuck you and leave you.
And very fun. Well, this age, that can't happen. It takes him 4 days.
It takes 4 days just to fuck you.
Yeah.
Right.
So they're
no
all
one can fuck you and leave you.
Impossible. at
Just
this
working
age.
their way in takes 2 days.
Yeah. The only thing that upsets me is when the moment of climax, they usually call it the nurse's name.
Why is it difficult to get inside of you? Because you're naturally dry now? You don't lubricate?
Dry.
Yeah, dry.
2 Arabs.
You have Arabs living in your vagina. That's how dry you are? Wow.
Wow.
That's amazing. No, but seriously, in other
So
words, you
he
have
died.
to. So you're on the date.
On the date.
At a fancy restaurant.
Yes.
And you're sitting there talking, have nice conversation.
And he's very quiet.
Wow.
And he's
He slumped over in the chair?
kind of slumped over.
Oh, my God. When was this?
This is about 7 months ago.
How long do you keep talking before you say, well...
Knowing me, I was in the middle of a good story.
And you know what? She's very narcissistic. She was like,
She didn't really notice that he wasn't contributing.
She was looking around the restaurant, looking at her phone.
I thought, Jesus, small eater.
Did you write? Hey, this guy doesn't eat that much. Do you right away notice? Seriously, I want you to be honest. No jokes. Do you notice right away?
Horrible. He just got very quiet, and you notice.
And he closes his eyes.
No, his eyes were open.
Oh no!
I mean, I don't mean to laugh. But were you traumatized?
Well, you say, I think we better get a waiter here.
And you get the waiter
better
there,
get somebody very quickly.
and they get the emergency room, but it was too late.
And they called the paramedic. I mean, it was a whole big thing.
Right.
They called paramedics, and he was
What
gone.
do they do? Throw a tablecloth over him?
It's very interesting because people keep eating.
Do they? Were you embarrassed? I mean, I know you shouldn't be, but I know you're worried
I'm just
about it.
terribly sorry. No, I like it. It's show business limelight.
Right. Show me. You say, hey, this guy's great. He's getting me attention. Maybe we could do a reality show with this guy. We go on different dates and he'll die each week.
Call Entertainment Tonight.
Right.
In the middle of my grief, I powder my nose.
Right. So when all the people are staring and stuff,
And
you
then
don't.
paramedics took him out. They don't say he's dead. Nobody's going to say he's dead.
Right. And
they say he'll be fine. He'll be fine.
You knew, but you knew in the back of your mind.
Yeah, and I had to reach in his pocket to get the American Express card.
I was going to ask you that. Like, so does the restaurant ask you to pay the bill?
They didn't ask me, but
what do you do?
They followed us out to the ambulance.
Did they? Come on, tell me the truth.
Yes.
At what point do you get the check? By the ambulance?
But I said that I'll have somebody take care of this. And
That wasn't good enough.
so I left them his shoes.
You just left the shoes at the table.
His shoes and his wristwatch.
Did you cry? Were you crying? Were you
No, I didn't. I felt terribly sorry. I mean, I had to call up the daughters. And
Yeah, I was going to say, you hardly know his family or
I
anything.
don't know his family.
Yeah.
Isn't it upsetting in a way? I mean, like here, the older you get, the more death you see. Like all of a sudden you're on a date and the guy dies.
Oh, and my friends are dropping like flies.
I was going to say, how many friends do you have left?
And the horrible thing, Howard, we get
Yeah.
there's so few of them you have a chance to say goodbye and tell them how you hated them.
Right. When you called his daughters to inform them, did they even know you were going out with him?
I don't even know.
Right. You
I
called
just
up
said,
and you go, "Hi, this is Jordan." They go, "Oh, cool. We're getting
I'm
a call
so
from Jordan." Yeah,
excited.
they were probably excited.
Are you kidding?
Did they say that?
Yeah. What? No. When everybody, it's Joan Rivers.
Do you say to the daughters?
I said I was with your father, and we're in the where was it? The hospital now, P&S, Physicians and Surgeons, Columbia. And we're up in Columbia, and he's very, very ill.
Right.
I didn't want to be the one to say.
Right, to break the news.
Yeah.
Yeah. You said, did you ask his daughter if they know any single guys?
No, but I did say, look, I left a 20% tip. Is that okay?
Yeah. It's on your father's card.
What do you tip when they carry them out,
Did you use his credit card or your own?
His.
His? How did you...
I set my own.
Did you really?
Yeah, well, I don't want to really use.
You didn't reach in his
Because then
pocket.
the family would fight with you. You gave 20% and the meal wasn't over.
Do you think the daughters will try to keep a relationship with you now that he's gone?
No.
No, I think that would be ludicrous. Did you go to the
even
funeral?
have a conversation with
No.
them? Because you were the last one to see him alive.
Of course.
What
And you're
was
very
he
nice.
talking?
You spoke to
What
them on
could
the
we
phone and you said, "Gee, what happened?" They said to you, "What happened?"
Yeah, and then they had a relative that lived in New York that came up and took
Do you
care of it.
recall what you were talking about at the time of his death?
Yes, probably a prenup.
You were moving that fast along.
I was moving. Well, at this age, you have to.
And what was the cause of death? A heart attack?
Heart attack.
Heart attack. Boy, that's something. I'm so sorry for you. I mean, you're trying to feel youthful and appear youthful, and then you're on a date and a guy drops dead.
And I had just ordered this really good salmon meal.
Right.
I couldn't eat it.
What was
It looks terrible when you eat it while they're carrying him out.
Did you stop eating right away?
Well, I, that's why I'm gaining weight. I like food.
Were you sitting there saying,
sitting-
"Oh shit, I can't finish my meal"? Because you must have been really hungry.
I was sitting next to him on the banquette, so thank God I didn't see.
Like the stuff coming
He
out.
didn't even make a noise.
And I guess he was rattling. I thought he was laughing.
Right. You thought you were laughing at one of your jokes.
But what a tribute. He probably felt a little bad before, but he was going out with Joan Rivers, so he pulled himself together.
When he really saw me in bright light,
He passed out.
passed out.
But I mean, in a way, I know when I'm like you. I try to stay thin, and when I go to dinner, like I starve myself all day. I eat my lunch and then that's it. I'm done, and then not till dinner. So then you finally get to dinner. You're probably hungry as hell. You're sitting there and you're like, oh shit. I know this is shallow. I wish the guy hadn't died. I would wish I could have finished my meal.
Oh yes, and they had really popovers.
Oh, did you go out to eat after you took him to the hospital?
No, when I went home, I did my own way of. We all mourn in our own way.
Right.
I mourned with a great steak.
Yeah, you did. You cooked something.
But can you imagine the next day, Melissa probably says, "How was your date?"
Oh, he died. That one I lost him. Oh, really? Another woman? No.
Are you going to see him again?
Father
I don't
time.
think so.
Yeah. He left me just like every other man. Well, I'm very, very sorry for you. I don't know if you heard when you were walking in. I was in the middle of doing an interview with CBS this morning, the CBS show. And they were asking me about Jay Leno and Conan O'Brien. You, more than anyone, must have feelings about this. You don't like Jay, do you?
I am so happy he's back because I don't take Ambien anymore.
Right. You can sleep through the show.
I can sleep right. You get into bed and you know you're going to miss nothing. So you can shut your eyes.
Right.
And not worry.
But what do you think?
I don't like. Go ahead.
My take on it was that I thought that, like when you had your falling out with NBC, you went over to Fox.
Right.
This guy has a lot of money. NBC fired him twice. Don't you have some pride and then go take your show to another network? He certainly could have. He sucks NBC's corporate balls till the day he dies.
He's
Pathetic.
I'm not he's not a nice, theoretically, they say,
Right.
man.
Right.
That's to start with. And what's that great thing when he fired? Remember, he got the Tonight Show, and then he fired his manager that had cancer.
Yeah.
And
Helen Kushnick.
Yeah, and she said to him, Jay. He said, I'm firing you. You're not any good. And the story is, she said, Jay, I fed you steak, but I never showed you how I killed a cow.
Right.
Which I
right.
love that.
So true.
He's a tough guy, and he wants that money, and he's going to get that money.
Right. Now, do you feel bad for Conan O'Brien? Or do
Oh,
you,
yeah, $40 million later. Oh, boo-hoo.
You don't feel bad for him.
The luckiest unfunny white man in America.
Do you feel he's unfunny?
I don't find him funny. Maybe it's generational.
Will you think that he'll go to Fox? Do you think he'll get another show?
I think he's already got the Fox deal that
You
they
do?
signed in the back of a car somewhere.
No kidding.
Oh, of course. No, he's sitting around doing nothing.
But if he bombed and he didn't get any ratings, wouldn't that stick with him?
Yeah, but they all forget he didn't get any. They all forget that Leno didn't get any ratings. They're all screaming like these guys were doing great.
Right.
You
it
wanna
takes time.
Darlings, Letterman's doing great.
Right.
Go watch. Who else is on that? See, I watch movies.
Jimmy Kimmel.
Jimmy Kimmel, who I adore.
Right.
Jimmy Fallon, I think, is going to be very strong.
Right.
But they're all screaming like these guys were doing well. These guys suck. That's why they fight.
You know, in a sense, when you had your late night show with Fox, they didn't give you enough time, did they?
No, they gave me 6 months, and they said to me, I met the president afterwards. He said to me, it was never the ratings. Barry Diller hated Edgar. Edgar hated Barry Diller and Murdoch, and it was fought on that. It was a private thing.
You were up probably against the guy who was the king of late night, Johnny Carson. It was going to take time for you to defeat him.
But they told me, Jamie Kellner, who was the president then, said to me, we were always in the black with you.
You always made money.
Always made money for them. He said we were never in the red. It wasn't about that. And I knew it wasn't about that.
Believe me, now when you think about what these guys get in the ratings on late night, if they had your kind of ratings,
they'd be tap dancing.
They would
Wow.
be the king of the late night.
Yeah,
But
you
who-
never think of that.
Howard, who looks back? You look forward.
I do.
I don't.
I never
don't.
look forward. I always look to the past history.
You are such a liar.
That's the way I operate. I can't. I'm stuck in the past.
You are such a liar.
All right, let me find out about what recently happened to you on this plane because I don't understand it. You were detained. Where were you?
Well, that's the old plane. I just had it happen again.
What is it?
I was held in Costa Rica. They took me off the last plane. The next plane was 4 days later.
Right.
And they took me off because one woman, didn't understand that Joan Rivers, a.k.a. also known as Joan Rosenberg, is the same person. So they kept me in Costa Rica with $100 in my pocket.
Good Lord. Why only $100?
Because I had given all my money to Melissa.
Right.
Because I said, I don't need cash. I'm going home. Here, in case they're stopping in Atlanta, here, take money.
Right. Boy, that Melissa's lucky, huh?
Yeah.
You empty out your pockets and give to Melissa.
Well, you have
You're a
children.
goddess. I have children.
And when your children get on a plane ahead of you and they're going to stop and you're not, you say, here, if you stop in Atlanta and you and Cooper, do you have cash? She said, no. I said, here. So I'm stuck there. This one bitch just wasn't going to let me go.
I mean, I look at you. I don't see terrorist.
Terrorist?
I mean, you're an older
I'm
woman.
a Jew.
Yeah.
What terrorist orders a kosher meal? I mean,
That would be brilliant, though, wouldn't it?
I had a bagel strapped to my waist.
But in all seriousness, when you want to get home and you're in some place, why are you even in Costa Rica? I mean, that sounds horrible.
Well, that was our vacation. It was beautiful.
It was nice.
But this just happened now in Toronto.
What happened in Toronto?
I must look like a fucking terrorist.
You-
They pulled me out of line in Toronto. Not cute. I was coming home Saturday. I was going to L.A.
Go ahead.
And they go through everything. I have 40 minutes to make the plane. Everything. And then you have to check this. You have to go back to the back of the line. You have to go. I kept saying, I'm not a terrorist.
Right. So did they kick you off the plane?
They finally this time I just stood there and cried.
Oh, my goodness.
They reduced you to tears. And you're a pretty tough woman, but...
Right. I said, the only way I could bring your plane down is by whining.
Let me understand something. Were they trying to keep you off the plane? Did they say to you, I'm sorry, ma'am, you can't come on the plane?
We have to check everything.
So they checked everything.
But it's
takes
international, and I was there 2 hours ahead. It's now 40 minutes of plane time. And then there's that rule, international, 1 hour, or you don't go.
Oh, so you would have missed the flight.
I kept saying, what do you want?
Do you think it's because you're famous and people want to touch you and interact with you?
I think partially that, and I think partially it's about age.
Right.
When they don't recognize you, who are you going to go after? You're going to go after a lady who's there by herself.
I see my mother. Like my mother goes to a movie theater where it's a rough neighborhood, and they put her through the metal detector 7 times.
Yeah, your mother.
My mother. Like that's come on, stop it already.
Yeah, I have this. Oh, I think it's my coat. I have this coat that I was pregnant with Melissa in. It's 38-year-old fur coat.
That doesn't sound like you. To wear a 38-year-old coat.
It looks fabulous. Still looks great.
All
God
right.
bless God bless Dennis Basso.
Right.
Yeah. And so I think they see, and I use it like a blanket. It's
Right.
38 years old.
Right.
And I think they see the coat and they get angry. I
Because
was
of the
thinking-
anti-fur industry.
You want to say, these sables died before you were born.
Right. Might as well
Do
wear
you
it.
really think the security people are pro
I
or
don't-
anti-fur?
I
think
think
they're
they're anti-quote-unquote rich.
They see a rich old. They see a rich old woman.
Rich
they're gonna
old
in
lady.
a fur, and they're gonna teach her a
Joan
lesson.
jewelry. They think
Right.
it's real.
Right.
Let's take that old bitch out of line.
Why does
Okay, spread them.
it just seems to be happening to you over and over
Over
again?
and over
It's
again.
very upsetting.
Yeah.
Yeah, really. So now
And then they put me on with children behind me.
you hate kids.
I hate children. I'm
What
sorry. I hate
noisy
children.
kids on the plane.
And they're boring. I know about SpongeBob. Shut up. Don't say that
awful.
SpongeBob. I know about him, and he's gay.
Here you're a woman who had kids and everything, but it's just hard to tolerate other people's kids.
Other people's ugly children, and they think they're attractive.
All right.
What about the Christmas cards, Howard? And those horrible families keep getting bigger.
and they send you pictures.
And then you say, is that a new child or a dog?
It's very upsetting. By the way, we were having a good laugh the other day. We listened to this TV show, The Ghost Stories.
Oh, yes.
Where you whip out that story about a ghost living in your apartment.
True.
It's not true.
It's
Listen to me.
true.
Why don't you take a camera out and videotape the ghost, and then you would be the biggest thing on television? Why would you not do that if you see a vision of a ghost in your apartment?
Look, I'm getting quiet because I'm thinking, this is not stupid. I am very comforted with her.
Listen to me.
She's still there?
She's there.
I'm
I
going to
was
tell you
at
something.
that place the other day. I was wondering, does the ghost live
I would
here?
have taken you upstairs.
Really?
I love
Joan,
Mrs. Spencer.
you're one of the
Oh, my
smartest
goodness.
people I know. You're a rational person. I want you to look at me seriously.
Seriously.
You're telling me there's such a thing as ghosts.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're not afraid to die because you now know there's an afterlife. You've met a ghost.
I'm not afraid to die because it's almost time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Joan, listen to me. You could have real friends. You don't need imaginary friends. You're still
Yes, I
popular.
do.
You do? Oh, that's so sad. Should I come visit you?
When was the last time you came to my apartment?
I don't want to
And
go
you're one
there.
of many.
That's true. Nobody visits you anymore.
Nobody visits me anymore.
Take me through. I know you've been through this a million times, this TV show. I felt you did it because, listen, it's a TV show. Why not? You go on, you get paid, and this and that. I don't believe you believe there is a ghost.
I had it exorcised.
I understand that. You brought in a woman from Haiti.
Right.
No, I brought in my Sally Ann Glassman from New Orleans.
You are kidding me.
No.
How much did you pay her to get rid of your ghost?
Nothing. That's how you know she's good.
Listen to me. You've gone insane. You've literally gone insane.
This was 14 years ago when
Okay.
I first moved into the apartment.
You came into the apartment. I want to understand everything because I want you to, and I want you to be straight with me.
Yeah,
Because I would love to believe there were ghosts. I'd be thrilled to meet a ghost. You know why? Because that means I'm going to go on. I'm going to have a life.
Yes. And ghosts. I have my friend Tommy Corcoran, who is now in my country house in Connecticut.
Oh, you've got another one.
The guy who died, the gay guy,
Yeah.
who was in bed
Who's
with
my
you.
best friend, who I adored.
He's living in your house.
He's in my house in Connecticut. He's been seen by 4 different people. And I am so
Don't
happy.
you think Joan and her friends are insane?
Well, what are they going to say when Joan says, "Did you see Tommy?" Of course they're going to say
You know what's
yes.
even worse? My luck, I'm going to die and spend eternity in Joan Rivers' apartment. I mean, I'll be like, I can't believe I'm watching
here
Joan
with-
Rivers undressing.
The only thing is you'll hate the music because it's all show tune.
Oh, my God. That'll be hell.
That'll be hell.
All right, let me understand something. You walk into your apartment.
This was when it was being renovated.
All right. You walked in, and I know you heard noises, and it got
The
cold.
dog wouldn't come in.
Dog wouldn't come in. Whatever. There's all probable explanations.
Yeah.
I want to know right now for my audience. You saw Mrs. Spencer?
I felt Mrs. Spencer. I have
Okay.
never seen Mrs. Spencer.
And what about your friend Tommy Cochran? Have you seen him?
I have not seen, but others have seen him. But he left something that I found. He said, "Tell Joan there's something that she's looking for, and it's down in the basement."
And who did he tell this
how
to?
did you
Told
get
this,
this
I have
message?
a lady who works for me who's a psychic. And
How much money are they cleaning you out of? Ay vey. What is the matter with you? You're so lonely.
she said,
Go ahead. You need a date. I'm going to hook you up. Don't worry. We're going to help you out.
Let's get him his physical first.
Now I see how serious it
The
is.
spirits get through dinner, Howard.
Yeah. Oh, Joan, this is so
They
sad.
get through dinner.
Tommy Cochran.
Tommy Cochran said,
I had put his ashes
right.
to sprinkle in Connecticut.
Okay.
Way up in my attic.
Go ahead.
And they were left there, and we couldn't find them and couldn't find them.
You couldn't find this man's ashes.
Couldn't find the ashes. And ashes, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you knew they were in the attic.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And he said to this lady, tell her look in the basement, in the basement. And I went down the basement, there were the ashes. And
So
nobody knew what was in them and how they got down. So
how special could this guy have been to you if you lost his ashes? I mean, really.
Well, I put them up there. I don't know how but you're
Somebody
always
moved
asking
them.
for something. My mother died, and I was in California, and my mother was in New York, and I said, give me a sign, give me a sign. And I bought my mother a lot of these things happening, a little gold fish.
Right.
And I opened my medicine chest in California, and there was the fish on the shelf.
So she moved the fish from New York to California. Your mother.
There it was.
But you've never seen a ghost.
My dogs know when Mrs. Spencer comes and visits
All right,
me.
Mrs. Spencer.
So you have
That's
to
her
watch the dogs to see if
dogs,
she's in the room.
Absolutely, they know when Mrs. Spencer's there.
My God.
I know, it's great.
Oh, Mrs.
Howard-
Spencer is on the air.
I
Go ahead.
don't-
Yes, Mrs.
Wait
Spencer.
a minute. Why not Spike? How come Spike isn't?
I don't know. There,
Oh, there he is. I hear him. I hear him. You are out of control. Did you get into a fight with Victoria Beckham, Spice Girl?
I
or-
just dislike her so much.
Wait, now she's a fashion plate. She's into her appearance. I
Oh.
would think you would click with her.
She is so. You know how we travel a lot, all of us in this business,
Right.
And certain people, I always say, "Did you to the limo driver? Did you like so and so? What? Who is the nicest person you had in the car?" And it's always different people.
Right.
And I don't give a shit what they say. Yeah. Very. Then I was like, so who didn't you like? And hers is one of the names that constantly comes up.
Posh
Over and over,
Spice.
huh?
Yeah, the one that's married. She's just, you know, when someone gets too much money and thinks it's entitlement, so they're nasty to the people that can't answer back.
Have you met this woman, or you
I've
just
never had the. Probably she's so thin, I probably didn't see her.
you dislike her because
dislike what I hear about her.
You don't
She's
like.
very rude.
You've heard bad things. Also, I just want to say something that we should mention, which I think is a triumph for you. I thought you were one of the best things on the E! Network when you and Melissa worked together
Yes.
there. Joan is returning as the host of the E! Fashion Police. Now, how did this come
You're
about?
kidding.
You were fired by them?
No, we quit. Everyone forgets. We
Right,
quit. They
that's
wouldn't
right.
give us any money. They had
Right.
no money.
Right.
And then they gave Ryan Seacrest $20 million.
Right,
so
right.
I
Somehow
don't-
they found some money.
Yeah, I don't forget that.
Yeah.
But anyhow.
You're not fucking Ted Harbert, are you? Is that how you got this?
No.
Okay, right, go ahead. Yes.
God knows because he saw. He saw this guy die.
Right. No one wants to date you now.
No, it would save me
It's
that.
unlucky. But go ahead. How did you end up back on
So
E!
they called up and they said, would you like to do the Fashion Police, which is the day after the Oscars?
So it's not the red carpet.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Right.
So now and they said you can tell the truth. You don't just stand there and say to poor Meryl Streep, don't you look wonderful? And then you think to yourself, oh my God.
The reason your show is terrific on there, because I always watch it, is not because whether you're into fashion or not, because you told the truth.
They told the truth.
For example, you said Edie Falco, for example, the woman who was on The Sopranos, you said her outfit is horrible. It's what everyone was thinking. And yet she got very angry with you. You're
Yeah.
going to create a lot of enemies, aren't you?
Yeah, you create a lot of, but my job on Fashion Police is to report what they're looking like.
Right.
That Drew Barrymore looked like she was fucking the Pillsbury Doughboy.
Right. Because that's what makes it interesting.
That's what's
That's
the
why
truth.
Simon Cowell works on American Idol, and these other
Right.
people are boring. You're telling the truth. Like, I'm looking at you now. You're very well put together today. You got a green leather jacket. You look good. So you have a sense of style, and you're going to be honest and say, "Boy, I watched the Academy Awards, and this woman looks like a bus hitter."
Right, exactly. Or this woman looks like going, like she was reading Vogue upside down. You know.
Right. And also, you're on a bit of a roll. Not only did you get hired back by E!
Yeah.
But
And Melissa's producing the show, which is interesting.
Melissa won't be on it.
She doesn't want to be on it. She wants to produce this one. Because she has her own production company.
You don't
which
want
is
to work
great.
with her anymore, do you?
Oh, I love working with her. Rather work with her than
So
anybody.
didn't you say to her, "I want you on the Fashion
Yeah, and she
Police"?
said, I don't want to do it. I want to produce this one. We have a reality show coming on.
Melissa drags you down. That's what you're telling.
yeah.
That's what you're
No
telling
way.
people
We have a
privately.
reality
Wait a minute.
show.
What is this reality show?
It's called Mother Knows Best.
Uh-huh.
And it's which is true. I'm living in Melissa's house while I'm working out there.
Oh, that's great.
And,
Sounds like a lot of fun. At least Mrs. Spencer won't be there.
well,
It'd be great if Mrs. Spencer showed up.
She gets along with Mrs. Spencer.
Right. Would you have Mrs. Spencer on the Fashion Police? Will she talk about what outfit she likes?
very gossiper.
What will you do? And so you will do the reality show, and also your other TV show has been renewed.
How'd you get so rich?
How'd you get so rich?
Yes.
So you're doing well.
Yeah,
why
thank God. May 5th we start.
You're like a mogul.
Good.
Do any of these shows pay you?
No.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Is E paying you some money now?
Nothing.
Nothing. Like,
Ryan Seacrest got it all.
is it negligible money? Seriously?
Seriously, it's shit money.
It's shit money. So where are you making the money? In the
The
stand-up?
concerts.
And the jewelry and the
And
stuff?
thank God for the jewelry. Thank God for the concerts.
All right.
Thank God you don't have to.
Because she's got a huge overhead.
Yeah, but I love the work, Howard.
Right.
Love the work.
Well, you were asking me if
Speaking-
he was going to retire. Why don't you talk to him about this?
Don't you dare. We have to talk off privately.
What do you mean? Who wants to talk privately? I'm not coming over there.
Don't you ever.
You sit with Mrs.
See
Spencer.
Mrs. Spencer, have a cup of tea.
Don't you dare retire.
Why
And do
not?
what?
Listen to me.
You love what you do.
I'm not like you. I don't love what I do. It's torture for me. And I got to tell you something. I love sitting at home, hanging
at a
out.
wall.
I like to play chess. I like to watch movies. I like to do these kinds of fun things. I don't need this.
No,
There's a big headache.
wait. You love to do those things because when you do them, they're wonderful to do. They're
Right.
like dessert.
And listen, if I get bored in 2 years, I'll approach someone and say, listen, I need to come back. I can't function without work.
I'm going to tell you one name, Jack Parr. They can't come back.
Jack Parr was moronic. Jack Parr finally got a show. He worked at it for a year or two and he left. That was too soon. I've done this for 30 years.
And you're wonderful. I'm begging you.
Don't do it.
Deborah Norville wanted to quit. I said, you hold on to the ladder. When they cut off your hands, you link it around with your
Listen,
elbows.
I don't
when
mean
that's
it-
gone, it's
I
like
don't-
Monty Python. Hold on with your teeth.
I don't mean this disrespectfully, but I don't get bored. I don't have to talk to ghosts in my house. You understand what I'm saying? And I mean that. Now, by the way, I want to advise you. I know you're trying to sell your apartment. Don't go around telling people there's a ghost in there. That would keep me away from buying it.
Yeah.
Understand what I'm saying?
You know who came to look at my apartment?
Who?
Valentino.
Valentino.
Talks and all he says, and has the dog with him, a little stupid dog,
Right.
and he's black from the suntan, like that horrible Florida
right.
baked dog, and he's going like kitchen, bathroom,
And he didn't buy your apartment? Nah.
kitchen.
You got a beautiful apartment. Now, Robin was recently at your apartment.
Yes, she was.
What was the occasion? It was some book or something?
I don't know, but some things are missing.
Yeah, they are. What?
They had hidden everything. They didn't trust this crowd
It's an
at
antiques.
all.
It's filled with antiques. I
Nothing
remember
was
that.
there, Howard. They had moved everything out.
Is that true?
Yes.
No.
It was a cocktail party. There wasn't a stick of furniture or
She's
a
such a-
knick-knack
I just want to know, was
anywhere.
Her nose is growing.
was there any food there?
Yes, they had past hors d'oeuvres, lots of, champagne was
Boy.
See,
flowing.
your wife would have understood what I served that time.
I went to the worst party at Joan's house.
The chicest hors d'oeuvres you've ever
It was a good cause. Joan was hosting a party. She had there a woman who was dying of AIDS. It was actually very sad, but there were a lot of celebrities there. And she comes out, no food. You're drinking.
They
and
hid the food. it was behind one of those fake doors.
They had a little sandwich with the bread cut off, the ends cut off. And I'm like, what is this? Oh, this is what the goyim do. I go, I'm not goyim.
Watercress sandwich, she said.
Yeah. Joan thought she was going to be goyim.
Speaking of Jews, I'm on a new reality show with rabbis, America's Top Moil.
Look at you. You're on fire. All right, let's review what you're saying here today. Let's get down to the plugs, which turns you on. This will get you wet. Be prepared. See Joan Rivers host E's Fashion Police. My prediction will be the E will incorporate her now more into their programming. This is the beginning.
They would be smart to do that.
That's right.
It would be smart to do that, but
Joan's a good link with them. It's a good match.
I love them.
And I like your attitude on there.
Everybody else is trying to capture that magic of the red carpet. Nobody ever did it as well.
In other words, you will look at the women on the Academy Awards, and then the next day you will look at their outfits and say, good Lord, who dresses
All right,
these people?
Who did it right and who messed it up completely?
Yeah, and that's the fun.
And you'll have a couple of gay guys sitting there with you, and they'll comment too. Oh, look at that dress. It's horrible. I wouldn't be caught dead in that.
And we have Khloe Kardashian is on, and Juliana's on. Yeah, so it's all good, Jay.
It's all happening for you. It's all good.
It's all good.
Yeah.
All good.
You're on fire.
Thank God.
Yeah, and you look good. So listen.
Are we having anything done? Is it time for anything?
Yeah, what's next?
Barbara Walters asked me that. As soon as it's time, I don't know. My plastic surgeon died.
Is that right? You outlived your plastic surgeon.
My plastic surgeon.
The one guy left who could do something for you.
Oh, my goodness.
Is it true you're now painting in your free time?
I always paint, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Remember she went with the Prince and Camilla, and they were painting?
Can you paint? Are you any good?
Howard, in 12 years of painting, not one friend has asked for a picture.
I don't want one.
No, and I'll take them into my studio, in Connecticut, and it's all filled with my paintings. Nobody says, can I have that?
It's funny. I've had friends give me paintings, and what I do is I have a room in my house, I keep them in, and when they come, I hang them up on the wall.
Don't give me your artwork.
Right.
And don't make jewelry for me.
Do me, could you paint my bathroom?
I would do such a job.
All right, listen, Joan. You've said enough. Time for your nap. I'm going to put you back in mothballs, and we'll take you out when you're ready. You're on fire. I love you. You're terrific.
Joan,
I love him.
how is it to be back?
I love him. I love him. I will do the show anytime, any place. Only person I will get up at 6 o'clock in the morning and get into hair and makeup for. Howard Stern.
But Joan, you seemed a little concerned about what Howard's going to do when his contract's up.
I worry about him because he's so brilliant and he's such a workaholic, and he thinks it's going to be great to sit home and sit on the beach. That will work for 3 weeks, and then he will go mad.
So what's your advice? Just to stay with it?
Vacation for a month, but know you're coming back. Of course he's not going to go. I'll kill him if he goes. All right, what is it now?
Joan, good morning.
Good morning. I'm in a terrible, terrible mood.
Oh, no, why?
Because I'm exhausted from pushing this fucking documentary.
A piece of work, right?
It's a piece of work, and I fucking had it. I can see why Sarah Jessica Parker's thin.
So what's this documentary about?
It's about moi.
Nice. So
I dated him.
you know Hank?
I know Hank, and I dated him. I dated Gary Coleman. I like small men.
So excited to be back and see everyone?
I'm thrilled. Only when I get up at this hour for Howard. Yes, this is too early. And it's not a good hour for radio either. But I'm doing it for Howard because I love Howard.
All right.
And Howard does it for me because he loves me.
All right, Joan, we'll see you in there.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Joan Rivers is here, and she's got to get out already. So
Joan looks great.
I'll be the judge of that, Robin. I told you she's here promoting like a million things, but there's a new movie out about her. And it's the saddest movie I've ever seen. It's great, but it's sad. Hey, baby.
La, 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 la.
Boy, that movie made me so sad.
Yeah, me too. I haven't made a penny. I have a shit deal with them. Don't talk to me about that fucking movie.
You don't even want to promote it.
It's getting these rave reviews. I don't own a fucking penny of it.
Can I tell you something? You know, I've known you a lot of years. And I mean, we know each other from the show and stuff. We don't socialize a lot.
Thank you.
Right. I'm your one saving grace. I don't even ask you to socialize. But, you know, I mean, the movie of your life. And this is this great movie they've made. I don't know who made it. I don't know who financed it. But it's very sad. And I guess I recognize some of myself in it. But I really, my heart, the reason I watched it is I love you.
Well, it's it's mutual.
But you don't have to say it. I'm one of your biggest fans. And you know, to me, your history with the Johnny Carson show, the way you came up, and the way you work at your craft, it's very inspirational. And I why are you laughing? I found it to be, because you know what? People don't work hard like you do. I mean, you work on your jokes, your act. You even keep it relevant, because you know what? Many people in their 70s do the same shit over and over again.
We know that?
They're doing their old act.
Right.
You work on new jokes.
Constantly.
You go up on stage. You don't seem old. Like you're quick. You know what I mean? You got it. But the pressure in your life. I said to someone after watching the movie, Joan is a perpetual, you're always going to think you're a beginner.
Yeah.
Now, that is sad. You cannot look at your life and sit back and say, gee, I accomplished something. You're like a kid starting out, and in a bad way.
But Howard, I've never had, and the movie is called Joan Rivers, A Piece of Work, which I think it is. It's all work. I've never had that moment of success. I've never had that moment where I got the big money. I never had that moment where they gave me I never had a 5-year contract in my life.
But
Never.
when you say
Foxwoods, they're now saying, well, you better talk that you're going to be on with Don Rickles because, we booked you for 2 shows. You want to say, with all the respect to Foxwoods, fuck you.
Right.
You know what I mean? Give me a 10-year contract and I'll talk about you. And they're nice. I don't mean Foxwoods specifically.
But one of the things I get, you have a lavish lifestyle, but like you kind of have no money. Like you're living,
I have no money.
You're living like literally like you go out, you do your gigs. If somebody gives you
But look at the way she's dressed.
Yeah.
I know. Is it really?
Excuse me?
Is it really?
Bitch.
Joan, you really saved nothing?
I have supported the world. I've had a great life. No, I'm sure if you not throw me out. When I die and they sell this and they sell that and they sell everything, Melissa will be just fine.
Yeah, but if you got sick tomorrow,
I'm
God
in trouble.
forbid, but if you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Like would you have to go somewhere? And
You would
going
probably
to
be
a
renting
home?
my house.
No, really?
Yeah.
I mean, what's going on that you're so irresponsible with money?
Well, it was always, I never got the money. I was always career moves. Still is career moves. And I also I do what I want to do. You know what I'm saying?
You're one of those famous people who doesn't have a lot of money.
Yeah.
And
But
when you
she's had money, Howard.
right, but
It always went right. There was always someone that needed something in the family or a good relative or a friend. There was always someone that needed money.
yeah, in the movie, I even get the feeling that you're constantly writing checks. I see that.
Yeah.
And you're signing these checks, and you pay for what did you pay for? It was something like really wild. It was somebody's.
No, what I do with people that work for me,
Yeah.
if
You
they
send them to
can't,
private schools.
I send their kids to good schools.
You send all their children to private schools.
Yeah.
I mean, that's very generous, but
no, it's about the next generation. Yeah, if you work for me and you're having and you're a single mother and you're working as a housekeeper, darling,
right,
and you have a child, you're damn right your kid should get a good education if you work for me.
Right.
Well,
Very
then there
important.
ought to be somebody to take care of you if you get sick.
Yes, I was looking for that rich Jew.
Speaking of rich Jews, you went out with a guy. It's so crazy. You've gone out with some rich Jews.
Yeah.
You've gone out with millionaires. And at one point, you were dating a millionaire. This is a sickness. The guy would only take the subway.
Yeah, he wouldn't. He would take a taxi.
Right.
Man, at $150 million. This is 10 years ago.
Right.
And we're standing in the middle with his opera box, the whole thing. We're in front of Lincoln Center, it's pouring. And I don't know that you know last night. Bernard is out in the middle looking for a cab. I said, this is crazy, Bernard.
Right.
This is nuts. And he said, you're a spoiled woman.
Yeah, but he's worth $150 million. Hire a car.
And he did after we broke up.
Well, of course.
After we broke up, he got a car and drive. He used to drive past me and wave in New York.
Did it upset you doing this movie? Because I was on my couch yesterday
That's
alone,
so sweet that you
watching
saw it.
your movie, and I was riveted. If I tell you I was riveted, it was terrific, but sad, and I felt sad for you.
Do you feel that your life is sad?
I'll tell you why it's sad. Tell you why it's sad.
Do I have to say this?
No. At one point in the movie, you're looking at your calendar.
Yeah.
And the calendar, you said, my biggest fear is a blank calendar. You literally need to be on the go every minute. It's as if you have nothing else in your life but this show business. Even your own daughter says in the movie, show business was my sister. I had a sibling.
Yeah.
My mother.
I'm not an only child.
I mean, you're a little. What is this? What's
I
going on?
love Howard. I am consumed. I'm like a druggie.
The only time you're happy, you say,
Happiest moments
is when you're on stage.
is on stage. Total happiness when I'm on stage.
And yet you seem to also hate it. I'm watching your face in this movie as you're waiting to go on at the George Carlin benefit. And you're a neurotic mess.
Yes.
Gary Shanley's going on. Jon Stewart's on the bill. And you're sitting there sizing them up like you just started in the business.
Yeah.
And you're a nervous wreck because they have a lot of people writing jokes for them and you don't. I mean, but you know you're good on stage and you have material. What is this
Let me tell you,
insecurity?
I learned very fast. You're as good as your last shot.
True.
Exactly as good as your last shot.
Right.
And you can't rest on your laurels when you're a comedian. A singer, you can sing Barbra Streisand and sing People for the rest of her life.
Right.
I will be happy to hear her or
That's right.
whatever. With me, Oh, I heard her say that already.
Right. I saw that on TV.
And then she went into that routine again.
Oh, I've heard that before. Yeah.
And I remember watching Woody Allen going down the tubes.
Right.
When he was still doing his stand-up because he dared to repeat something.
And it started to get a little dated and all of that.
And you heard it.
It's good.
And so with me, it's always new, fresh, right up to. I like to walk on, and whatever's happened that day, that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, but again, I'm watching your face during it, and it's like you're a beginner, and it's like it's the first time you've ever done stand-up, and you're like ready to throw up, and yet you love it.
And yet, once I get, but you know, Howard, you don't do that much stand-up anymore.
Well, listen, if I go on Letterman, I'm ready to throw up.
So there's your answer.
But I mean, what is going? That's why I watched this thing. I was going out of my mind. I said that she's as sick as I am.
Yeah, there's your answer. It's all about. I once said, and this is when I was the girl on the Carson show.
Right.
And I once said to Peter LaSalle, who has been a son of a bitch to me all his life. So anyhow, I don't even know he's alive or whatever. Anyhow, I don't know. I don't wish him well. Don't wish him good, but don't wish him. Anyhow. I said, how many shots, if I didn't do well, would you let me come back on the Carson show? 3? And he said to me, 2.
Right.
And you know that's how many. If I came on the show and didn't score, Gary would say, please use her again.
Right.
You'd say, well,
yeah, well, I got to think of the show.
You got to think of the show.
Right.
It's a business.
That's the other weird part of the movie, too. It brought back, because they showed all your appearances on Johnny Carson, little clips from it.
Yeah.
And you were in love with this guy. What he did for your career is unbelievable. And then all of a sudden I went, no wonder Johnny did kind of feel betrayed. Like, he felt like he did so much for you. And he was so, and
20
you're right,
years,
and you were
Howard,
good too.
I thanked him for 20 years, and all I did when my contract was up, where I made no money, Howard.
There you go again.
Here we go again.
Right.
No money was not. Johnny was making $350 million, and I was making something that didn't even. Just about.
Yeah.
Just about. Maybe.
And you had a shot to go to Fox
for my own show, and Cosby had left. Brennan had left. They had all left, all men.
Right.
I swear to you, he just thought I was a woman. And I called him and said, I've got my own show. Hung up on me.
Yeah. Well,
20
you can see
years.
why. But do you understand the compliment that is there? He was so threatened by you. You were so popular hosting The Tonight Show that when you announced you were going up against him, he panicked.
But then, Howard, if you're making $350 million and she's so important to you, give her a contract.
Right. Well,
give her
you're
a
right.
contract.
Well, he wouldn't.
Give her a little
generous.
money. Give her enough that she doesn't have to. When Fox comes and offers you something that you say,
you have to grab it.
Yeah.
How can I turn this down?
How can I turn this down?
That's the other sad part of the movie. How Fox built you up and then tore you down in a minute.
Thursday to Friday. Still can't discuss it. Still can't discuss it.
You still can't discuss what happened at Fox. Well, I saw you started to cry when they said...
I watched the movie, and the 2 times I cry in that movie, and I've seen it now 15 times.
Right.
When I say Fox from Thursday to Friday,
right,
it was over. Cannot deal with it still to this day.
Well, you said you couldn't handle the fact that Edgar was going to be fired, and you couldn't fire him.
I couldn't. They said to me, you can stay. He goes.
Wow. When you look back on it now, couldn't they have done it so they brought in another executive and worked with Edgar?
Course.
They could. There was a way.
Of course.
This is my point about
it's
networks.
Business.
They take you, they hire you, and then when they panic. Now, here's the reality. When you think back on your ratings at the Fox show,
they were fine.
What were your ratings? Were you
I
in the
don't know,
threes?
but I met Jeremy, whatever his name was, Kellner.
Jamie Kellner.
Who was then the president of Fox. I met him 6 years later.
Yeah.
And he said to me, we never lost a penny on you. And
Right.
it was worse than they had said to me, you sucked and you had no ratings, and we let you go. That I would understand. But to find it was a personal thing with Barry Diller and Edgar.
Well, the weird thing also is that now the ratings you had on your late night show.
Oh, they'd kill for
if
those.
If they had
right?
those
They'd
now,
kill.
they would kill for them.
Yeah.
It was just too intense a situation with Carson being mad and this and that. If everyone had just calmed the fuck down, the thing would have worked. You were the hottest thing on TV.
My manager at that point had another guy waiting in the wings to put in. He was Barry Diller's best friend.
Oh.
Right.
And when I left, the other one went in So it wasn't like my manager went in there to fight for me. My manager had another guy lined up.
You know what?
It was very strange time.
There were a lot of hands in that pot. There were too many cooks, so to speak. They
Yeah.
needed to leave you alone, let you do your thing, and you would have been fine.
Yeah.
You would have been.
But then I wouldn't have had the life that I've had. I wouldn't have had the fun, literally, of doing it again.
Yeah, but there's this mad drive. When I saw you stare, first of all, very brave. You're on there without your makeup.
That let me know it was real.
Yeah. I never saw you without makeup before.
I never saw you without makeup before.
You even said that.
How'd they catch that?
When they first made this movie about you, when you looked at it, did you say, "Look, I can't put this out because I don't want people to see me without my
You're
makeup."
so vain.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Excuse me, Miss all dressed up for radio.
Right.
Miss looking snappy.
But true, right? You
But, if you're going to do a documentary,
you got to let it all hang out.
otherwise don't do it.
Right.
Why didn't we think of that, Howard? Because we've wanted to see Joan without makeup for years.
But I want my audience to think about this. Here is a woman who's been extremely accomplished and has really done it all in the business. And yet thinks every day when she wakes up she's beginning, that she's not. And here's the weird thing about you. On the one hand, you think, I'm nothing, don't call me an icon, this and that, the other thing. And on the other hand, as soon as someone mentions a young comic and this and that, you're like, fuck them, I'm better than all of them.
Yes.
So which is it? Are you the greatest or are you a shitty beginner? Which are you?
I think when I'm on stage,
Yeah.
and no one can touch me now. But it took me till 70 to get there. I think I'm working better than I ever worked. Because what are you going to do to me?
Right. But listen, which are you?
Howard,
are you the best on stage or are you the worst
but look
who's
at
a
this.
beginner?
I'm going to see you today, and look at how I prepare.
I know. Look at all these notes. You're neurotic. And I was laying there watching your movie. Look how many notes I took on your movie.
Would you like to know
Here.
About a funeral? Would you like a couple of jokes on funerals?
Yes.
How about something on being fat?
Well, so you're a prepared person, but it's such a weird thing. On the one hand, you're this accomplished star in your own mind. And on the other hand, you're nothing.
But she also
I'm
does
not
want
accomplished.
her due from young comedians, and she wants them to recognize the ground that she broke for them.
Like
no, I don't.
Yes,
no,
you do.
what I do want is them to get out of the way because I'm not over.
But wait
Just
a second.
step back, bitch, and don't take my job
Well, you point
because I'm
out-
not over yet. That's all I want them
You
to
make
do.
a good point. You get older, suddenly everyone assumes you're irrelevant.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I don't like about young comedians.
Right. They all think they're more hip than you,
Yeah.
that you're
Oh.
somehow out of it. And is that why you have this drive to have a Twitter account and all that? You want to seem relevant?
Well, you have to these days.
Right.
I like it or not. If you don't go along with what's happening, you are. I'd like that. You know what I'd like? I'd like a late night show on the internet.
Right.
I said to Melissa,
You
I
want
would-
a podcast?
I would love.
We can get you a podcast.
No, I would love to sit every night and do a talk show on the internet because
Well,
I
you
think
can
that's
do that.
exactly. No, but you got to. Melissa was playing. You got to get the hookups and the this up. and that
10,000,
up.
but you'll be bankrupt.
Yeah.
Trust me. We had Adam Carolla in here yesterday. He's the #1 podcast. He has to pay $10,000 a month for space.
That's what Melissa was saying to me.
Right.
She said, "You can't afford it, mother."
Right.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
That's
I said,
crazy.
"That's all I'd want is to sit in my living room and talk to people."
Now, I saw in the movie, for example, and you don't hide this. Some guy hired you for $125,000 to show up, and you said,
Yeah.
"I'll even if for a cruise and this and that." And so,
While I'm there,
are you living from paycheck to paycheck?
just about.
Wow.
Big paycheck to big paycheck.
You know, it's true. Like I guess you used to make a lot of money doing your act and everything, but you never really had the huge payday.
Never had the payday.
Wow.
We never had the
Thought,
payoff.
though, that when she
Never
started
had the
the
payoff.
jewelry company and the
The
makeup,
pay,
and all-
but that's wonderful. But I get a percentage of it.
oh,
You understand? It's all. Hey, no sad songs for me.
Right. You got a beautiful apartment,
Great apartment,
Right.
great life.
but you have to work.
But I work. But I also love the work.
Right.
I don't know what I would do if they said to me tomorrow, "You can't be funny."
I got to tell you something. I looked at that blank calendar and I said, "That's what I dream about." I want a blank calendar. You don't have any outside interest. That's your problem. I mean,
what are your
I don't.
hobbies?
But she doesn't
I
have
don't.
it. She paints.
I have friends that I truly have a great time with. About 10 people that I love, and I go to theater every night. That's my thrill to live in New York, and every night I'm in theater.
Do you have a fear of being alone?
No, I love love being.
So what do you do when you're alone?
I have a fear of being alone too much.
You sit and write the jokes when you're alone?
I sit and I read without a stop.
Right.
And I do crossword puzzles, and I do it's called like chill out times.
You know what's really funny? When they were showing your apartment, you keep every joke you ever wrote in a file folder on a file.
I try.
That's funny because you could put that all in a computer, but you won't. That's the way you do it.
I hate that. And you have to. I like that you can hold them.
Right. You can hold your jokes.
Hold your
They're
jokes.
like children to you.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Well,
See,
listen, this movie.
Yeah.
What is it, Gary? What do you?
Oh, here comes Gary now with his 2 cents.
Yeah.
I want to talk about one thing.
Right, go ahead.
I want to talk about one thing in the movie that fascinated me, which is Joan's energy level. So they do this one part of the movie. They show Joan's in Palm Springs.
Right.
10 o'clock book signing, noon lunch, 2 o'clock different book signing, 4 o'clock meet and greet, 8 o'clock show. Then she gets on a private plane.
And goes to Lubbock, Texas.
Wisconsin or someplace. Lands at 3 in the morning, and then when she gets to the hotel, she says to the woman, "Don't you dare wake me up before 6 a.m." Right. I'm like, 6 a.m. in 3 days, wake me up.
Yeah, it is. It's almost like a mad energy.
But it's like a drug addict.
Wow.
And if that's what you have to do, also it's age. You're not when you get to my age.
How do you
every
have the
door
energy?
slams, so you've got to keep going.
You think you'd work harder now because just to keep those doors open.
Yeah,
because everyone is. If I said she's 77, I don't even want to meet her.
Right.
You understand? I don't want to meet her.
Right.
And then in the movie, Joan wins The Apprentice, and she's even like, "This is going to change everything." Now I'm all of a sudden relevant, and you have a smile on your face. You're out on the red carpet. Everyone wants to interview you. You're on The View. You're on this. You're on that, and you're in heaven. You're in heaven. I mean, it's
like arriving.
Hey,
she finally arrived.
No wonder no man can be with you. No man can get you off like that.
Yeah, Edgar used to
this.
say that. Edgar used to say your
He's
biggest
right.
orgasm is on stage.
Right. Who could compete with this?
Well, not Edgar, obviously.
Edgar could not compete with that orgasm.
Oh, dear.
Obviously not Edgar.
So do you think there'll come a time in your life that you've made it? It's not going to happen.
Never.
It's never going to happen.
Never.
This is sad.
Never.
This is
But do
sad.
you see your life as sad? Howard said he was very sad.
Oh, it's so sad.
Oh, it's not.
She's so driven. She's so whacked out of her skull. It's a crazy.
I have a purpose. Do you know how great it is? I get up and I can say every morning, I'm doing what I love to do.
But it seems like it's neurotic, compulsive.
Sure, it's
and
neurotic.
It's driving you a little bit crazy. For another thing, like you're friendly with Kathy Griffin, but I can tell you completely hate her.
Oh no, I love her.
No,
I truly.
Can't stand that she's getting your work.
I say that in the movie. It's tough.
What do you mean by that? That she's getting your work?
That I mean we have the same agent, and he says to me, "Oh, Kathy just filled Madison Square Garden yesterday."
Is that true?
Yeah, she's doing very well and deserves to do well.
Is she making big money?
Yeah, making great money and wonderful. I went to see the act 2.5 hours on stage. She's
wow.
She lays it down.
She's good.
She's really good.
You like her.
I love her.
But yet in the film, you're like, I'm better than her.
Well, no.
I'm angry with her.
Yeah, no. But that was, remember, they took the film, it's 14 months. I had seen Kathy the night before.
Right.
And I'm working in a nightclub. And 3 gay guys didn't laugh at a joke. And I said, you think Kathy Griffin does better?
Right.
Well, go look at her when she's 77. So they took that totally out of context.
You take a vicious stab at Ben Stiller. You're there.
Oh, I don't think he's funny. I think he's an arrogant, lucky guy.
Really?
I don't think Ben Stiller's very funny.
I know the guy's made movies that
Who cares?
people adore. He writes. Listen, you're a writer. You wrote a play.
He's a very arrogant guy.
Why do you say that?
Because I've met him several times, and he's very arrogant. And
now, he has
good for
great
him.
respect because of Stiller, a mirror, his parents.
His parents are wonderful people.
And he is arrogant? I mean, I've been with Ben many times. He seems like a down-to-earth, sweet guy.
Well, when I've met him, he's been a very arrogant guy.
Wow. What does he treat you like? Like you're
Doesn't
dirt?
like dirt.
Like you're irrelevant.
Total.
Now, when does
Total
this happen?
irrelevant.
Has this happened on like red carpet experiences?
Red carpet, a couple of times backstage.
Yeah?
You know, I'm a friend of your parents. Say hello.
Oh.
I'm a friend of your parents. You come over and you say hello.
Mm-hmm.
There's a certain thing called manners.
Well, also
and
a
I'm
certain
glad you're Ben
respect.
Stiller, and I couldn't give a shit.
Wow.
Yeah, no.
Well,
it's
you
called
make
manners.
you make that clear in the movie.
I guess I do.
But you were very, here's another weird thing. You're hired to go pay tribute to George Carlin.
Yeah.
Somebody who you knew in all of this.
Yeah.
And yet you also badmouthed George Carlin in real life.
Because what happened to George at the end?
What happened?
George and I started again. George, who so was anti-establishment.
Right.
Who so broke every bound, stop it, and then was taking all the accolades.
So what?
What was wrong with that?
Well, because you can't say, I hate you, you're a bunch of fat, rich cats, and then go take the award from the fat, rich cats.
Now, wait
Make
a
up your
second.
mind which side you're on.
But wait a second. Wait a
Well,
second.
that's my attitude.
You yourself are the same way.
What fat, rich cats have given me accolades?
Oh, well, there's a couple you dated.
Well, yeah, I was trying to get gifts.
No, what I'm
trying
saying
to get gifts out of those fat, rich cats.
you say, I'm so honored to be at the George Carlin tribute.
Because I love George.
Because you love George. You're honored to be there because you say no one ever invites you to these tributes.
Right.
You get there. You're a mess because Gary Shandling, Jon Stewart, Ben Stiller, all these guys are going to get up and perform.
Right.
You're afraid you're not going to be as good as them.
Right.
It's one neurotic thing after another.
Right.
You go up on stage, and then the bottom line is we find out you don't even like George Carlin because George sold out.
do
And I
like
don't
George
understand.
Carlin.
I don't even understand what you're talking about when he sold out. Listen, let me ask you something. Is it
I think
possible?
at the end, if George had still been alive, I don't think George would have accepted the award from all those rich people sitting there in Washington. Look at the audience. The audience was everyone that hated George when he was alive, and it was everyone that George said, these people, here are 7 words, and wake up, you big fatzos.
Yeah, but wait a second. I know what you're talking about. Like, there's something called the Radio Hall of Fame. They're nominating me. I said, go fuck yourself. I don't.
But you
I
should
am
be
the
in
Radio Hall. I don't want to be in it. It's a joke.
But they should
drag
put you
in after you're dead.
Yeah,
That's
they
what
should
we're-
put you in.
But isn't it possible that George Carlin, as he got older, said to himself, you know, this feels good. So I've done a body of work, and people want to honor me for this. My fellow comedians want to honor me for this. But yes, fat cats want to be in on it and all of this. That's who can afford these tickets. I mean, you yourself, listen, you could call me a sellout in the sense that, like, I'm this rebel, but I still work for a company. I still work for Sirius Radio that is, you know, filled with rich people who finance this thing.
And who knows what he would have said to those fat cats once he was in the room.
You don't know. But I do know that George to me was always what I loved about George. And to the very last HBO special that he did, he was fighting all of this.
Yes.
And now we're standing there in Washington, and all the wrong people are going, oh, bravo to George, bravo to George.
All right, the hypocrisy drove you crazy.
The hypocrisy of the
But
night.
George wasn't a part of it. He was dead.
No, so I'm not mad at George. I just said, this is really stupid.
But you yourself have said about George. I'm going to read you a quote.
Oh, they find things out of context.
Stop it.
At the end, George, I didn't think was as funny as he was in the beginning.
Well, listen,
maybe people don't think I am.
Not everyone can sustain it. You're performing with Don Rickles.
Yes.
And you love Don Rickles. And
Adore Don.
You showed Don in the movie, and yet in real life you say Don. You go Don. You give Don a
don't
shot.
even say.
You give Don a shot.
That was an article written by a friend that I had said off the record 9 years ago.
Right.
And he should not have put that in the article.
Right.
And I suddenly realized this. Edgar used to say, once a writer, don't trust a writer. This is a friend who's a personal friend. And suddenly, from nowhere, puts in an article. So I said to him one night after the 5th glass of wine, and he was telling me about his suicide attempts.
Right.
You understand? And suddenly it turns out I called Don. I apologize.
Yeah, you said that Don hasn't changed his acting.
Don't even say it. He's such a marvelous performer.
He is. He's
Please
terrific.
don't say it.
Right. And you love working with Don.
I adore this man.
Right.
Do you know, I was so upset. You have no idea. I ate without a stop for 3 days.
I believe it.
Yeah.
That means she's upset.
That's so upset.
Oh,
you could understand how upset I was. My mouth was so full of Twinkies.
You actually ate. Wow. By the way, the body is holding up. I am gotta give it to you.
the body has had it. I bought an old lady bathing suit.
Did you?
Yeah.
No kidding.
With a skirt.
You don't wear the bikini. You bought a bathing suit with a skirt? Oh, I'm so
That's
sorry.
when you know it's over.
Where were you going, Joan, that you had to buy a bathing suit? Were you going on a vacation?
I'm going with my grandson.
Right. Cute kid in the movie.
Adorable.
Yes.
And we're going to a dude ranch, and we're going to go swimming. And
What
I
do
thought,
you have to do there?
I'm perfect.
Right.
You can imagine me at the dude ranch.
You must really love that grandkid. Right. You know what? I hate to say this. I need a bathing suit with a skirt. You should see my tuchus.
And I bought the first one with a skirt. And I said, okay, you have to say something. 77. bathing suit with a skirt.
Oh,
it was so hard. It was so depressing.
My
Well,
mom.
how have you never been caught by those paparazzi who take pictures of you
Because
on the
I
beach?
wear a burqa.
I believe it. I don't blame you.
I swim in a burqa. I'm not stupid.
I mean, it's so. What has held up the best on you? Is there anything still that looks young?
No.
Like, let's say I'm in bed with you and I say, you know what I got to do with Joan? I got to focus on the thing that looks the
You
best.
can't because there'll be no light on.
Come on. But is it the ass? Is it the
Let me
leg?
tell you, Stevie Wonder said, ugh.
Now, what do you now? Your calendar is full today, so you're happy.
I'm happy.
Like you have to rush out of here now. They told me. In fact, you're late. Where are you rushing off to? What is going on?
I'm doing CBS this morning, then I'm doing a lot of radio, then I'm doing LX with my friend Amy at 5 o'clock. Then we have another screening, and then I do a Q&A. For the pictures doing so
Do you
well.
ever get sick of hearing yourself talk? I mean, seriously, between the stand-up and the interviews and all of that.
No, because the interviews are fascinating because they usually ask you different questions.
I see. And what did you think of the reporter, Helen Thomas? I mean,
I wish it had happened 20 years ago so she could suffer more.
Right.
Nobody mentions, what they let this stuff in that Jews just want to look through so you're not bringing bombs in.
Right.
I just find the whole thing outrageous. That big, fat,
She
stupid,
looks like
ugly
a witch.
pig.
Looks like a witch.
Big, fat pig.
Yeah, there's a moment there's a moment in Joan's movie where she has to yell at a heckler.
Oh.
And it sucks because it breaks up Joan's show,
Right.
and it takes it out of the funny, and all of a sudden she's got to get real with a guy. She makes a joke about a deaf person, but she says, "Oh, Helen Keller," and the guy goes, "Not funny. I have a deaf child."
Yeah.
And Joan she has to explain to him, "Look, asshole. It's comedy. You make fun of everything. You joke about stuff. But it sucks, right? The heckler's all you hear in your head. Right? When that guy starts heckling, you could have ignored him, but you couldn't.
You can't.
You can't.
And again, it was a 4,000-seater. There are 3,999 people that want to have a good time.
Right.
And you cannot ruin it for everybody.
I know. It's so weird.
So weird.
Stand-up comedy is so hard, isn't it?
But boy, oh boy, when you do a joke and they all laugh,
There's an adrenaline rush.
there's nothing like it. You're the belle of the party.
And by the way, we should point out, when Joan makes a joke about Helen Keller, she went to high school with Helen Keller.
No, I didn't. That's such a lie. I delivered Helen Keller.
You were her mother.
I taught her the word wah-wah. Did you ever have her for a guest? She has one story.
That's it. Same thing over
Put
and over
my
again.
hand on the Helen, we heard it.
And be honest with us, because I know you have to get out of here.
No, I love talking with you.
Last time you made out with a man, have you had any action with a guy?
Not
at
in
all?
3 years.
Wow.
Nothing.
Yeah. Well,
miss
at
it?
this age.
You miss it? You look good.
I miss having someone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I miss just having.
Yeah.
But it's also nice to say, gee, I want to watch here Seinfeld, or I want to watch Nurse Jackie. You don't have to ask somebody.
Right. You have your own thing.
Yeah.
And
And the dogs can come to bed.
sad
things like
part
that.
of your movie, too, is you had to fire your longtime manager.
That was horrible.
Joan was really close with this manager. Mm-hmm. And I'm watching this thing, and she even has pictures of her manager on her desk. And it actually moved me to the point, I wrote a note to Beth, because she was out last night. I said, did we have any pictures of me with Don, my agent? Because Don and I have been through everything together. Like, I got a picture of me and you. I got a picture of I said, I have no pictures of me and Don in my office. I said, and Joan has this picture of her and her agent.
Billy.
Now, I was only halfway through the movie at that point. And I said, I would like a picture of Don and myself.
Yeah, I have some pictures of me and Don.
Yeah. And because he means a lot to me. He's been,
Yes.
like you say, he shared my history
Your
with me.
history.
And then you have to fire your manager through the middle of the movie. I mean, what really happened? He just wasn't showing up anymore?
It was a long time thing. And allegedly, the same thing happened with him and Cher. So it was like a pattern.
Right.
And he just wasn't there when I needed him.
And so you had to make a
And it was over a
difficult...
3-year period. And finally, you just say, I can't deal with this anymore.
So you had to make a very difficult decision.
Oh, my God.
He was as close to you as your husband.
Again, he was there when Melissa was born. He was there when Edgar killed her. He was there.
Have you had any contact with him
I
since?
bumped into him at a party first time 3 weeks ago.
You fired him
How
through...
was that?
I went right over to him and said, I miss you so much, because I do. And he said, oh, yeah, right, or something,
Nice.
Not good.
Not
It was
good.
not good.
Not good.
And then he walked away.
Yeah, it was not good.
Did you fire him through email?
I find him on the phone. I couldn't get him. We couldn't find him.
That was the problem.
That's the problem.
And you finally got him on the phone.
And you would call friends in Israel. You'd call friends in England if you've seen him. Cuba. I mean, you don't know where he is.
What do you think happened? Did you become less important to him?
No, I think he just, that's his pattern. He's a great guy.
Is he managing other people?
Full of fun. He manages one other person now.
So maybe he was concentrating on them and not you.
But it was it happened many times. It happened at Fox. There was a period I didn't see him after Fox. That's how far back this kind of behavior took place.
Do you think maybe you're too needy?
No, I just think it's a business, and sometimes you get too friendly with people, and they forget it's a business.
Right.
And sometimes you need someone, you say, do I do this? And you can't find them. Or they make a promise about you, and then people come and say, well, you're due in a week and a half in a tour for England. And you go, what are you talking about?
Do you have a new manager?
A semi-new manager.
Because I was looking at your payroll from this movie. I mean, you've got a manager, you've got lawyers, you've got an agent, you've got an
business
assistant.
Managers,
you got a
two assistants.
Do you think maybe you're a little too top-heavy with all these people?
I try, but it's a business. It
And
really is
you
a business.
need them.
Oh, God. You forget. There's the Joan Rivers QVC. Then there's the play that's going on. Then there's the concert dates that are going on. Then they're just a million.
You're an organization.
Also, How'd You Get So Rich? That's a full-time show. Then Melissa and I have another show that I'm producing. I mean,
and what's this new infomercial I see you in?
Yes, my infomercial.
Oh, is that the one where you color people's heads in?
It's so great.
You got to hear this.
It's so great.
You know, it's unbelievable.
It's so great. This product.
Joan is
great.
If you're a woman, that you color in your head with Joan's product.
If you have spotty hair or too wide or short, look at women. You start to look through the scalp. This doesn't run. It stays onto your shampoo it out. It looks natural. It is brilliant.
I love you.
I love
really
this
do.
so much.
They used to call that product Magic Marker. But, now.
Great hair day. It's genius.
Joan, you've
I've
done
used it
all.
for 20 years. I love you so much.
I love you, Joan Rivers. Everyone go see Joan. And I'm telling you, it's a great film. Joan Rivers, a piece of work.
And I did the Howard Stern show. It's not tragic.
That's happiness.
That ain't tragic.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back right after this.
Joan, how was it being back on the show today?
It was great, but we didn't laugh. He was really serious. It's the first Howard Stern show in, 25 years that we didn't laugh, that we really talked.
He was saying he really likes your documentary, but it saddens him.
Yeah.
You know? How does that make you feel?
Well, it means, sure it says it because he'll never do one as good. No, I think it's wonderful. If somebody loves a film, the film it's got a life of its own, and that's great. And I love Howard that he liked the film.
All right, Joan, thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
Good morning, Joan.
Good morning. Oh, look at these glorified pictures.
We're really beautifying the place these days.
Yes, it needs it.
You think so?
The place looks great.
How are you?
Wonderful. I need coffee desperately.
Okay, we'll get started on that.
Okay. And we're
Right this way.
in here. I always forget. Thank you.
Joan, do you feel like you're on autopilot now when you come up here? I mean, you've talked to Howard so many times now.
I'm always so happy to be here because I love playing with Howard. This is fun. This is not work for me.
This is not like typical promotion that you...
This is just seeing a friend and carrying on with him.
Now, were you a little bit nervous that he wasn't going to re-sign, or did you always know that...
Well, I knew if he didn't resign, he'd be like Oprah. He'd pop up somewhere else.
Right, he can't stay out of the spotlight.
He'd be so bored. What is he going to do at home?
Play chess?
Oh, that's wonderful. For one evening, once a week.
Right. That would get old pretty quickly, I
That
think.
would get old very quickly.
So what's new with you? What do you have going on these days?
I have my new reality show with Melissa, Joan and Melissa. Joan Knows Best, ? On Me TV every Tuesday night. That's going on. We have Fashion Police. That's going on. Jewelry Show. That's going. Everything's going on. It's great.
Very busy.
Very busy.
I was watching Joan's new TV show until my whole DVD player locked up. I got the shittiest fucking equipment on the planet. I'm watching a movie this weekend. I built a home theater. That locked up.
Really?
Then in my apartment last night, I had a DVD of Joan's new show. They have an advanced copy. I'm watching Joan's show, and the whole goddamn thing.
The one with Melissa?
The whole DVD locked up.
Wow.
I mean, not just the DVD player and everything else.
Are
look
you
good.
sure it wasn't Joan?
It was. Yeah, maybe Joan locked it up.
Thank you.
How are you, my darling?
How am I more than adequate?
Why do you think Regis is retiring? Is it? Do you think it's his health?
It's got to be something. He's too strong and too active. He doesn't want to leave.
He loves that job.
You think he was forced out?
I don't.
I do.
I hope not, because they should be shot dead if it is.
But he's 79 years old. Being serious now.
Yeah.
79 years old. He's had health problems with his heart and everything. Maybe he said, I can't imagine this, but maybe he said, I want to stop and smell the roses.
How much more can you smell the roses? You live opposite the studio.
But that's your neuroses.
Yes.
I mean,
and you walk across the street and you're done at 10 o'clock and you're king of New York.
But he is getting older. It is getting harder to do the show. You know it is. Don't you fear as you get I'm amazed by you. I was reading some tweets by you and some recent stand-up was as current and topical. I admire you so much for staying on top of things. I really do. It's very hard at your age to sound contemporary.
I swear to you. Well, you can't call me, but you could get a psychic to talk to me when you're my age. But
listen to me,
Howard.
You're making jokes about Lindsay Lohan. You're on top of the scene.
Yes, but that's what life is about. Where we are now.
But I'm telling you, some people get older and they don't even speak in the right vernacular. They sound old.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, they do old. I love it. That's hip. You go.
It's not. That's right.
That is not,
honey. That's not.
When I was watching your new reality show, which I was enjoying until it locked up on me, but that's my equipment. I'm living in the Stone Ages, I think. A DVD player should work, but okay. I'm not going to get
my house.
You too, right?
Oh, please.
So, listen to me. I'm watching this thing, and I'm looking at Melissa's lifestyle. The premise of the show is Joan is leaving New York, and she's going to go live with Melissa.
Right.
It's a funny premise.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this Melissa. Oh, listen, I know she does some things on her own, but she's
on Access Hollywood now every Friday doing.
But how much did that pay? I know Access Hollywood doesn't pay shit.
And she's now producing for E.
And
she
E doesn't pay
fashion,
shit.
Fashion
but come
police.
on,
Joan.
Can she afford the lifestyle on what she's making?
Her father left her well off.
Did you? Oh, did he?
Yeah. She got money from Edgar.
You didn't even get money from Edgar.
Edgar left me nothing.
That's
left
what
me
I'm
a
saying.
Broken watch.
You're saying Melissa was... How much money did Edgar leave Melissa?
Enough that she can live well.
Millions.
Enough that she can live well.
You don't send her anything?
I don't have to, thank God.
Really? Are you serious?
Yeah.
You're not lying?
No, why would I lie to you? My nose would grow back, and my plastic surgeon retired.
But Edgar's money was really your money. You were the money maker.
I was the money maker in the actual marriage, but Edgar was a trust fund baby.
But how could... Oh, Edgar had money.
Edgar's family owned UFA Films, some German films before the Nazis came in.
And how much money was Edgar worth when you say trust fund baby?
I don't know, enough. We always had money coming in. He always had money.
So when Edgar died, you guys were separated. So he left the money. He left the money to Melissa.
Melissa got the money.
So Melissa didn't have to work.
No, but she loves it. She has the work ethic. You know how wonderful that is?
Well, listen.
She's
work
running
ethic.
around
She's
like
working
a
in show
loony
business. Listen to me. She's got a nanny who is super hot.
Yeah.
Oh my God! What woman would bring a nanny into their home?
Only
like
my
that?
stupid daughter. That's
Yeah, I mean, she's got a boyfriend. Why?
I was going to say, is there a guy in the picture?
Yeah, there's a boyfriend.
Oh wow.
Well, luckily you haven't spoken to the nanny.
You haven't really moved to Los Angeles.
I have the time of man now because of Fashion Police.
Wait a second. Stop everything. You've got an apartment here in Manhattan, am I correct?
I have my apartment in Manhattan.
You have a house in Connecticut.
Which I've rented.
You've rented to people? Why would you do that? You're a wealthy woman. Why would you rent to?
And you
They're
got
going to
people
shit all
going
over.
through your things?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Let me
What are you
explain. My
doing?
house in Connecticut was everything that nobody wanted. If you threw a chair out on the street, I would find it and redecorate it. Nothing matches in Connecticut, and that's what makes it charming.
There are people living in your home in Connecticut, and they're paying you rent. Why?
Do they know it's Joan Rivers' home?
Yeah, he's a very nice man.
But aren't you wealthy enough that
I'm not wealthy.
You are
Howard,
too. I see you have an office full of people at QVC.
Howard, I never owned. I never made the deal that you made. I never did any of this stuff. I was always salaried.
But you have an expensive homes.
Yeah,
you have
I
the
live
lifestyle.
very well.
And so you could have lived without this rent money.
But I don't want the house. First of all, never there.
Are you worth over $20 million?
Are you out of your mind?
What?
Are you out of your mind?
Are you worth over $20 million?
Of course not.
What?
I'm the one that didn't own the
You don't have
Fran
20.
Drescher Fran Drescher's a rich woman.
Joan.
Everybody's a fucking rich woman, and I'm still here
Joan.
saying to my manager, how much?
Are you saying you are
I
not
don't
worth
believe
over
that-
$20
I don't
million?
want to go. Seriously, no. I was always the one that said,
Is Melissa worth more than you?
Melissa's probably worth more than
Would she help you if you fell on hard
Not
times?
on your life. She wouldn't even give me the kidney.
That is pathetic. I wouldn't give anyone a kidney. I got news for you. You too, right? I'm not giving up a kidney. Why would I do that? So this is an amazing revelation. I thought you were a multimillionaire.
No.
She's got to be.
No.
With the jewelry,
The
with all
I
the
don't own the
businesses.
thing.
If God forbid your
I get
health-
a percentage
But
from
you get
QVC.
good money, Joan.
But I live well.
You are the worst business person on the planet.
Yes, I am.
And you had the worst management on the planet.
Yes, I did.
And
You
wasn't
were
it a
the
mistake
first.
having your husband as your manager?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, this is an
But
abomination.
I've had the best life in the world.
Have you?
I have so much fun. I live well. I have a great time. I've never done anything. I wanted to do off-Broadway. Screw Vegas. Went and did off-Broadway. Do you know what I'm saying? All my choices were always about, I hate the term, the art. But it was always about...
I am shocked by
Look at
your
me,
net worth. I thought, listen, you've been famous almost your entire life.
Well,
you were
yeah.
on the Johnny Carson show. You were the
they
host.
really
You were
paid on the Carson
But
show.
wait a
Oh,
second.
yeah.
You were
You
doing
got minimum.
You were doing Vegas and dates every fucking weekend. What'd you do?
I had a very good life.
David Brenner.
Costumes are expensive.
David Brenner's a very wealthy guy.
Not really.
He had a lot of money.
He wears a bad watch.
But you were way more, well, that's true. You were way more successful than him. I mean, you're Joan Rivers.
Yeah, and I've had a great time.
Jeez, I had you all pegged wrong.
Yeah, I live very well. I still, I enjoy. My husband always said, "You work hard, enjoy your money," and I do.
And you should say, shut up and get a
But
job.
then he didn't leave you anything.
That's right.
Well, no, but he left it to Melissa. That's good. That's all good.
Did you and Johnny Carson ever have any sex or sexual chemistry?
Not at all.
Isn't that weird?
Never.
He never said to you, Joan. I mean, listen. I mean, you make jokes about your look, but you're a good-looking woman. I mean, come on.
Never. Isn't that
Really?
interesting? Never.
Did you ever try to flirt with him? Did you ever try to seduce him?
No, because no.
Doesn't this Regis?
You want to be beaten up.
Isn't it weird, like Regis going off? It's almost like, remember the movie Little Big Man and the Indian says it's a good day to die? Doesn't it feel like we're sending out an old man to die?
I just think poor Joy, by the way, she can't cheat anymore because she'll know. He'll
be
there. You see a husband on the TV, you know exactly where he is.
Will someone take over his spot?
Oh yeah, I think. Don't you?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I think Anderson Cooper would have been great doing it.
Anderson Cooper.
Would have been great.
Is he such a fun personality, Anderson
He's
Cooper?
a cutie pie. Nobody knows that.
I didn't know that.
You know, because he wants to be. He's a newsman.
Right.
So this is Anderson Cooper, 406 or whatever he is.
Do you feel compelled to stay in touch with contemporary culture? Like, did you tune into American Idol last night so that you could be in touch with it?
Watch the most boring show ever.
It was awful, right?
Terrible.
Is the franchise over?
I don't know why they didn't get somebody
who knew about
judge.
judging.
Yeah, and that is able. People are so scared. That's why we don't do the red carpet anymore. We do the fashion release the next day.
You were the innovator. You used to stand on the red carpet and ask celebrities questions about their clothes. You were very bold. You'd ask them, and like Ricky Gervais, who made fun, you would make fun of people.
Right.
And then it became, get rid of Joan because she's not politically correct.
It was that the PR people said, well, you said something about Nicole Kidman 2 years ago, so we're not going to give you George Clooney. You know, you suddenly were dealing with these asshole PR people.
So you got out of that.
So
did they get rid of you?
No,
because
we
you
left. We left.
Why did TV Guide get rid of you from doing it?
TV Guide, we hated them. They lied to us. As the ink was on the contract,
right.
They lied about everything. Lied about... Allegedly. I don't need another lawsuit.
You got a few $1 million for doing that, didn't you?
A few $1 million, but it goes very fast.
But what is going on with you?
At this point, what could you want?
I read that you were defending Ricky Gervais. I don't mind Ricky Gervais, but I'll tell you how I felt. I was watching it. Listen, when you host these shows, that crowd isn't looking to be roasted. It's not a roast. They're there to celebrate. You know, they take themselves seriously.
Do they ever?
It was the wrong crowd. And he was ballsy, but he wasn't particularly funny. You're funny and ballsy. You got to be funny if you're going to be ballsy, right?
Also, you have to be one of them.
Yes.
If Steve Martin had come out...
That would have been okay.
and said what he said about Angelina and the movie, that stupid movie, The Tourist.
But he would have
been okay.
finessed it so that they wouldn't have been so offended, and he would have had the crowd with him. What Ricky did, in my opinion, I like him enough.
Right.
Yeah, he didn't nail it. He didn't get the job done.
But they also, have you ever hosted one of those?
No,
Are you kidding?
I hosted the Emmys once.
Right.
And they take you apart. Here's a good joke. Well, no, I don't think we should really say that, Joan, because dysfunctional gang. So God knows what was going on backstage.
It inhibits you as a performer.
Oh, it's
but,
awful. And then
but
you
you
look
got
at
to
them.
know your crowd. You got to know your crowd. For example, when they're there, they're not there to be like Bruce Willis probably showed up with his beautiful wife, and he walks out and they go, Ashton Kutcher's father. Okay.
Right.
Not a particularly great line. Ballsy
Funny.
to say, but the point is, Bruce Willis doesn't go there for that. He's not there for a roast. So what is the draw of the Golden Globes? The draw of the celebrities.
But then what are you going to talk to them about?
Yeah, there's a way to finesse it. You know
But
how to
let's
do
ask
it.
the question that we had yesterday. The Hollywood Foreign Press is saying,
Oh, the Hollywood Foreign Press. 2 days ago, they were pumping your gas.
Right.
Oh, the Hollywood Foreign Press. I was there the year Pia Zadora won,
Right.
Yeah.
I got jealous the other night. I'll tell you what happened to me. This is with regards to you. I am very proud of myself that I always booked you on the show, even when you couldn't get on Letterman and all these shows where for some reason, I know you as a great guest. So I watched you on Letterman, and there you were, and I know you were happy to be back on late night television. And you even said to Dave, you said, Dave, then why didn't you book me? And he was pretending like, I don't know. We would have had you any time. I got envious. I wanted you to myself. There was a part of me that was happy.
Nice.
There was a part of me that wanted you to be on Letterman. I was happy for you. But I said, fuck this. No one wanted Joan. I want Joan. You know what I mean? I got possessive.
Yeah, that's great. Remember that.
What do you mean, remember that?
Because I'm in a moment where things are good. I'll go outside today. Things will be bad again.
Right.
We were kicked off of Fox this morning.
Now there's a controversy about that.
Yeah. Melissa's in town, and we're doing.
Melissa's right here.
Yeah, and we're doing Mother Knows Best next Tuesday night.
I should say Joan Rivers and Joan and Melissa. Joan Knows Best. It's called, not Mother Knows Best. Your show is called Joan Knows Best.
It's Joan and Melissa.
Right.
Whatever. It's like We TV Tuesday night.
Whatever that. Where is We TV?
It's on
I don't
TV.
know, but it's a great
there.
network.
All right.
Melissa likes it. So, and they're lovely people. So anyhow, everybody's loving the show. And we're going on all the shows.
Right.
We're following the Kardashians.
Sure. That's good.
And the other ones from Hot and Cleveland. There's a whole group of us going around like you keep meeting each other.
When I was watching the show, I'm hoping that you're going to fuck Melissa's boyfriend and get pregnant. You'll be 77 and
It'll be
pregnant.
so great.
It'll be fantastic.
Better than Octomom.
You got to do something crazy like that.
Trust me, we'll talk about this one.
Do you like that boyfriend of hers?
I think he's very nice. And he's great with Cooper, and he's great with her.
You don't like him. I can tell.
I do like him.
I can tell right away when you like someone.
They're sports people. I come home, they're watching TV, and it's football. And don't they understand that Random Harvest is on? Where is Turner Classic?
Are you really that critical of Melissa and her life and all that? I mean, do you really come in there like a
I try not
yenta?
to be. I'm terrible.
Right. And what does he do, this boyfriend? What is his
He's
job?
a, what do you call it, hedge fund guy.
He seems to be home a lot.
No, well, he also No. He works
He has a
in the
job?
office. Oh, God, yes.
You would pull Melissa aside and say, listen, this guy doesn't have a job if he didn't have
If
it.
he didn't have a job, I would not be thrilled.
Right. And he loves her?
Mad about her.
Mad about
They
her.
were so happy together.
Would you approve of them getting married?
I think she should get married.
You do?
Really?
I'm from the generation you get married.
Does he want to marry her?
Yeah, she doesn't want to get married.
Why?
So badly burnt with the last.
Last couple of dudes?
Yeah, so badly burnt.
Does he have kids?
No, thank God.
How old is he?
He's a little younger than she is. So he's 34.
Were you upset that he's overweight?
He wasn't when he got married. He said when they started living together. He's happy now.
He got fat.
He's getting
And
heavy.
you hate fat. You do not like it. You don't respect it. You have a problem with it. You are a woman who works on her weight and her fitness.
All the time. But he plays tennis. He was a tennis pro.
Well, tennis evidently doesn't
Pro
burn.
tennis.
He's got to take up a sport that burns calories, right?
Yeah, but he's darling, and he's lovely to her, and they're very, very happy.
So you were happy with him.
I'm very happy. I think he's great. He's great, as I said, with Cooper.
Look.
Cooper runs to him.
So
Not
here's
me.
what I hear.
Little son of a bitch.
Cooper is your grandson.
After all you've done.
After
He's a-
all I've
he's a-
done passes me by.
He's
Just let
a
him know.
cute kid, but what about putting a kid that young on a reality show? You can't be for that.
No, but let me explain what happened there.
Go
Not what
ahead.
happened. We're shooting this show in the house, and he's
Right.
part of the family.
I understand.
And we put him in to the extent that he feels he's
Comfortable.
not. You can't exclude him. It's our life,
Right.
and he loves it.
Well, he thinks he loves it.
But we don't say, Cooper, you've got to be here. When he's there, he's there. Melissa's a great mother.
Cooper's going to be upset about being on a reality show when he's older. He's going to hold it against her.
Cooper is going to hold so many things against it. I had him in the what do you call it, the Thanksgiving parade dressed as Peter Pan.
Do you let
You're setting him up for therapy.
The kid was covered in tassels.
What, do you want him to be gay?
No, he's going to kill me when he gets home.
What is the kid allowed to call you grandma?
He's either call me grandma or old slut.
No. Why doesn't he call you Joan? Seriously,
He
you don't
will
want to
when
be.
he gets old.
Yeah.
We already had lots of jokes.
Right.
It's a lot of fun.
All right. So he likes you.
Oh,
this
actually
kid.
enough.
Right. And so, talk about this Fox and Friends.
So we're doing anything. We see TMZ, who I always love because they're fun. The guys that hold the cameras.
You like that?
Yeah.
You like the paparazzi.
And I travel back and forth so much. I know everybody.
And you see a camera, you're in heaven.
And they ask me fun questions.
Right.
What do you think
like
about
it.
Zsa Zsa Gabor losing a leg?
What did you think of that?
I thought she should have been smart and had a yard sale half off on pants. I think it's sad at this age. What are they doing? This poor old
they're
lady.
chopping her up.
Leave her alone.
You know about this, don't they? You mean they shouldn't have chopped off her leg?
I don't know.
Let her with the leg.
go.
Right. Do they bury that leg, or do they?
Somebody, I think.
That's enough of your body that they should bury it.
I think it should go in there with you if you want it.
Sure, why not? Hold on to it and then bury
Or
me
should
with
you
it.
have the burial now so you can see how it's going to be?
How about we leave the leg out and bury the rest of her?
Cremate the leg and put it. I don't know what you do with a limb.
I thought it was so odd on your reality show how you have all these dead people's ashes.
Yes, I do.
You have your husband's ashes. You have Vincent Price's ashes. You had Uncle Tommy's ashes. Who is Uncle Tommy?
Uncle Tommy was Tommy Corcoran. Every woman in New York knows who he was. He was Carol Burnett's manager for years.
Okay.
Great gay man. You know, one of those that everybody loved.
And you have his ashes.
I adored him.
And you carry them in suitcases when you.
I carry
is that for
little
the show,
pieces.
or do you really?
No,
do that?
I carry them around with me, little pieces. And I have all my dogs.
Yeah, I saw that. But you can't teach a dog to pish outside. He's got to pish in the house.
Oh, she gets nervous.
She does.
Yeah.
You can't train a dog.
I do too these days.
But why do you ever pee in your bed now? You don't wear an adult diaper, do you?
Only when I'm home alone.
All right. So let me understand something. When you were talking to these TMZ guys, from what I understand, you criticized Sarah Palin.
Well, it was the night my documentary had just come out, and we had lost. We were nominated, but we had lost Critics' Choice. So the rest
Your
of you
documentary law. Who won the Critics' Choice?
Well, I didn't have a crippled ethnic baby in my arms
Right.
the whole time.
Your
I didn't
documentary-
save people from worms.
Your documentary was fantastic. You
It was
deserved an
wonderful,
award.
yeah.
And
Will you be nominated for an Academy Award?
no, and they told us right out. They said you're not socially significant enough.
Who told you that?
One of the people on the board, the Academy Award board.
The filmmaker went and said, we want to nominate Joan Rivers'
Yeah.
documentary. That would have been exciting for
Ricky
you.
Stern, who I adore.
For
Yes,
once you could have been
director.
dressed up not on the red carpet, you would have been inside.
Yeah,
Right.
And they said to her, they told her nicely, you haven't got a chance in hell. They said it's not
Really?
enough social significance.
People in Hollywood don't like you.
No, they never
don't.
have.
Why is that?
Because I laugh at them because I think but these are girls that were serving pizza 2 years ago. Calm down.
Right. A lot of these actresses were serving pizza. You're an icon. You actually put together material.
You know, these are people that take themselves seriously.
Right.
I don't, they're actors.
Right. Big shit.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Big deal.
I'm an actor. You don't understand. Oh, shut up.
So
You're a lucky whore who's on your knees the first 20 years of your career.
You sucked off a producer.
Yeah,
You
you know.
got to move. That's right. So let me understand something. You feel you were kicked off you were booked for the Fox show this morning.
Yeah. So.
Well, Fox and Friends.
Fox and Friends. Well, Fox and former friends.
Yeah, you know friend.
So I said something. They were asking Melissa and me all kinds of questions about the new show.
Right.
And somewhere they asked me about Sarah Palin because they were all talking about Sarah. And I did my usual little Sarah Palin joke.
What do you say that's so bad?
Oh, apparently I said she's an idiot and they should, and she was partially responsible for what went on in Arizona.
She's
I'm
an
sorry.
idiot. That's right.
And I don't think that she should turn that into her tragedy. It ain't her tragedy.
Absolutely right on the money.
And so I said this, that's all. Yesterday, and we go.
Right.
Yesterday, 5 o'clock, my PR lady, Judy, gets a call. They're not on the show tomorrow. Why? We're removing them. No future bookings. And Judy asked them why. And somebody that shouldn't have said it said, because of what Joan said about Sarah Palin.
They said that to Judy.
Yeah, I'm scared somebody's going to lose their job. That's what's so sad.
Wow.
So she called back and she spoke to someone else and she said, what are you talking about? And one of the producers got on and said, it's not me. It's coming from upstairs.
From Rupert or?
Higher up. Higher up.
Higher? There's no higher than Rupert. It's
so
God.
Now we put it out immediately on the Twitters and the Tweeties and
right.
Tooties.
Right.
And suddenly Fox calls. We never said, total liars.
Right.
We never said that. This is not so. We were just trying to move the date. Total
They
lies.
claim they wanted to have you on tomorrow, and you and Melissa
Bullshit.
was unavailable. That's what they're claiming in the paper today.
Well, they can claim anything they want.
You're an honest person, I know that.
They can claim anything they want.
You are telling the truth.
What? On my grandson's life.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
They're liars. You know they're liars. And they didn't suddenly come up with all this till
Why
after
are
it
they
hit
so-
all...
She's so powerful.
Yeah,
Why
right.
are they so protective?
Why is everyone so afraid of her?
How
But
come
you know,
you can't say something
It
about
makes
her?
me laugh because this is the second time I'm fired from Fox. So I'm used to
Right,
it.
that's true. They misuse you. You're like a
Yes,
battered
yes.
wife.
Yeah.
Sarah Palin on her website has you in her crosshairs now. She has a big.
I'm terrified.
You
Some
should.
Looney Tune.
Listen, I agree with you that Sarah Palin, while she might not be responsible for this lunatic and the shootings, I said on the air, if I took a picture of Sarah Palin's daughter and put her in the crosshairs, or I wrote down where she lived and I said, put her crosshairs and say, here's where Sarah Palin's daughter worked. Don't you think Sarah Palin would be screaming and yelling all
Yes.
over the place? Don't you
Yes.
think she would go berserk?
Of course.
David Letterman made a joke about her daughter. She went insane.
And the joke is, I voted for that little clubfoot, and I should have voted.
Who did you vote for?
No, I just felt so sorry for her because she was such a loser.
You voted on Dancing with the Stars?
I should have voted for
Clubfoot. Did you vote for her?
I had a pity.
You vote?
The
you know,
first time I voted for her, I thought she was so sad. Oh, lumpy, fat.
Yes.
And look who your mother is, and you're a moron. And the boyfriend sleeping around with Kathy Griffin.
She
You know what I'm
couldn't,
saying?
she couldn't dance.
That's why I voted for her.
That's
It
right.
was a pity vote.
It was a pity vote.
Is it true you want to be on Dancing with the Stars?
Well, after I see who's been on.
Right. Where do you see yourself in the category of, let's say, a
Bristol Palin.
Bristol Palin? You dance better than her.
I dance better than her.
Can you dance?
No, I do widow dancing.
What is
You know,
that?
You sit at the wedding, and from the top up, you move.
You're right. You see all the old widows moving in their chair because no one wants to dance with them.
They don't have a partner.
Widow dancing.
Widow dancing.
Never heard that
I
before.
never heard that term.
Very
You never
original.
heard that? It's
No.
so sad.
I do. I see the old ladies at the weddings. They rock back and forth.
And they're
shit.
hoping someone will say,
You don't
come
want
on, Teresa, how about a spin?
You don't want to be old, do you? You do not like this.
I don't feel old.
But you don't. You would. If I could turn back the clock for you and I put you back 40 years, but you got to go through it all again. Would you want to do it, or would you rather just stay where you are?
I have had, see, I don't live in the past.
You're happy.
I am so happy when I wake up every morning. Everything is working. I'm
What if
still
doctors
viable.
said that we could put your head on Melissa's body, and you
Ooh,
could live for the
she's got
rest
a
of your
great
life.
body.
That's right, and you could live the rest of your life.
You could live her life.
But Melissa would be gone. Would you
No.
allow that? You wouldn't do
Well,
that? Answer this seriously.
Would she be happy?
Yeah. I mean,
With her head gone?
her life's not that great. Believe me.
And put her head on my
Where are
body.
we putting her head?
She put her head on my body.
Now,
She
Joan,
would kill herself.
if you are a fan of Joan Rivers like I am, I'm going to tell you why she's here. She's not here for her health. Well, she's here. She would have been on Fox and Friends, but they threw her the hell out.
Threw me out.
And you tweet all the time.
All the time.
Now, you're into this new technology? You actually know how to tweet?
Do you
know
do
how-
this yourself or is somebody
Both.
doing it for
I
you?
do it mostly.
Right.
But I also, when I'm running, I'll turn to my assistant, Graham, and I'll say, "Oh, put down."
You know why I love you? Someone told me a story about you and tweeting, and I want to know if it's true. If it's not, then I don't love you so much.
I'll tell you the truth.
I love this. You were on a plane flight, and you were in first class with Al Pacino. And you sat there the entire plane flight and tweeted everything he did.
Yes.
Oh, really?
I'm such a fan.
Now, I love that.
Oh,
now,
that's hysterical.
I was waiting to talk to him.
So if he goes to the bathroom,
Al's going to the bathroom.
are you like, oh, he's probably just peeing because
Came out fast.
But he came out slow. He took a big dump. Oh, like literally everything he did.
Just about.
What were some of the things you observed that you tweeted?
That he was sat at the inside seat.
Yeah.
Ate the entire dinner.
Right. He did. And what
Those
was
are
the
not
dinner?
good meals.
It was first class American, not bad.
How far away from him were you?
I was across the aisle, also near the window. So there were like 3 people separating us.
So
but I was watching.
He had a good view of you, and you had a good view of him.
Did he notice you? Did he speak?
At the very end, he spoke. I was so excited.
Hey, John.
He said, "I liked your documentary." I got so excited. And I said, "I loved your Merchant of Venice, but can't you change the ending? I'm Jewish."
Yeah, can't you be a different religion? It's not good.
And he laughed.
So I sense a crush on him or something?
Just, I love these actors. You know what I mean? You see.
Well, he's some actor.
You go, "Oh, my God, look at what this man has done."
You didn't watch him in that Kevorkian thing, did you?
I loved him in that.
I couldn't watch it. I like Kevorkian. I'm a big fan.
I'm a big fan of
I'm for
Kevorkian.
killing everybody.
I'm for killing everybody. I know when it's time for you to go.
Yeah, don't you wish you could be Kevorkian?
Joan wants to be on the panel.
You realize if Joan was Kevorkian, how many people would be gone already?
Everybody
How
be
many
gone.
new apartments there would be? I think everybody in New York over 70
Now that's a
should
good
be just wiped out.
That's a great reality show. You and Dr. Kevorkian working together.
We pick 'em up.
A lot of your friends, some of them stop breathing. You're not sure what they're doing.
Now, America votes for which one get killed.
Fantastic.
Oh,
That's
there's a
good.
reality
There's
show.
a reality show.
That's got a high rating, I think.
And then when you got on this tweet, you started tweeting about Lindsay Lohan, and she actually responded. You actually got into a war with her, which you love.
Which I love.
What did you say about her? I don't even know
I was
this.
doing all kinds of stupid jokes about her.
Right.
And I can't remember. And then I
Let me
felt
see
very...
if I have it written down. Maybe I can tell you what you
I felt
said.
very sorry for her.
You said, Lindsay Lohan is so dumb. Her idea of being sworn in is cursing at the judge. Lindsay Lohan had "fuck you" painted on her nails. What people don't know is that the judge had "eat me, you party skank" painted on her nails.
I remember that one.
So you started tweeting about her, and then she wrote back about you. She said, "Hey, Joan Rivers, you have collagen older than Lindsay. Pick on someone your own age." Oh wait, I guess people that old can't hear.
Yeah, they always go for the old.
The old age, right? They go for your Achilles heel.
The joke is, though, I can't remember it because I'm so old, so it doesn't hurt me.
Yeah. So this tweeting you like because it's immediate.
Well, the joke is, if they had a tweet, Mama Cass would have said she'd have a salad or a sandwich. She would be with us today.
That's right. They would have had a choice. So this is a good way for you to reach your fans. How many people follow you on tweet?
I think about 400,000.
Really?
Not much. When you read the Kardashian
with the
girls.
millions.
Does that bother you? Doesn't that bother you that the Kardashians, who have no talent whatsoever except for looking pretty,
well, 2 out of 3.
Yeah. Doesn't that bother you that, like, here you are, a woman, you write witty things on your tweet. Don't you think millions of people should be following your tweet?
No, I think whoever wants to follow me, follow me. I think I'm not making this, I only got the smart ones always. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it never bothers. I don't think you're funny. Oh,
But
look
you're
who
not-
doesn't think I'm funny. You're eating an Olive Garden by choice.
But you're not
Look who doesn't
desperate.
think I'm funny.
You're not desperate for a big, huge audience on the tweet? In other
No,
words-
I'd rather they came in and saw me in concert.
Would you? Right? Would you? It's true. They pay there.
Yeah,
would
pay
you,
there.
Would you ever put a naked photo of yourself, and then millions of people would follow you?
In a second.
You what? Do it.
I think
Take your clothes off. I'm gonna snap
You'll
a picture,
snap the
and we'll
picture.
put it on your tweet. Do you know what that'll set off?
Here's a tweet pic for you.
Yeah, come on.
So I have a friend that would do it for me in L.A.
Make it artsy. Do it a little dark.
Oh, sure, artsy. You hold a flower.
Yeah, I mean, just pull
And
up
when
the-
my breasts are so low, I only need one flower to cover all 3 sections.
But can you imagine what kind of numbers you would rack up on your tweet? And I know that turns you on.
This
And
is
show it all.
This is the ticket.
Show that vagina, the whole thing.
Oh, well, that's easy because you can see it now. It's,
It's on the floor almost.
it's on the floor.
I mean, it's
having
like-
a nap.
It's like veal cutlets. All right, listen to me. Joan, you are
I
fantastic.
love you.
I love
Howard,
you.
I love you.
Honey,
Love you.
you're the best. You know it. I know it. The rest of the world might not know, but I know it.
I love you, love you.
I love you. You're the best, and I recommend the new show, Joan Rivers on Joan and Melissa. Joan Knows Best.
It's really
it's a lot
really
of fun.
Good.
A lot
it's
of
really
fun.
Good.
Yes, and that's Joan's story right now.
Yeah,
okay, does everybody understand? All right, very good.
No other plugs?
No.
Well, I've got Fashion Police on E.
Yeah.
And my jewelry. I'm going to be on QVC this
I
weekend.
like what you're wearing today. This jewelry.
It's
All
beautiful.
right, oh, here we go. Okay, I brought you all something for the wife and just you, Robin.
Yeah?
Poor single Robin.
I know.
Poor single
me.
Rob.
Poor me.
She has me.
She has cats.
Right.
She and Jennifer Aniston.
Right.
Some women dress for men, some dress for women. Jennifer Aniston dresses for her cats.
Why can't Jennifer Aniston get a guy? Does she think she's too good?
I think she doesn't douche.
No, come on, seriously.
I don't know.
What? I mean, she's an attractive
She's
girl.
very attractive.
So you're saying it's understandable with me, but Jennifer Aniston.
Well, I'm talking.
You
We
want
know
the
your
truth?
story.
Yes.
Why is Jennifer Aniston not able to get a man?
I ask you,
She
as
had
a
Brad
man,
Pitt. You want to know something? She doesn't look like fun.
she doesn't. And I'm so sick of those stupid movies. How does she keep getting? Every movie's exactly the same and stupid.
That's my point. You know how much money she has? She's probably worth $200-300 million, and you're sitting there.
I know.
I mean, what's with this?
You don't think this is? Now you're upsetting me again.
Yeah, I mean, really, you should go out here and feel bad for yourself. All right, listen. Joan Rivers, check out WeTV. She douches. She deserves a man.
Yes.
She really does. Joan Knows Best. And by the way, when I'm watching this Joan Knows Best, there's a bunch of people in your house in Connecticut that appear to... Do you support all of them?
Those are my Connecticut friends. They're all the rich wasps
Who is
live around me.
that very tall, handsome,
Joe
older
Ciccio,
man?
my darling friend Joe Ciccio.
Is he married?
He decorated my apartment. and
He's gay.
Who am I to say?
You don't know. But in other words, I was sitting there watching. I go, why doesn't Joan go out with him?
Yeah, he's my very close friend.
But no sex.
Oh, please. We lie in bed and we touch fabrics.
Perfect. You really should be with a gay man.
I'm begging a gay man to marry me.
You
It
would be so happy.
Perfect.
Yeah, most women should be with a gay man.
What could be better? You always have something to talk about.
Right.
And you know he's going to be neat and clean.
Right, and you can take him out.
And he can dress you. Don't wear the pin. You're so right.
How many guys can tell you that? My wife walked down and she's, take a look at this dress. What do you think? I go, you look great.
You have
Take it
no
off. Let's
idea
have
what
sex.
to tell her. That's
What are you
right.
doing? I don't give a shit what you wear. All right, listen. Joan.
We didn't have you met the royal couple?
I met her once.
Yeah?
And 2.5 years ago. She's perfect.
Yeah?
Yeah, something's up with Joan and this royal couple because
She's into the royal family.
she's into it because you were out promoting like something for the royalty. Like it
Yes,
wasn't
he
even,
wrote a wonderful book. Charles
you were out promoting
is wonderful.
You were out promoting Prince
His
Charles's book.
Yes, because it
And
was
I'm
a
like,
wonderful book.
Joan's off a rocker. She's not mentioning her own shit. Now she's promoting Prince Charles's book.
He wrote this wonderful, wonderful book for children about ecology and how a child can help make the world better, and it's wonderful.
Oh,
and it's
please, you
illustrated
could care
beautifully.
less. You're walking around with fur. What do you care?
What I didn't like was the King's speech.
I love the King's Speech, the best movie of the year.
The man is upset. He is so fucking rich. He owns England, Ireland, Scotland, Canada,
Honey,
and Australia.
his father,
and
he can't make a
stutters.
speech. You didn't like that movie?
I would rather stutter and be a queen.
I am shocked that you don't like that. But what is going to win the Academy Award this year? What movie do you think is the best movie?
The one where she cuts herself. I think Black Swan.
Black Swan. I haven't
She's
seen
great. Wait till you see it.
that. Yeah?
Yeah, it's great. And the King's Speech is good, too.
Yeah, of course. I mean, come on. Will you be invited to the royal wedding?
No, I'm not that close to them.
You're not?
No.
Is it true that you refused to... You wanted to do a joke about Michelle Obama, but you backed off because you were afraid you would be perceived as racist?
Yeah.
Isn't that what's wrong with this country now?
Yes,
You can't-
totally.
What was the joke?
Joke was, and I thought it was a funny complimentary joke when she first came in. I said, she's got such style. We used to have Jackie O, now we have Blackie O. And I
What
thought
kind of?
it's a
Oh,
great-
you are a racist. Okay, that's
I think it's an
No, so
adorable
you were
joke.
afraid you would be attacked.
And I said that nobody, they were all, I thought it was a compliment.
I see.
And they said,
Where's
you
the
can't.
compliment in that?
That's such a compliment.
Trying to
The compliment is that
I'm
Compliment.
looking and looking. I'm trying
This
to
is
find
the.
it.
This,
It was
if
a
Joan
great
had.
dresser.
If
God.
Joan
I
had
would
done
be-
that joke, that would have been her rationale. I thought it was a compliment. I
You
didn't
can
know.
call me Jewio.
Wait,
I
Mel
would-
Gibson. Mel Gibson's
my
on the phone. Let's hear what he has to
Oh,
say.
Mel Gibson.
Joan, you're right. That is a compliment. And I got one about the Jews. You're going to love this. Kaikio.
Oh, he's funny now. All right. So,
Poor Mel. Is he here? Look under your table. I'm very sure.
I'd love to see you.
I love you.
And
Best home.
And
Best home.
Best of luck with the new show.
Thank you, my darling. I'll see you very soon.
All right. And Joan is working on a new joke about the Obamas. About
Yes, she's going to try to clean that one
something
up.
about boiling missionaries. I don't know what it is in the Lincoln bedroom, but she's... wait, it's Mel Gibson.
I love the boiling missionaries reference, Joan. Keep it up. Keep up the good work. I love you. Come on out to the coast and we'll hang out.
I would see Joan anytime, is what he said.
We can walk down the street and smell Jews.
All right. Listen, Joan, thank you.
Hello. Yes.
Joan, you and Howard spoke about, you're sort of being banned from Fox News,
Yes.
and that Jackie O, Blackie O joke that you couldn't make on another show. It's like, is this the last show where you can truly say what you feel? Is this the last
Absolutely.
remaining outlet?
This is the radio is in general the last freedom spot in the world, and Howard. God bless Howard. He should stay forever.
Because without him, what's that going to do to our creativity and
Well,
humor?
we're not even going to say without him because he ain't going anywhere. I won't let him go anywhere.
You're gonna stand in the doorway and not let him
If
leave.
he dared not sign, I would have been here with a gun. Never mind Sarah Palin. It's too early.
Oh.
I don't want to be on the stupid 7 o'clock hour. Nobody's up.
You're telling me about it.
You're
Tell
up.
me about it. Yep.
Yeah, but you don't have to go on. Hello.
That's true.
You don't have to go on camera.
It's hard walking backwards at this hour.
I know it is, but you're doing a brilliant job. I used to go into the hole. It's
Yes.
like Auschwitz.
So one thing, I put it in the forwarded notes, and I didn't put it on here, you might want to write it down, was that supposedly Melissa broke up with the boyfriend because he was webcamming with girls.
Now, so you're talking about the ABN guy?
No. The boyfriend she was living with, that's featured on the show all the time. In fact, the breakup happens on the show, but it was her live-in boyfriend.
And he was webcamming girls, and is that generally known? Has she
talked about it
She
on-
said it on Good Morning America.
But she didn't really get into detail with it.
Yeah, she wouldn't go.
Now she's with the guy from...
From Vivid, right. It's got to be worth $1 gazillion.
She was at the ABNs this past weekend.
She went?
Yeah.
That's so funny.
They were talking to Joe, who's the Girls Gone Wild guy.
Francis.
Yeah. At least publicly, Joan's like very supportive. You know, he's a rich Jewish guy, so she's very happy for him.
Yeah, but Joan didn't like the first husband.
No.
Said it. Joan Rivers has been around for... Hey, guys, I need a plug. I'm sure she's got a ton of them. Joan and Melissa are here.
They must be plugging the fact that they have a reality show that's returning.
Yeah, it's a second season for them. Good for them. There we go. Thanks, Will. Joan's running around with her daughter, Melissa. They have a reality show, and it's on... What network? E? No,
it's-
W-E.
Yeah.
We. Not E, we. We? What's with Melissa? Hey, baby.
Good morning.
Hey, Melissa.
Hey there. How are you? Haven't seen you in a long time.
Who are you saying that to?
Melissa.
Oh, Melissa. Yeah, Melissa is a West Coast girl.
Yeah, she doesn't come this way often.
She doesn't need to do this.
Hello.
Can I fix my hair?
Good morning.
What's happening,
morning.
guys?
What's happening? We're pushing our show because it starts tonight at 9 o'clock.
What
right
is it?
opposite Obama. I'm going to turn
great.
Republican.
Great.
Hey, Melissa.
How are you?
Melissa, what's the arrangement? Is Joan buy you a lot of stuff? Seriously?
No.
No support whatsoever?
No, I mean, we're supportive of each other.
No, I mean money. I'm talking moolah. How does Joan work it? I mean, does she spoil
think she's
you?
being supported by Melissa? I mean, Melissa's being supported
Yes.
by Joan?
At this point in my life?
Yes.
No.
What's the arrangement,
Well,
though?
the
You live a
arrangement should
very
be-
big lifestyle.
No, I not really.
I see your house on the reality show. It's a very substantial home.
But it looks bigger on TV than it is.
And
Not
okay,
my room.
You were.
That's what I'm saying. It's like
what little room did they put
But
you
remember,
in?
now it's
Why is your
reversed.
mom's room so small?
It's a guest room.
Oh,
It's a guest room.
You know, in New York in the old days, before political correctness, they used to call it maid's room.
Yeah, Joan, are you in the maid's room?
She's in the guest room.
Right.
It's amazing.
So let's remember, my mom's
closet.
living with me, not paying rent.
Right.
She's not paying for any food.
No, but is
She entertains at the house.
But
yes,
is-
I do.
I absorb all of this.
All my many dates.
Your many
come to
dates
that.
come through and they eat a lot.
Joan doesn't offer to pay for rent or like say, hey, let me help out with costs or expenses. What is your understanding of? Melissa has a very expensive lifestyle.
Yes.
What is your understanding of how is she hooking on the side? What is she
Yes,
doing?
I am.
Right.
I've finally been outed.
What do you think, Joan?
And she's now in the porn industry.
I am not in the porn industry.
I know. Well,
Started
we're
out
gonna-
with the head of Vivid. She's
We'll get
terrific.
to that.
Mom, why don't you just take it and just hurl it out there?
And by the way, I saw your early
tapes.
Tape, Robin. You were great.
What early
On what?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Oh, on Vivid, you mean? Yeah. No, she's done some just blowjob stuff, not
Oh, that's a
intercourse.
cow. Ask Clinton.
Why don't you turn to Melissa right now, Joan? No jokes. I want everything off. I want all the jokes off the table.
Sure.
We'll get real
That's
here.
easy.
Yeah, that'll support me.
Why you are so bold and brave in your career, and I've seen you on TV in England light into people and really give it to them, and yet you've never turned to Melissa and said in all the years when she was married and these subsequent guys that you don't like the guys she dates.
No.
You
Now, how
stay
old
quiet
are your
about
daughters?
it. My daughters one's going to turn 30 soon.
No way.
Yeah.
No way.
My oldest, she's 29.
Can you believe that?
That's right.
No.
And I have a 26-year-old.
Right.
I know. With me, people still think I have little kids. And all.
Yes.
But they think that with me with Cooper, too. Cooper turned 11 in December.
Are you kidding?
Well, 11's a little kid. My
But
kids.
still, I'm thinking Cooper's a baby.
Yeah, exactly.
And my youngest is in college. You know.
Yeah.
She's
So-
at 29. She just turned 19 today. Today is her birthday.
Happy
goodness,
birthday.
happy
Give
birthday,
the old
Ashley.
balloons, the dead balloons.
Yeah, they're
of
left
Ashley.
over from yours.
Right. So listen to me.
Yeah, why don't I tell her I don't like him?
You did not like her first husband whatsoever.
No,
You did not.
not really. I like him more now. I really like him
But you
now.
used to say to me when she was married, because we would talk privately.
Yes.
You said, I do not like that husband of Melissa's.
Right.
But you never would tell her.
No, because it's not who I like. It's who makes her happy and who it works with them. You know that.
But do you
Have
tell
you-
your daughters?
Oh, are you kidding? I'm afraid of them. Have you
That's
ever?
just it.
Yeah, I'm just being honest. They don't listen to me. Have you ever liked anyone Melissa dated?
Yeah, I've liked 2 guys that she's dated.
A long time ago, I guess.
No, I like Good John, as we used to call him.
Yeah,
I thought he was terrific.
You don't like the porno guy?
Oh, I adore him.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Yes, he is so
Joan,
smart.
Stop it.
I'm telling you, he's not like
He's in the
gold
pornography industry.
He's in the, and so is a Marriott Hotel. Look, I'm on Dover. So is a
Joan,
Marriott Hotel. They
Joan,
buy his product.
Stop it. I know you many years.
I swear.
You're not pleased with this.
On Cooper's life, this is a businessman. This is one
She
of his
really
businesses.
likes him.
Smart.
And you like him?
Yeah.
UCLA graduate. His partner went to Dartmouth. They're 2 smart Jewish boys who said, we can do that and do it better.
All right. But what about the fact that the women are fucking on camera?
Yeah.
And
Excuse me, let's talk about the
you don't think-
Kardashians and
but
let's talk
don't you
about
think-
Paris Hilton.
But don't you think it's going to lead to disaster for Melissa?
Eventually, probably.
Because
But the others have too.
he is surrounded by gorgeous women. These are
Yes.
women who want to get ahead in the porn industry.
Yes.
They're ready to blow him. They're
Yes.
ready to fuck him. Melissa, what are we up to here? I mean,
How did this happen?
Yeah.
We were set up by a mutual friend.
Really?
Yeah. Completely, just innocently. Like, you guys would get along, and I said no for a long time, and then...
does he want porn star kind of sex? Is he
No.
more aggressive in the
No,
sack?
he's very normal.
He doesn't spank you?
No.
He doesn't try to give you anal?
No.
Oh.
Joan loves anal. Why?
But that's, that's where we're different.
I'm so disappointed.
That's where we're
She's sorry for
different.
her.
Everybody's always so...
Joan-
But he always says the same thing. It's like people come to his office thinking it's going to be, an orgy in the office, and it's... People are very disappointed. It's a business.
Why? And let's be real. Your mother doesn't really live with you. That's for the TV
No,
show.
my mother really does live with me.
Joan.
Wait a minute, Joan. What are you doing living with Melissa?
She's with me 4 days a week.
Yeah, I really like it
Because of
now.
fashion police.
Is that really
prisons?
true?
Yes.
You know the Stockholm Syndrome?
Joan,
That's me.
I like myself.
where do you live? Where do you live the other 3 days?
In New York. I have
Okay.
the best life in the world. I go back and forth.
And you have closet space in Melissa's
York.
house.
Yes,
we
she took over my gym, my
Yeah.
little, where my treadmill
Her
is.
gym. We took
My
over the
gym, which
gym.
fits a treadmill.
This is so sad.
And has put clothing
Yes.
racks up, and I put a screen in front of it, and her clothes are all over. There's racks all over the treadmill.
You don't have a separate place in L.A. where
No.
you go to be by
No.
yourself?
I don't want it.
She
You
doesn't
wanna
even
be
have a
with-
car.
Does that bother? Is your mother a burden?
I don't think
Yes.
she's well.
You
Sometimes
don't
I have a
laugh.
sip of coffee.
Is she a burden?
She's not a burden.
I'm a Jew burden.
She's not
Is
a
she a
burden.
Jew burden?
She's not a burden. Maybe a little bit of a burden.
But
Does she cramp your lifestyle?
I have no lifestyle.
Right.
I have my son and my work.
Let me
It's
tell
what
you,
I do.
I can't cram it because I'm so far downstairs that I don't hear anything
Would you
going
prefer
on.
your mother to have her own space, her own place somewhere? Would you prefer that?
I think at 2 days a week, it would be ideal.
Thank you.
4, it gets a little close quarters.
She is so lucky. I like candles. I change things around.
She moves
I
stuff
make it
around.
pretty
When
for
you
her.
hear that your daughter says she wants you there maybe 2 days a week, that would be a nice thing, and that 4 is too much, does that affect your decision?
Well, the other thing,
Is that true? You really are not offended by that, and you don't say to yourself, I got to give her space?
Oh, she's hurt me in other ways too.
well, the best
This is not the first hurt.
Right.
I mean, literally, my mom shows up. My dogs ditch me.
Right.
My
They love her.
housekeeper. My mom has completely bought off my housekeeper, who now barely cleans when my mom's not there.
And
My mom just keeps handing her money.
Yeah.
So my mom's laundry gets done first, like everything. I'm now the renter.
But
Try tipping them.
You seem
They
to.
work for me. I don't need to tip people I give a salary to. I find that a little absurd.
You see, you're telling me you're amused by this, though. By your smile and laughing,
Yes.
you're amused by your mother.
Most of the time.
Right. You
My
haven't-
son really enjoys it.
You're a good sport.
I'm a very good sport.
Right.
And patient.
Right. And your sexual life with this new guy you're seeing, the guy
I
from
can't hear. I'm down the dungeon.
Vivid Entertainment. Well, how do you keep that? Do you do it in your house?
Well, we only see each other on non-custodial days with our children.
I see. Your husband, your ex-husband has the kid, and then you can have sex.
And then he comes back to my house, and my ex-husband can do what he wants to do.
And do you ever watch the product with him when he
No.
produces a porno?
No.
But
Do
you went to the AVN Awards.
Yes.
Was that really skeezy?
It was actually, I had a really good time.
You
it
had
was
fun.
hilarious. Yeah.
So you're getting sucked into the porno life.
Me too.
Joan,
Well,
you
my
went?
mom calls me and says, are there any swag bags?
Right.
All she wanted was a swag bag.
What would they have in a swag
I
bag?
have no
at the
idea
AVN?
there weren't
Joan,
any.
Joan needs a tremendous amount of lube.
Yeah, lubricant and new kind of ticklish.
She wanted a swag bag.
Do you see any guys now, Joan, or are you completely done?
I would like to, but there's nobody at this age.
You're never going to see anyone.
No, there's nobody around.
And
The
you're not-
field has thinned.
And Betty White, that slut, is out there taking off the cream.
By the way, is everyone getting a little tired of the whole Betty White worship thing? Honestly, Joan.
I think it's wonderful because they now think I'm the young chick over at We.
No, but be
No,
honest.
seriously, I'm being honest with you.
I mean,
She's
I
going
think
at
Betty White
90.
is a fine actress and stuff, but I mean, the carrying on and the.
But American, first of all, she's a nice lady, truly.
Right, right. I think so, and
very
talented.
nice lady.
Right,
That's
but it's a
number one.
bit much enough.
But America needs someone to love. I think it's a lot of we need.
We need a
someone-
grandma.
We need a grandma.
Right, right. And believe me, you do not want to
You
be the
don't
grandma.
qualify.
You're
No,
not
I don't want to
kidding.
be the grandma.
You don't qualify.
Listen, I was thinking about Joan for a second here. And by the way, we shouldn't talk too much to Melissa because Joan gets very nervous.
No,
You think?
Yeah, she can't handle it.
She can't handle
No.
Melissa getting attention?
Oh, absolutely not. It's a big competition. Joan didn't get all decked out to be ignored. Joan, I was thinking about you. When Elizabeth Taylor died, I said the connection between Joan and Elizabeth Taylor is very strong because if people remember their history, Joan, back in the day when people were very reverential, Joan used to go on TV and blast and make fun of Elizabeth Taylor. And I thought it brought you to a new level of fame and popularity.
Yes, it did.
So when she died, were you thinking, oh, I was too mean to her?
Not at all.
You did not have any regrets?
No, everybody did. Seriously, we're talking seriously for a second. Everybody did Elizabeth Taylor jokes. Mine were just the best.
They were funny.
So everyone remembered me doing them. Every comedian had Elizabeth Taylor is so fat jokes.
Right.
But mine were the good ones. So it all looked like I was coming down on her. And in the end, we kind of made up. As much
Well,
as
no,
we
you did
could.
a lot of AIDS
Yeah,
work
AIDS
together,
work together.
very much in the beginning.
And when you say you did AIDS work with her, you were face to face
gave
with
it
her?
to her.
And when you gave her AIDS. I thought so. I knew you had AIDS. Poor woman. Joan, when you met her face to face, did she say to you, "You bitch, you wrecked me"?
No, we did the very early AIDS benefit I got her involved in AIDS. Everyone always thought it was her, but I got her.
It was really you who
And
cured
then she
AIDS.
took it over, and
great.
what happened to you?
She stole it from Joan.
Stepped over me. I still have the heel mark on my cheek.
Joan had to go to penis cancer to raise
She had
money.
to take
God
up
for
ball
that.
cancer.
So when you met her face to face, how did you reconcile? Because you were brutal to her.
She said to Roddy McDowell, who was a friend of ours, because I had said to him, "Am I going too far?"
Right.
He was a mutual friend. Because you never want to go to the point where it's really ugly, you know. And he asked her, and she said, "She doesn't get me where I live." She was so beautiful that she was so confident that it meant nothing. I've never had that luck. You know what I'm
Yes,
saying?
right.
That's unusual. That's
Yeah.
unusual that somebody wouldn't be affected by it. If somebody was slamming me on TV every night, I would get angry and fight back.
But she thought when she was at her fattest, when you could put 4 wheels on her and paint her yellow and school kids would mount her.
Right.
I mean, you know, she still thought she was gorgeous.
Right. She
And
never knew that she hit the wall.
You know when fat women don't know they're fat, or when old women still think they're young and hot?
Right.
And
That was Liz?
Liz, and there are a couple of others out there.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
in California, they still think, I had one of those bitches. She entered a wet T-shirt contest. She had a pacemaker. She was electrocuted.
You know what's sad to me? When a good-looking girl lets herself go, that's the worst shame. Because, listen, if you're not a good-looking girl, God bless you, you might as well get fat. But you see someone like a Christina Aguilera, who is so
She has no
beautiful.
neck.
What happened to her, Joan? Did she
lost her
stop
neck.
caring?
I think she lost her neck in a poker game.
Have you criticized her for this?
Is there a choice?
Right, and she's been angry with you because you have tried to yell at her to get skinny again, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not working.
No. The Donna party could have lived on her for the whole winter and come out picking their teeth.
Right. But that's a shame when a good-looking girl lets herself
I think so.
lets herself go.
Don't you think so?
Yeah, I do think so.
Well, I mean, I don't know what's causing that for her. I don't know what's happening in her life.
See,
I try to
cares?
understand.
I don't.
Melissa always has to keep herself hot and thin,
Yes.
right? Your mother would ridicule you if
Oh,
you
for
didn't.
sure. Well, I get ridiculed anyway, so it's not a big deal.
Did she criticize you growing up? Oh, your tuchus is
Joan
getting
is
too
looking
big.
at you like,
or-
ridicule?
Oh,
What
absolutely.
ridicule?
Yeah, Joan must have been. I'm being serious now. You must have walked around as a kid, completely in fear that your mother was going to criticize you. She's very, very, very looks conscious,
Judgmental, huh?
right?
It still is.
Does she comment still on your appearance?
Every phone call I end by saying, put on makeup.
Every phone
Instead
call.
of goodbye.
No,
Makeup is
and
important.
also don't eat. That's
Don't
another thing.
eat.
Don't eat. You're going out to dinner. Don't eat.
Right.
Don't eat.
But
your mother's right.
She's got a great body.
Yes, thanks
She's
to
going
you.
out with the porn king of America.
Right.
It isn't the time to get flabby.
Is it weird when you get naked in front of a guy who really is in the porn industry? Because he's been completely warped out, as I have. I mean, I see so many beautiful women over there. I'm warped out from it. I think everyone's hotter than the next person. So when you take your clothes off in front of a guy who's staring at porn all day, I imagine it's intimidating.
I really try not to think about it.
Do you get fully naked in front of him?
Well,
or do you try to get under the covers? When
I'm an under the covers girl.
Are you?
Yeah. Right, immediately.
She's got a great body. We went to Mexico and she was running around in her bikini. She looked fabulous.
She did. And the boyfriend was there.
Yeah.
And he's looking you over, right?
But, but she looked great. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let her be in a
Otherwise,
bikini.
you would have covered me up.
I would
Yeah.
have I would have bumped into
You
her,
looked her
thrown a
over,
towel
right?
on her.
Joan, you know your mother's looking you
Oh,
over.
always. More
And-
than anyone.
Right. And did you look for stretch marks from giving birth? Did you really
No, I
look
don't have
her over?
stretch
She
marks.
doesn't. She has a great body,
If
and
you
I
saw-
get angry because she doesn't show it off.
Right, she should dress sexier.
Thank
Oh, my
you.
God, here we go.
Even this outfit today doesn't reveal much, right?
No.
She's covered up.
And now's the time for her to reveal it, right, Joan?
That's what I say. Wait, what? You want
Robin,
to
help
arms
me.
look up? My
Joan
arms,
knows.
I can fly to California and back without a plane.
Joan knows that at one point it all caves in.
But
and
I don't
no
feel
offense.
I
and,
don't feel
your mother hangs in there, but listen,
compelled to walk around with everything hanging out.
Yeah, why does Melissa have to do what Joan would do?
because Joan
Yeah.
is in show business.
And because she's going to hit an age where she's going to say, "Why didn't I?"
Right. Why
you
didn't
think
I?
that, but you don't know that.
Joan, what should Melissa be wearing? Disrobe her
Nothing.
now. Take it off. Take her clothes
Nothing.
off
She should
in
be
front of her.
Wearing nothing, just naked.
She has
Yeah,
a
and
great
heels.
body.
Have you seen
and very high heels
Right, she wears
and a whip in her hand?
Let me see your heels. Let me see.
I'm
your
not wearing-
Yes,
No,
flats.
she's saying
Flats.
that she should be in high
Joan.
heels.
She's saying I should be in high heels.
Is anything less hot than flats?
No.
Right.
I'm 165 years old, and I'm in heels.
Yeah, look at you. Beautiful.
165?
I knew it.
Come June.
You finally admitted your real age. No, but you're right, because what your mom is saying, honey, I know from experience. When I was young, I should have shown my titties. I should have done something with all of this. You know, your mother works hard on her look. So she's saying you're going to have regrets. You've got a gorgeous body. The way you're dressing
Who should
today.
she be showing it to? Why should she be
Men.
showing it
But also,
Men
my
and
mom,
women.
but
Why not?
My mom's. If my mom, she's the one who wanted me to pose naked.
Yes.
In Playboy?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What was the latest offer from Playboy? I heard you got another offer.
No, I got an offer from another porn company.
How much was it?
To do some sort of video.
Fabulous.
And wasn't it over $600,000?
I don't even know. I think it
And
it
she
was a
turned
lot
it
of
down, and
Yeah.
I'm doing club dates in the Midwest.
I'm not going to do a
What'd you
sex
teach her?
tape.
I'm saying hello in Indian casinos.
I was raised with moral fiber.
So
How did that happen, Joan?
And an education.
Joan, have you seen Melissa nude, fully nude recently?
yes.
Where did you see her nude?
I walk into a room unannounced a lot
Right.
when I come out of the dungeon.
And is she fully shaved?
Yes.
She
No, Mom.
What?
Oh my God.
is. What?
I'm thinking legs and
No, I'm talking vagina. It's fully
I did
shaved.
really look at it.
You looked.
A little bit.
Was there a little bit of hair there?
A little.
Because you look to see what's
Neat,
doing.
though. Initials.
Right. Why do you keep a little bit of hair? Why not shave it all off?
Because I think that's nasty.
Why is that nasty?
Oh,
Robin shaves it all off.
To me, it's not. Mom.
Mom, I'm so upset that she got a porn thing and she didn't tell me.
I know.
A porn offer.
Because she knows you'll push her into it.
Yeah, if you'd badger me until I did it.
This is third season for Joan and Melissa. There's no question. That's our premiere episode.
Joan, did I read somewhere that you went on vacation with Cindy Adams and Judge
Yes.
Judy?
Yes.
I can't think
Cindy
of a...
Adams and Judge
I know,
Judy.
isn't that hilarious?
Oh, my
I
goodness.
can't think of a worse time.
Had the best time. Cindy,
First of all,
who I
Cindy
adore.
Adams, for
I
those of you who
adore.
don't know, is a gossip columnist. So she's about 1,000. She's 1,000 years older than Joan.
Cindy is my good. I know her forever. She's my first interviewer. I got famous. Whatever you call it.
Joan, how does she have all this money?
I think she invests. She's a brilliant businesswoman. Brilliant.
But what does that mean, brilliant businesswoman?
I think she. Remember, she was married to Joey Adams.
Joey Adams, and he was not a big deal comic,
No, but
was
he made good money.
He did?
He made good money.
What is good money back then?
I don't know, but he
okay.
always worked.
Right.
He was like Freddie Roman. He did
He worked constantly. Okay.
And I think she and he together knew a lot of people on Wall Street, and they took anything she made. I'm just assuming that.
Right.
And they invested brilliantly.
Is she a very wealthy woman?
Yeah.
She is?
Yeah. And very generous. Very generous.
What does that mean, very generous?
Very generous with charities, very generous to her friends.
And you and
Very generous
Judge
of-
Judy,
Is her best friend.
and she's a top macher, that Judge Judy.
Yeah, and-
She doesn't shut up, right?
She's great.
That
And
you
so-
like her.
I went to Williamsburg, Virginia at Christmas time, which everyone should run, not walk to.
Really?
Because you walk around, everyone is like the outfits.
They were dressed up like...
They all dress
like
up.
pilgrims, yeah,
and
the
you
whole thing.
all walk around and you all eat cornbread. It's
Are any of you
fabulous.
married? Is Judge Judy married?
Yes.
She's married.
To Judge Jerry.
Judge Jerry.
And
But
you
he
and
didn't tell.
you and Cindy walk around looking for guys,
No, we three of us walked around, and you go back into history, and everyone plays the game.
right? That's fun.
It's fabulous.
You
And
like going back
It's
into
a whole
history?
town
A
of pretending
whole
you're in
town.
revolutionary times?
Yes.
I'd rather kill myself.
I had the best
My mom,
time.
Cindy, and Judy.
Who's the richest? Judge Judy out of the
Judy,
three of you, right?
probably,
Because
yeah.
of the syndication
There's
of
no
that show.
question.
Didn't that
And
burn your ass?
Look at how hard
Yes,
you
it
work.
burns my ass because I never syndicated anything.
Right.
Never. Yes,
In
you
a
know.
sense, you blew it.
Yeah. I
Judge
totally
Judy's
blew it.
sitting there judging,
Yeah.
and she's probably worth 50 times what you're worth.
Probably 150.
150. You tell jokes, you do comedy, you're writing, you're
She
on the
doesn't
road.
write a thing. She
Yeah.
just tells people off.
Yeah. It's unbelievable. Do you
Good
ever
work if you can get it.
Yeah.
Do you resent her?
No, I adore her.
You
it's
do.
not her fault.
Right.
She's terrific.
It's show business's fault.
It's somebody should have put me in a sitcom. I should have known Larry David.
Yeah.
Right.
There you go.
How about that, Joan?
Now, yeah, right. You needed a sitcom.
I need a sitcom.
Melissa, you were dating a guy before this porn king guy.
Yes.
And you went out with him for 3 years.
Almost, yeah.
Joan didn't like him.
Not particularly.
Yeah. Do you ever
Does she
think,
make it known to you? Do you know?
How could you not? She was very, but how could you not know?
Yeah.
Even my mother being discreet about something isn't.
Why did your last relationship end?
My last, there was, he was.
The refrigerator emptied out.
Yeah, no, he was
I
living.
see.
He was living a second life.
What was the second life?
No
Double
kidding.
life.
Double life. You mean he had another family?
No, not that far, but he was living with having a lot of relationships online.
Oh, online. Dad, do you consider that cheating?
It was to the extent that, in my opinion, it was.
In other words, he would have like online sex with these women?
Yes.
And how did you come to find out that your boyfriend was doing this?
Our computer was on a table, and I was cutting through, and I bumped into it, and the screen flashed, and I looked, and I thought, that's weird, and I pushed the mouse, and up came he'd forgotten to close a bunch of pages.
And so when you see this and he's like, "Oh baby, I want to fuck you," he's not meeting with these girls.
I don't know, because it had come to light that one of the tabloids had purchased emails of him soliciting people.
Oh wow! Now that's the ultimate betrayal, and I don't mean to laugh. I was laughing because Joan was ready to chime in.
Yeah.
Joan, you're very upset about this.
No, I was very glad it was over. It was
But
certainly
it was incredibly painful for Cooper and for me.
I bet. I mean, Cooper got to know him for 3 years.
Yeah.
3 years.
You probably thought maybe there was even a marriage. And, who knows?
I was going through fertility treatments.
Oh, no kidding. You're going to have a kid.
Yep.
Why do you think he hung in? Like, if he was having these feelings, why not go to you and say, look, hey.
I think it was an ongoing thing.
In hindsight, it turned out it had been going on for quite some time. I learned about all these different websites like Ashley Madison that I didn't know about, or what these things were, and apparently it had been going on for about a year and a half.
And when you confronted him, did he say, "Listen, I'm willing to stop everything"?
No, I didn't even give him that opportunity. I was actually getting up to leave for work for Fashion Police, and it was 6 in the morning, and I was going to get something in the office, and that's when I found it, and I called him from work, and I said, "I'm done." And then the next day, I started getting phone calls from tabloids saying, "We've purchased these emails."
So you're here to
from
say
Craigslist, from people solicited on Craigslist.
Are you here to say that Ashley Madison works? Because
I think
it sounds
it
like
does.
he was really meeting chicks.
And again,
What about top sponsors?
Exactly. And then the irony of meeting Stephen.
Right.
But the interesting thing is, this is all on Joan and Melissa.
It happened in the middle of.
Oh my
it happened
goodness!
Literally on a shoot day.
Wow.
So you're telling me when I watched the TV show,
It's in real time.
You on camera discover his videos, his dialogue on the computer, and then you pick up the phone and call him and break up with him.
Yes.
And you haven't seen him since.
No.
That's it.
That's
over
it.
after
Done.
all that time.
Oh, I threw the computer over the balcony. The whole thing.
How do you explain this? How do you explain this to your son?
Are we being serious for a minute?
Yeah.
Because it was incredibly painful for Cooper. I tried to turn it into a little bit of a lesson about internet safety.
Right.
Because we're at that. Well, because he's at that age.
Right.
Where they're all on YouTube and this and that, and I just said, people make mistakes and people do things that they regret, and people talk. There's bad people out there online.
Right.
And you have to be very careful what you do. And it was much easier explaining to Cooper what he did than why.
So, in other words, at some point you had to be very clear and say, "Listen, he was cheating on me with these girls."
I didn't go quite that far. I just said he was doing having inappropriate relationships with people online.
Do you let him say goodbye to Cooper?
Yes, I did.
You did?
They spoke on the phone once.
Joan,
That's right. And I made sure that Cooper always. I was very clear on. Cooper had his phone number. Cooper had his email. Cooper could. I never wanted Cooper to feel that I was cutting him off from his relationship with Jason.
Right.
And I made Cooper speak to him twice, even though he did not want to. And since then, I've let it be Cooper's decision, and Cooper has he has no desire to speak to
Well, because he knows that he hurt his mother.
And Cooper and I are incredibly close. I share custody with my ex-husband, and Cooper and I are very, very close, because it's always been just me and Cooper, where my ex-husband's gotten married or remarried and divorced and had another child. It's really always been me and Coop.
Poor Joan is so jealous. She just wishes she could get some action somewhere.
Yeah, somebody be cheating on me.
I was when he met on Craigslist.
Now,
it was such a turn.
But I went crazy.
Wouldn't that be wild if your mother was seeing your
Was she-
boyfriend on
yeah.
Craigslist?
A little creepy.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Joan signed up for Craigslist.
Exactly.
She immediately registered.
She's like, what were those websites?
Has Cooper met the porn guy, the porn king?
Very casually.
Right, because we can't go through this again.
No, I wouldn't allow it to happen. That's why I'm very careful that we really only see each other on my non-custodial days.
But he was with us in Mexico.
He came down to Mexico. We had separate rooms.
How do you put your?
We had separate rooms.
How do you put your?
A respectful porn king.
How do you have the discipline to put your child's needs ahead of your own? Honestly,
What do you
because
mean? How do you have the discipline?
because you could easily say, oh, "Fuck it, I want to be with my boyfriend. I'm falling in love with this guy. I want to hold on to him. I'm gonna see him. I'm gonna bring him into the house." You could do that. A lot of people do that.
A lot of people do
But
that.
you are actually putting all of your fears aside and saying, "I got to protect my son." Right?
Like maybe she's a decent person.
Thank you.
Are you a decent person? How is it possible that Joan Rivers' daughter would be a decent person?
I haven't met. He's doing the same thing with his children.
I see.
So we're
Well,
both very.
Yeah, like you'd be a bad influence.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, you're
Maybe
the
he
porn
should
queen.
introduce you to his children.
She'd be a real slut to bring her out.
So, Joan, what does this mean? Listen, Joan, despite what you say, I know you're a wealthy woman. What do you mean Melissa is living on her own without any help from you? I don't believe it.
She owns a part of Shopperati, which is very successful.
What is Shopperati?
It's a website that my business partner and I created where we aggregate and curate all the top fashion deals of the day.
And that's a money-making operation?
Yes.
Shopperati?
Yeah.
What do you mean, Joan?
Yeah.
What are you're carrying on like you know?
Well, because she tells me.
And what is she making on Shopperati?
I have no idea.
You know.
She's got two in house. She's doing fine. She's producing, what do you call it? Fashion Police.
Fashion Police.
Executive producing, which is going to an hour.
Right. You like doing that still? That's where you make
I
fun of
adore
the people, how they dress.
So much fun.
Fashion Police.
So much fun.
Right.
So much fun. And then we're doing Joan and Melissa.
Joan and Melissa, and then I have my website.
All right, very good. What can I tell
And
you?
I do personal. We do personal appearances. I mean, you know how it is. But see, you're
We
so
do-
rich.
yeah, we do
you
mother-daughter lectures.
Yeah, you don't. See, you don't have to go out on the road and like do personal
Right.
appearances.
Talk to Indians.
I am going. I don't talk to Indians at
You don't
casinos.
have-
Poor Joan
You
is
don't have
talking
to-
to Indians, Howard.
Yeah, you don't go. You don't have to go do promotional things in malls that they pay you for because you've got so much money. You own this building.
Listen, I don't own the building.
You do. You own a good portion of the building.
I don't own the building. I'm not as rich as you think I am. Look, I had to take a second job.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's so sad.
That's right. I have to now go out to that California and work.
Yeah, well, we'll have dinner.
Oh,
one
that's
night.
right. The new
Right.
show.
I know a lovely room that I could get for you, Melissa.
You can get Melissa's.
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
will
stay at
sub. I can
Melissa's.
sublet.
And by the way, even when I was desperate, I never had to go into a teepee to make money. Like Joan. Just remember that. Well, I am pleased to see that Joan and Melissa, a lot of people said it would not go into a second season.
No.
Everyone said it.
No one said it.
No one said it.
I said it.
Oh, all right.
No. Everyone thought it would never last, but it has.
You know what I want to ask about
We got
Chelsea
great reviews.
Handler yesterday. Do you have a problem with Chelsea?
Chelsea Handler gave it to you, Joan, yesterday.
I don't even know who she is. Exactly. You know when people, I don't know who she is.
You want to hear what she said or no?
Yeah.
All right,
Love
I'll play
to.
it. I'll give you the short version, 59 seconds. Listen to this. But Joan Rivers was critical of you at one point, wasn't she?
Well, Joan Rivers. I mean, what the fuck do I care about Joan Rivers?
You don't care. It doesn't bother you. It does
No,
bother you.
I saw Joan Rivers the other day at E, and she said, "Hi, her and that daughter,
Melissa. Yeah.
And
You don't like Melissa?
no, I mean I don't not like her. I mean,
Right.
but I don't think about either one of them ever. So the fact that Joan Rivers, she got up and made this speech. We were at a Comcast event, and they're giving me Conan's old stage at Universal.
Right.
They're giving me this huge stage, and so they announced that. They make this announcement at this Critics Association, and Joan Rivers gets up and she's like, "Well, I would like to thank Chelsea Handler for giving me a career in comedy." And then says, and then she goes, and congratulations on your stage, Chelsea. She goes, because I don't even have a dressing room. And I'm like, fuck off. It's not my fault you don't have a stage of your own. That's your problem.
Yeah, why is it related to you?
Why are you? I mean, she was trying to be funny in the most innocuous way without being, but I could tell, oh, this is a woman. And she has said, I've heard she said things about me. I don't remember what they are, but yeah.
First of all,
never said anything
First of all, you
about
see how I stood up for you?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And I was at that luncheon. It's not quite how it went
Let
down.
me tell you, number
Doesn't
one.
seem like so bad
The
what you
girl
said.
made it on
It was-
her back fucking the president. We all know that. Of the network. Number two.
Oh, my God, you
she
promised
is
you were not
very-
gonna say that.
Too bad. No, she started out.
Wait, maybe
Excuse me.
somebody missed it. What did you just say, John?
It doesn't matter. We all know how she got there. Number two, she's fine. She's ordinary. She's not a genius. She's an ordinary girl that she was fucking somebody high up in the industry, and they gave her a break, and she's doing okay. I went over very nicely.
Joan, why don't you fuck someone high up in the industry?
Because nobody wanted me.
Yeah, go ahead.
I went over to this thing that we had, and I went into the room and went right over to her and said, exactly, hello. She obviously has no manners. I don't know where she comes from.
Jersey.
When I walk over and say, hello, nice to see you. You say, ignored me.
Oh.
Wow.
That's number one. Who the fuck do you think you are? That's number one. Number two, she gets up and they say, Chelsea broke into late night for women. Chelsea has started for women.
No, they said she gives so many young comedians their breaks.
Their breaks.
Right.
And also a lot about women in late night. So I walked up with a joke. I said, and I want to thank Chelsea for giving me my break.
That's funny.
A joke. But she doesn't have no jokes because she's not that clever.
Huh.
So that was number one. And number two, I thought it was very funny. And I said, we're really the same up here.
Right.
You get the big studio. I don't even have a dressing room.
Right.
That's funny. We got laughs.
Right.
So whatever she is, she's a drunk. She has her own show. I don't wish her good luck. I don't wish her bad luck. And she used to do jokes about Melissa and me before we... mean jokes, you know what I'm saying? For no reason when she was first starting. Go fuck yourself in a pool. And as my mother said, in a teacup of water.
Right.
I didn't say the first part.
Why would you fuck yourself in a teacup of water? I don't understand.
In other words,
what was with your mother?
Go drown yourself in a teacup of water. I don't care. I don't think she's particularly funny. We all know how she got what she got. She's doing okay. Good.
You're referring to the fact that she was dating Ted Harbor.
Dating?
Well, she was living with Ted Harbor.
Yeah,
You're
whatever.
Right.
Good. I don't care. But don't you come after me, you whore. Don't start.
And needless to
me.
say, when we discussed this morning what we were going to say if this was going to come up, it's not what we really discussed.
What your mom said, you know what? I'm not going to act like it doesn't bother me.
Did I walk in and put my hand out and say, hi?
Yes.
First time-
I just said I think the main problem is that in all the times we have ever crossed paths with Chelsea has never come over to my mother and introduced herself and said, how do you do? Nice to meet you. I'm Chelsea.
Right.
Which she should do.
Right. Because after all, Joan is a legend.
She wouldn't
honestly.
be there without me.
Right.
And I never say this.
And I think that sort of was what started it. My mom's like, we work at the same network and you're not going to even come over and say hello to me.
Passes me in the hall.
And this has been for quite a few years now.
That's not nice.
No, and that's just bad manners in general.
Well, so your mother and you had a discussion, Melissa.
This morning.
Hey, listen, you had a little... you sat down and you said, Mom...
Just let it go.
Don't even give... you probably said, I'm guessing, if Chelsea Handler comes up, act like you don't even care.
I said, just explain that she's never... That I think the main problem is why you feel slightly negatively towards her is that she's never done the correct thing to come over and say, hello.
Right.
And then when she had the opportunity a few weeks ago at this particular event, she literally made a point of not saying hello.
That's a very uncomfortable thing when you walk into a room and people are not saying hello to one another.
Yeah, and especially when the president of the network is there.
Right.
And I walked over, which she should have come to me just age-wise.
Yeah. I mean,
I walked over to her and said, hi.
And I
my
said
hand
hi
went
and
out.
didn't acknowledge me. I'm like, hey, and didn't acknowledge me. And
wow.
Oh, boy.
Yet I'm talking to her producer, and her producer's talking to my producer, and all the writers are like, we're all talking, and she's talking to Kelly Osbourne, who's sitting right next to me.
Right.
And
Ignoring
Kelly's
you.
kicking me under the table.
Wow.
So,
I love it.
Who knew this was going on?
I love it.
Yeah, this is such stupidity.
But what shocks me is what you said was very funny in the room.
You know why she's angry? I got the laughs.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, who always gets the laugh? Joan Rivers.
You're damn right.
Damn right. Listen, Joan. I don't know what's going on with you living in Melissa's house. I don't know what's happening.
I think it's lovely.
Find out.
But
Are you going to be renting a room now?
Yes, I am. I'm coming out to see
The
you.
3 days that Joan is not there.
I'll shack up in Joan's room. Don't
There you
worry
go.
about it. Joan needs me.
Do you need a lot of closet space?
No,
Okay,
closet.
perfect. I'll put up another clothing rack next to the treadmill.
What outfits do I have? Listen, you've got to see Joan and Melissa Rivers on Joan and Melissa. Joan knows best.
And truly great reviews.
So this is what I'm talking about.
Life is good.
Life is good, and you're still going strong, and you're going to be up speaking to the Indians soon over at the casino.
I love those casinos.
You're damn right you do. It's a lot of fun.
And if you do well, they give you a blanket. I'm not making a joke. I get these great blankets from these.
Do they really send blankets?
At the end, if they love you, like the chief comes up to you and they give you a gift backstage.
The chief gives it to you.
Yeah,
And wampum they give you, right?
No, well, my agent doesn't take wampum.
No, he doesn't. Thank God. Listen, you should do what the natives, remember the Pilgrims? when the Indians would give them a blanket, we gave them smallpox. So you should give the Chiefs smallpox. That's right.
Chelsea.
That's it. And what happened? You were negative about Tracy Morgan recently.
No, it wasn't.
No? You're okay with him? You're always in a feud. Like
life
me.
is good.
That's right. Conan O'Brien, I know you don't like.
I don't like
really?
You said he's arrogant. Is he arrogant?
He's arrogant.
What happened? He had a run-in with him?
No, he's just very arrogant. He just thinks he went to Harvard and the whole world is impressed. You know, you want to say we all went to Ivy League college.
You went to an Ivy League
And that's what I'm
college.
saying. We all went to Ivy League college.
We all went.
Calm down. I hate people that think they're superior. I'm not kidding. I'm so sick of... You meet these people and you say, you're lucky. Get on your knees and be what's his name? Tebow.
Yeah. Tebowing. Yes.
You like Tebow.
I love
what about Melissa and Tebow?
No.
No?
The Kardashians are for that covered.
They got the sports world covered.
Yeah, they got the sports world covered.
But Conan,
we got to go to porno.
in other words, there are a lot of young comedy writers and comedians who will come out of Harvard and you feel they act superior.
No, I feel like you'll bump in some of the housewives.
Right.
You know, and they carry on like they're stars, and you want to say, calm down.
Yeah.
You're a girl with big fat lips, you know.
And no one's going to remember you.
And you're having a moment. Enjoy it.
Right.
Don't yell at the waiter.
Right.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Don't yell at the waiter.
You got so much class, Joan.
Yeah.
Well, look. Joan knows everything about show business.
Is she seeing Cher still, or is that
Yes.
really? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, in the bathroom. They have dinner.
I love Cher.
When's the last time you saw Cher?
About 7 months ago.
She ever bring up my name? No?
All the time.
Always talks about me?
Your picture is over the bed.
And you go into the bathroom and eat dinner there, right?
We go into her bedroom.
So weird. No, the bathroom, you told me. That's where they eat.
No, they don't eat in her bathroom.
Everything goes on in her bathroom. Like she entertains in her bathroom.
Maybe Kathy Griffin told you that.
No, you've told me that too.
I think it's a big bedroom, bathroom suite.
You know,
isn't that weird?
Do you like how I
great.
translate for her now?
Yeah.
She lives like a movie star. Big
Right.
house overlooking the Pacific.
How's she look?
Fabulous.
The body?
Fabulous.
Tight?
Well, I've never poked it.
And Chaz? She's bring up Chaz to you in private?
No.
No one. She's not talking
She
to
doesn't
anyone.
mention Cher.
No, we don't talk about it.
I had Chaz on the show. He was lovely.
He was lovely.
Yes,
You know he's going to get the penis now. Did you read that?
No, really?
Yeah, he's going to stretch his clitoris into a... What about Chaz and Melissa? Once he becomes full... what do you mean?
Wait a second.
What are you talking about?
I'm very happy in my relationship as it is.
That one's not lasting.
Why
Melissa.
not?
Because he's a porn guy. It's not going to
He's
happen.
a nice Jewish boy that happens to be...
How long was his last relationship?
10 years.
Oh, okay. That's
12
good.
years.
Okay.
And why not Chaz? Because he's not Jewish?
He's
Is
not
that
Jewish.
It? Is
Not
Joan-
Jewish.
Just not my type.
You think he'll get a circumcised penis?
Of course. He doesn't want to get disease. But he's even talking about getting balls, testicles, where they're
I
fake.
could send my dogs.
Right, but they're fake, but they're going to look
Yeah,
real.
but that's, if you want that, why not? Get
Right,
it.
sure.
Absolutely.
Why not?
Makes you happy?
Right.
Get it.
And he seems happy.
He seems very happy, and that's great. And all you want, you have your children, is you're as happy as your least happy child.
But all the reports I read say Cher is upset, Cher can't deal with it. What is it?
I think it would be a little difficult if one of your daughters came to you and wanted to have a penis and balls.
I always wanted a son. All right, listen, we could yenter it up all day, but unfortunately, we have to move on. I have to be professional.
I love you so much.
I love you too, Melissa. Love you, and it's great. And I am considering becoming a woman. I didn't want to say that. That's
really?
Right. Yeah,
Well,
that's
then
good.
maybe you should donate to Chaz.
I'll give him my penis. I guarantee you his clitoris is longer than my penis, and I'm not kidding.
We got a Howard Stevens singer. Joan. Chelsea has unleashed the wrath of Joan.
Yes, she has. Yes, but I don't understand why she... I tried to be nice. I tried to be professional. And I don't know who this upstart girl is. And whoever she is, go to hell. I couldn't care less.
It's
Next.
not just about showbiz respect. It's about common courtesy.
It's about common courtesy to an older woman, of someone who has started the industry, someone who broke nighttime barrier, and you walk over and you say hi, and as every other comedian comes up to me and
But also,
says...
it's basically, it crosses into just common courtesy.
Common courtesy. Common courtesy.
If you see someone in a restaurant, I get up and say hello. I don't expect them to come over to me.
Right.
If I see one of my mom's friends, I get up and go over. You say, hi, how are you? Nice to see you. It's just common courtesy.
And it doesn't matter. We should all live all live and continue to live.
Melissa, this wasn't the plan, though, going into the interview?
No, this was not the plan going into the interview. But nothing in our life goes according to plan.
Well, plus, once you're hearing the actual words come out of Chelsea's mouth, it's a little more difficult to...
Yes, absolutely.
To zip your... Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm sure I'll be getting a call from the network today.
Joan, who are some of the young female comedians who do give proper respect and do to you?
I don't even expect proper respect and do. But the ones I think, obviously, Kathy, is Sarah Silverman, genius. Whitney is incredible. And there's Lynn Coplitz, who is just starting to break through now. Is so good. And there are a lot that are just coming up again. It's always somebody good around. There's always somebody funny and fresh.
So they're not all Chelseas out there.
No, and again, I don't want to make this into a bigger feud than it is, because I can't waste my time on negative.
Well, it was a very positive interview other than that.
Yes.
Good to see you both again.
Great, thank you.
Good morning, Joan.
Good morning.
How are you today?
A little disappointed because you don't have your ice cream machine anymore.
We got rid of that?
I think so.
That's not right.
I didn't see it. Not right.
We lured you with ice cream, then we took it away.
Very important. Good morning, good morning. Otherwise, I'm fine, thank you.
And you have a new book out, so...
I have a new book called Joan Rivers, I Hate Everybody, and it's the first book of comedy that was ever banned. I'm very excited.
It's already been banned?
It's been banned by, I'm not allowed to say the name, Costco.
That's kind of cool, though.
Beyond cool.
I mean...
Beyond cool, that means the nice thing is no very fat people will be able to buy it and hide it in their folds.
But everywhere else you can pick it up.
Everywhere else you can pick it up.
Just not if you want to buy bulk
no,
food items.
No, you can't buy it in bulk. Can't buy a pallet. You can go to BJ's and buy it.
Well, welcome.
So that's what's going. I'm thrilled to be here.
Good to see you again, Joan.
It's good to be going on the air like a real big person. And how is Howard now that he's rich?
I think he's doing well. I think he's enjoying this
Who
run
is he on
AGT.
With? He's on with
it's Howie Mandel.
And Sharon.
Yes.
Okay, good.
I think he's enjoying this run, though.
He should. He should have done this a long time ago.
You've said it since the beginning.
From the beginning. He's terrific.
All right, I'll let you get to Howard.
Thank you.
Hey, there's one other interesting thing, Howard. It's funny. Tim had dinner with David Brenner last night.
Yeah.
And, David Brenner's like trying to figure out, how to reinvent himself and everything. But the question is like, Joan has sort of managed to remain iconic, and I know it's because she's funny. But there's a lot. Maybe it's because Joan just never stops. Maybe that's why. But she certainly put herself in a place.
Well, she's also she's willing to say shit that David Brenner won't.
I guess that's what it is.
She's outrageous.
I got to tell you, I just filled her in on Robin in very broad strokes because she didn't know anything, and she's already got. She cracked 3 jokes in there that made me laugh my ass off.
Oh no!
No, they're not bad. They're not. They're just stupid. But they're nothing that will insult. Robin will laugh at them. And I would tell them to you, but I want you to laugh at them.
Okay.
Hey, Joan Rivers is here. Joan Rivers just came out with yet another new book, I Hate Everyone, Starting With Me. It's in stores today. A living legend.
Now, is she calling herself a living legend now?
I'm calling her a living legend. She's an icon, don't you think?
I didn't know if that was in the copy or if you said that yourself.
No, I'm calling her a living legend. I'm calling Joan a living legend.
I certainly think so.
What?
Thank you.
You refuse to do the show without Robin?
I don't do the show unless Robin is sitting there.
Robin's gotten so lazy with this show that she does it from home now.
That bitch has lost so much weight.
That's right.
You can't find me.
I love you on the thing with Howie Mandel and Sharon.
America's Got Talent.
Oh, well, you know the name. I don't have to learn it.
Yeah, why do you need to learn that? Why do you need to be bothered? I enjoy doing it, I believe it or not.
You look like you enjoy doing it.
I'm having a lot of fun with it.
Yeah.
And I said, what is left to do in my career except shock everyone with doing a family show?
Yeah.
Really, when you think about it, who would have expected that one?
But you're so cute, and so I go back to NBC when they had you in that closet.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Right. Yeah,
so
long way.
You should have done this a long time ago.
It's funny. Gary was just in here. We were talking about you behind your back, and I said, and he said, we know we have had so many comics on our show over the years, and we were just naming all the people who kind of have disappeared in terms of their careers. And Carrie goes, don't you think it's amazing that Joan Rivers, I mean, really think about it. Like, she's still relevant and funny and like really has a real career as opposed to like a Mercy booking somewhere.
Yeah, thank God.
Yeah, and it is amazing. So he said, what do you think the secret is? And I said, I think the secret is she's funny. You know, she's like...
She's actually talented.
I keep looking over.
Yeah, I know, but I can't imagine... Oh, you keep looking over for Rob.
For Rob,
Right.
his stupid voice.
Well, I keep looking for her. I want them to tape a picture of her over there.
What are you people talking about? What are you talking
but no, it's hard work. No, yes,
because
funny.
Aren't there days where you go, I don't want to keep up with pop culture?
No.
Honestly.
I don't want to keep up. I don't want... If one more person says, I love John Carson, who gives a shit?
Nobody remembers
The
John.
man is disintegrated even in his coffin.
Right.
There's nothing left there except 3 bones.
Although I did watch a special on Johnny Carson, and you were a part of it.
And
you were very complimentary to him.
And they cut out the one part, the truth. It's where that I called him, and he hung up on me. And they have all these people saying, look who's saying it. The producer who hates me, who I hate.
They cut that out.
And they have the people saying she never called him.
Oh.
And I called the producer. Then they wanted me to do PR for it. And I called them up. I said, you have just perpetrated a lie.
Right.
Well, Johnny's wife, I said, the third wife with the implants.
Right.
Yeah, she was walking the beach looking for him in Malibu. I know how she met him.
Johnny's wife has a say on the special?
Yes, she decided. Alex decided.
Is it true that...
Number 22.
Is it true that your birthday is coming up?
Yeah.
Can I say... Are
79. How about
I
that
didn't know
one?
if you gave that out, but...
That's amazing.
Can you believe you're 79?
No. I'm in perfect health. That's the joke. And everyone around me is dropping dead.
Because I can't even believe it's 79. Like, when you wake up in the morning that you even care
I don't even think
about your career. I really can't believe it.
But I love what I do.
Yeah, I know, but like...
Howard, they just banned my book. How fabulous is that?
Yeah, that was
How
weird.
fabulous that some asshole...
Who is banning
But
your
where
book?
was it banned, by the way?
I'm not
Walmart?
allowed to say the name, so you have to give me a hint.
Okay, Walmart?
No.
No? Costco? Okay. They banned your book because, well, the back...
People that sell pink meat.
It's funny. It says here, on the back of your book, there are quotes. Will Chamberlain said about your book, if I was alive, even I wouldn't fuck her.
Yeah, that's what I wrote quotes that I thought were appropriate for the book.
Dr. Kevorkian said of your new book, this author should be euthanized.
That's right. Maria Antoinette was the one they didn't like.
It says, let her eat shit.
Yeah, I thought that was a testimonial to their produce department.
So they were afraid that if someone picked up the book jacket, they would see the word shit, and then that would corrupt them.
Meanwhile, they
offend
sell
people.
ammo to children.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
Who was ever hurt by that?
Yeah.
It's so stupid. But I got so excited because I'm from the generation where they used to ban books in Boston.
Right.
I said, this is fabulous. Because it's a funny book.
It is funny. In fact, I was looking through the book, as long as we're talking about your book.
Oh, we don't have to.
No. I want to talk about it because there was one quote that I thought was outrageous. And in a politically correct society, to say this, I'm going to quote you now. I thought this was pretty wild. Let me find it because I have a lot of quotes.
I have never been politically correct.
All right, listen to this. You write about, in your new book, the TV show Glee.
Yeah.
You say on Glee, all the homo kids. Now, this is a quote. Okay, because a lot of people aren't saying that kind of stuff anymore. Okay. On Glee, all the homo kids are smiling and giggly, and they spend every day singing in the halls. When I went to high school, the homos spent most of their days hiding in their lockers crying.
That's right.
You feel a show like Glee should be about kids hiding in their lockers, right?
Everybody's happy. The fat girl is singing.
Yeah, right. It's true. In high school, where is the reality in that? The fat girl had to hide.
Leah Michelle, whose nose continues around the corner.
You're like, what planet is this?
Yeah, this is not the high school I went to.
Well, maybe the feeling is if they present an imaginary high school where everyone has fun, that all the high schools around the country, all the kids will think gay people are fun. And
let's
they'll be
include
nice.
the crippled kid on the team. I was on the baseball team. I played so far out. By the time I came in from the outfield, we had to go back again.
Do you think it built your character, Joan, that you were ostracized as a teenager and that you were locked in your locker many times and things like that? Like, in other words, it built character. It can't all be good.
I think it's great sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm being serious now.
Go ahead.
That you get a couple of knocks. I think the stupidest thing is all these little crappy kids who can't play, they all get like a certificate.
A trophy.
You were good. You get a trophy. No.
You were bad.
Oh, you know what I hate the most?
What?
When people say to the child, the divorce had nothing to do with you. Meanwhile, your big head stretched your mother's vagina.
and
she's flapping in the wind.
It's so big that the husband didn't want to bang her
That's
anymore.
it. The husband and 4 people were in there.
You make a good point. Now, on Octomom, you wrote that her uterus is like a sausage maker.
Yes.
You're right. That's true.
Right.
I spoke to her the other day. Wait, I'm gonna give
Did
you a couple of
talk to her?
I
You
did.
can't talk to her.
We did speak to her.
Totally crazy. You can't.
She's totally wild. She just doesn't shut up.
And why won't, nobody's addressing that these children are trapped in a house with her.
I know. Well, thank God she's not Kate Gosselin.
Now, what about this? Can you be sued in your book for writing about Oprah in this manner? Did you check this with lawyers?
I checked this with lawyers, and it's a humor book.
I see. Because it says here.
That's how you get away with
It's a humor book.
You say Oprah is Stedman's beard.
That's what I think.
Yeah, you say, yeah, sure, Oprah denies it, but even Abraham Lincoln didn't have this big a beard. I know Oprah's opened schools and raised money and given away big, Buicks and things like that, but so what? She can't keep her weight at a reasonable level because that's important to you, right? I mean, someone has to keep their weight at a reasonable level. One day she weighs 140. 2 days later, she's being fitted for a boat cover. How long did it take you to write this vicious book?
Yes, I mean, did this
Honestly.
just pour out of you, or did you have to labor over it?
You're such an angry woman.
I did. It's funny.
Are you angry? Are you an angry woman?
Oh, I think I'm furious.
Yeah, you are. What do you think you're furious about, honestly?
About the stupidity of everything.
Do you think that's sort of go
Seriously,
deeper?
I'm
Does
not
it go back
making
to your mother and father? No, I'm being serious for a second.
Yeah.
Do you think
Like your personal anger.
Do you think you're so angry that it goes back to like your mom and dad not treating you properly?
They were very good parents.
Were they?
Yeah, and I had what they call a very good childhood.
They understood you?
To a
Then
point.
what happened?
I get a feeling they didn't.
I had my father was a doctor. He worked hard. My mother was a housewife. She did her best.
Right.
They cared about the girls, my sister and I. Did they sit there and worry? Like I worried everything that Melissa did.
Right.
I doubt it.
Is your sister still alive?
My sister's still alive.
Is she totally jealous of you and your career?
Probably. But
she a married woman?
She married, 2 children, both did well.
Are you
She's
angry?
a lawyer.
Are you angry that she had the marriage that lasted, and that she's happier than you?
She's not happier than I am.
She isn't? Oh, she's miserable?
I'm very happy.
Is she happy in her marriage?
She's happy. Well, he died.
Oh, he died.
So
she is happy.
Well, look at the age.
Yeah, right. How many guys last that long?
These men are dropping like flies.
You're not kidding. So when you write a book like this, you sit down, and how long does it take you to write a book?
I wrote it it's a humor book. It's just what I think about everybody.
Right.
And what I think about everything. Children on planes.
Right. Terrible, right?
Well,
what do you
where
do?
is Casey Anthony when you need her?
Right.
How are they supposed to get around you?
I don't care. When I had Melissa, we went on a plane. I would bring wrapped gifts. Like, she had a Barbie doll, so I'd wrap up a pair of shoes. Every half hour, she got another little present that she had to open and play with. She was my responsibility to keep her quiet.
So you kept her quiet by doing that on the plane. That's very fair to the other passengers.
That's the only way you should do it.
Right. You planned ahead.
Or chloroform it. I mean, you got 2 choices.
Yeah, because I went to the movies the other day. I went to see Avengers, which is a scary movie to bring a 5-year-old to. And these 5-year-olds, I mean, you can't do that. You can't bring a 5-year-old to a movie like that.
And God forbid you turn around and say, please keep your child quiet or get out.
Oh, I told the woman to get the fuck out.
Good.
Yeah, I really did.
You should.
Yeah, I'm glad she didn't punch me in the face, but I mean, I was really pissed. The kid's going, Mommy, I'm scared. I'm scared. And I go, get her the fuck out of here.
Take him out.
Right. I'm angry too.
I took Cooper out of Mary Poppins. He got scared of that ugly Mary Poppins, so he left.
Your grandson got scared at Mary Poppins?
Well, he was young.
I'm worried about this kid.
Well, listen, an ugly woman with an umbrella.
Do you get jealous of female comics, particularly female comics who, like, you kind of see, like Lisa Lampanelli right now is very hot, right?
Well, to a point. How many black I fucked him jokes can you do?
So you're not thrilled with her?
She'll cool off. No, she's a one-note comic. She's fine, but she's not. Here we go. She's fine.
Why are you being diplomatic?
Because she's going to come after me, and she's probably a very nice girl.
Oh my.
No, but I'm
I
saying,
don't think
like,
she's
some
one
people
note.
say Lisa Lampanelli is the new Joan Rivers. You know,
No,
they're always
no
looking for
way.
the new Joan Rivers. But you feel she has not earned that title.
Oh no, she's very good on a certain level.
Right.
And Joan Rivers, we don't need a new one. We've got one.
And I think this sounds terrible. It's 79. I think I'm unique. I think I'm very lucky.
Well, you are unique.
And I think I'm the best stand-up alive today. How about
but
that?
you're not gracious, let's say,
No,
to
I'm not
like
gracious.
Lisa. Right. You're like I don't need to be gracious to Lisa. Like you don't feel like, hey, look what I've created. I've created a job for a lot of women.
Are you gracious? I'm
not gracious.
I'm fighting for where I love what I do. I do it great. Now get out of my way.
So if you see Lisa Lampanelli, do you go up to her and say, "Oh, you're doing fine," but
Yeah.
you don't embrace her?
I'm doing. She started with me one time.
She did?
About something. I thought, first of all, I didn't even know who she was.
Right.
So then they said, well, Lisa Lampanelli said, they didn't use her on the comedy special.
Right.
My comedy thing. So she started doing a lot. I kept saying, who is she?
Right.
You know. And then I saw her stuff. And every time you see her, it's still, I fucked a black guy, I got a black guy, I need a fucking black guy. Okay, let's get a second story in here.
You've fucked many black guys.
Oh, my God.
And you don't dwell
Well,
on it.
Melissa's
Talked
furious.
about it. She never even talked about it.
I've talked to a point.
By the
but
way-
Melissa gets upset because she's jealous.
In your new book, you talk about black people, and you say
I talk about everybody.
Yeah, and you say that you feel black people already have to figure out what to call themselves.
Yes.
You say in the book that, you know, when you were a young girl, everyone said colored, and then all of a sudden they wanted to be Negro. Then you say they wanted to be black. Now they want to be African American. You said, white people aren't that bright. We can't follow along. Pick a name and fucking
Pick
stick
a
with
name and I'll do it.
it. You say this in the new
Yes,
book.
the book is hilarious.
So there's wisdom in this book.
Thank you, Howard.
Is
There's
it?
wisdom.
And talk about when you used to fuck black guys. Melissa's real father is Malcolm X, you reveal in the end.
Well, no, actually, it's Denzel Washington.
Denzel Washington is
I went
Melissa's
for
father.
looks.
That's right. A lot of people don't know that. 79 years old.
Yeah, but I
And you're
just
still
got my
fighting,
checkup.
and you're still fighting with these young comics.
You're goddamn right.
Maybe that's what keeps you alive.
And when they come over to me and they say, you opened the door, and you want to say, sweetheart, I am still opening those doors. Doors you won't even see for 10 years.
And you say your health is good. Have you been to the doctor?
Yeah, all the time.
And you probably go like constantly, right?
Yeah.
Because you want to make sure you're going to stay alive.
Yeah.
Checking
Right,
everything.
right.
Well, Melissa always says things like, if you get pains in your left arm and short of breath, that's good. It means you're losing weight.
Don't check that one.
Don't check that, mother.
Can you even count back how many years it's been since you lost your virginity, or you've lost count?
Well, it's all grown back.
You're kidding. You haven't gotten laid in so long that your virginity
I wouldn't
grew
know. This hotel has been closed so long.
back. Your hymen grew back.
Oh, it's so sad.
I hope you write about that.
I could marry a Hasidic because I'm pure
You're
again.
pure. You could
But
act.
does Joan Rivers masturbate at 79?
That's a good question.
That's a wonderful question. And we won't go there. Ask Jane Fonda with her new body.
Boy, she looks good, right?
She does, yeah.
She looks
You
great.
got to admire her. In fact, someone said to me the other day, young guy, he goes, you know, this sounds weird, I guess, but I guess Jane Fonda was up here promoting, or he saw her on TV, and he said, I'd fuck her.
Yeah.
Like-
Now, don't you love... Oh, all right. This is one of my big pet peeves. Beautiful older women and a real schlumpy guy with stuff coming out of his nose. I might fuck her. And you want to go, she wouldn't touch you with
Right.
a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, this guy, I think he was missing half his limbs, and he was ready to go fuck.
That's a turn on to me, though.
Hey, listen, compared to who you're dating, it's a pleasure. Are you dating?
I'm not dating now.
Why won't you say it? I want to know, does a 79-year-old woman still need to masturbate? Honestly, but
Yeah,
a
of
straight
course.
answer. You do?
Everybody.
Wow. I
That's
thought
a-
that maybe the desire leaves.
The desire never, and the
Isn't
look
that
for
something?
romance never leaves.
Wow.
But
Is it romantic masturbating?
Oh yeah, well, I always put a picture up.
You still pray for
I'm moving
romance.
to women now, though.
You still pray for romance.
Yeah, I would still love a romance.
You never made it with a woman, did you?
No,
No, never. That was
truly, never even had like a girl crush. No.
Right. Girl crush is silly.
Yeah, that's so stupid. What are you talking about?
Where did you get your
The
vibrator from?
boobies get in the way.
Where did you get your vibrator from? QVC?
My vibrator I got when I did
You got to put out a line.
I had a vibrator show on vibrators on my daytime show.
Yeah.
So this vibrator that I have is so old. It says, beat the Japs. It was made in World War II.
Let me understand something with you. You're at war with everybody.
Yeah.
Isn't it true that you met Will Ferrell? I'm going back now a couple of years.
Yeah. Very
2005 Golden Globes. Will Ferrell was on the red carpet. You were doing interviews. And you said he was very rude. Now, he seems like a guy who's nice to everybody.
Well, I was talking to Mike Nichols, interviewing Mike Nichols on the air. We all know.
Live.
Live on E. And Will Ferrell, Mr. Important, walked up, turned Mike, and began to have a conversation with him. Not on the air with me.
Oh, that's
Do
funny.
you understand?
But isn't that kind of funny?
You son of a bitch.
Wait a
Who do you
second.
think you are? You big stupid elf.
Do you think that was meant intentionally to be funny? Because that sounds funny to me. That like you're.
It wasn't funny.
It wasn't.
When Robin Williams does something funny, you know it's funny.
Right.
When Dustin Hoffman, no, this was just an egocentric asshole.
But I know you love big moments. You know to recognize a moment. When that guy did, why didn't you confront him on the
I
air?
tried. He wouldn't stop talking to him. It wasn't
That's
funny.
That's funny.
It's funny, but
so you
it
mean
wasn't
you went
funny.
up to this guy and you're scared? Listen, you.
Look,
I'm
hello, Mike. Hello, hello.
So
They probably have it somewhere on E on tape.
So you're convinced that Will Ferrell isn't a genius who constructed a situation for you that was brilliant?
This was called extraordinarily rude.
Wow.
An ego beyond egos. And you're funny, but you're not that funny.
Is it true that you claim, now, again, I can't even believe this number, that you've had a total of 739 cosmetic procedures?
I did that as a joke.
That is a joke, right?
And some moron picked it up and wrote it.
I said, how is that even? You would not be alive.
What would you have
I would be
left
covered
to
in
do?
bandages.
Yeah.
And by the way, let me say, how about how Letterman all of a sudden has embraced you?
Isn't we really like each other.
It's about fucking time.
Yeah, but at least he does it. Leno, that asshole.
Scumbag.
Scumbag.
Let's call it the way it is.
That not funny, lucky.
That motherfucker.
Effer,
Come on, let's go, baby. You think you're angry. Come on, right now.
What is Leno doing? He doesn't acknowledge.
Never acknowledged, never asked on the show.
I can't acknowledge Joan Rivers. She hasn't done anything.
Yeah, a moron. All the others, Jimmy Kimmel's been wonderful. Jimmy Fallon's been amazing. Letterman.
I think you're
Absolutely
terrific on Letterman.
I love working with him.
I've watched every appearance you did on Letterman, and I used to say to you for years when I always had you on the show, I say, I don't understand why David Letterman doesn't have you on, and Leno and all these guys.
Yeah.
You're a terrific guest.
Yeah.
You come out there, you're prepared, and you work it. Like a woman who wants to succeed.
Yeah, I still do it like it's my first shot.
That's it. Do you think Leno doesn't have you on because it's still tied in with him trying to identify with Johnny Carson, that dumb fuck?
Yeah.
Both of them.
Yeah.
Right.
But at this point, he'll never have me on because I always say, quote, one funny joke Leno ever said, and nobody can come up with it.
Wait a second, though. As weird as this will sound, I will defend Jay as a young stand-up comic. He was great, right? Am I right or wrong?
As a young
Yes.
stand-up comic, he was very funny.
Very funny.
Very funny.
I would say one of the top guys.
Well, let's not push that either.
Really?
But he was good. He was very good. He was very good. Gary Shanley. There was a whole group that was coming up at the same time.
Does Gary Shandling still? How does he live? I mean,
I love Gary. He
Me
must
too.
have made a pile of money.
But on what? I asked him. I was at a party with him. I go, "How are you alive?" I go, "How do you eat?" I mean, what you were on HBO? They're infamously cheap.
And he was on the.
So ask me how Bill Maher can buy a
$20 million.
Where did Bill Maher? I began to throw up my breakfast yesterday.
Do you ever
6 bagels came out of my mouth.
Now, Bill Maher's a good comic.
I love
feel.
Bill. He's very smart. Where did you get the money to buy a baseball team?
Well, we were asking this question on the air yesterday. We were doing the finances. We said, like, how much money could Bill? In other words, to shell out $20 million to own part of the Mets, you would have to be worth at least $60-70 million at least. Because you can't give up every $20 million you got.
And maybe he's getting kickbacks from Huffington Post.
we had a theory that he didn't put up $20 million. That maybe he put up $1 million, and that other people are involved in his $20 million.
Right.
Do you think that's the case?
Yeah. Then why don't they ever come to me with that? You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. But
my fashion
how are you
police.
not? What are you worth? Seriously,
Nothing. I'm not making
that
a
is such horseshit.
I swear to you, on my grandson.
How are you worth
on my
nothing?
because I was always salaried. Fashion police. I'm doing it now. It's a career move.
I know.
Joan and Melissa. It's a career move. Everything is a goddamn career move. It's time I got a little cash here. I don't own anything.
Joan and Melissa going into the third season.
Third season.
You don't own a piece of that show?
No.
And you're telling me that here's a show that's successful. 3 seasons now on E!
Yeah.
And they're not going to pay. They're like, no, Joan, this is just a vanity project.
Yeah. But look what it will do for your I'm not starving. I live very high.
I know.
As you know. But I don't have this kind of money. My accountant calls me up all the time. You got to sell either the country house or the city house.
Really? You don't have that kind of bread?
No.
It's remarkable to me.
Because the clothing line, the
what is that?
Yeah, the jewelry and the clothing line. I've done very well. They've kept me through the lean periods.
Right.
The jewelry and the clothing support me so I can do fashion police and
I feel like all of the money went into your face.
a lot of it went in my face, a little in the breast.
You're seeing it. You're looking at it.
I'm looking at it.
Is it true?
Edgar's funeral cost me a fortune.
Tell me the truth, Joan, and clear this up for me. I know on your show, on your television show on E!, you smoked marijuana.
That was on We.
That was on We, right? You're on We and E.
I'm on We and E and QVC.
How about a real network finally?
Yeah, I'd like to be on NBC, but
exactly. Well, they're busy with me.
Exactly, which is great.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yeah. And Chelsea Handler's on NBC too. You know, she got. Hey, so this is interesting. I see you biting your tongue. Last time you were here, you let Chelsea Handler have it. You gave it to her good, and you said, "How dare you?"
I don't care. I don't think she's particularly funny. We all know how she got what she got. She's doing okay. Good.
You're referring to the fact that she was dating Ted Harbor.
Dating?
Well, but she was living with Ted Harbor.
Yeah, whatever.
Right.
Good. I don't care. But don't you come after me, you whore.
Who hates you? Joan Rivers was critical of you at one point, wasn't she?
Well, Joan Rivers. I mean, what the fuck do I care about Joan Rivers?
You don't care. It doesn't bother you. You don't. It does bother you.
I saw Joan Rivers the other day at E! And she said, "Hi, her and that daughter. What?
Melissa. Yeah.
And
you don't like Melissa?
No, I mean I don't not like her. I mean,
right.
but I don't think about either one of them ever.
I have heard through the grapevine that the E! Network came to you and told you to shut your mouth about Chelsea Handler.
They told both of us, and I think it was very smart.
Why?
Because, actually, the smarter thing was if we had a big feud. I think that would have been really smart.
Right.
It's like back to banning my book. I think that's great. But they said, please stop it.
You went along with that?
Oh, they're not. You know something? They're lovely at E!
So what?
So I said, absolutely.
But what does that have to, I mean, I had Chelsea on the show. I asked her about you. That's how this whole thing got started.
Yeah.
And you came out, guns a-blazing
and now
said, who are you?
And we went to the upfronts, which is where you go and you meet everybody that's connected with the network. And she said something very nice about me at the podium.
Did she come up to you and say this?
No, we don't talk when we see each other.
You're kidding still? Even at the upfronts, you didn't talk to each other?
Well, upfronts 200 people. You can avoid a lot of people.
So there you were.
I can't talk to her. I can't talk to Lisa Lampen.
I mean, you're
How do you go to a party these days?
I don't.
She stays home. She goes to England to go to parties.
I'm surprised she's not there today.
No, some people
the Queen of England's having a jubilee.
Yeah, I know. I should be there. She called me last night.
Didn't you?
Where were you?
Didn't you do a stand-up in front of the Queen and said the word fuck?
Fuck, yeah.
And you told her you can behead me now?
Yeah, right now.
Right here,
I said,
behead me.
okay, let's just get it over.
Was
Behead
she
me.
offended by that?
He left.
He left.
He
Prince
left.
Charles.
No, Philip.
Prince Philip.
And when they came down the line, the receiving line afterwards, he said to me, very funny, very funny, very funny.
Yeah. Very funny for a Jew.
Very funny for a Jewess.
So you well, get back to this for a second. The Chelsea Handler thing. I got to understand how this works.
I'm not going to make a feud here with her.
I'm not saying a feud, but I want the real Joan Rivers on this.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I want to know behind the scenes what goes on in your life. You came on here. You said, who is she? How dare she not look at me in the halls?
Right.
How dare she act like she doesn't know who I am? Because everyone knows who Joan Rivers is.
And that she's superior at times. Yeah.
Right. You really let her have it. I know my audience was very excited by this. They were like, wow, Joan, right on, blah, 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 blah. They like the feud.
Right.
But you come in here today, you bite your tongue.
Because I like the people at E! And
what did they say?
Down.
They said,
just let her alone. Let her alone.
Well, why?
E! wants it to look like we're a happy family.
But you're not.
Well, You know, I don't need another feud.
So you go
How
to-
many times did I cross the street on one block?
It's amazing you're still alive. I'm surprised a hit wasn't put on you
You know what I'm
years ago.
saying? There's so-and-so I got to cross over. There's so-and-so I got to cross
So
back.
you go to the upfronts.
Yeah.
You're standing there, and Chelsea Handler's in the room. It's
Yeah.
uncomfortable. Doesn't she walk over to the
No.
icon Joan Rivers
And
and
they
say,
should.
"Look, I'm sorry that this happened"? No, she did not.
No.
Again, she dissed
No,
you.
but she went on stage and
Wait
she
a
said
second. Yeah.
something very nice about Joan.
What did she say?
I was backstage, but my friend said she said something like, my friend Joan is here or something.
My friend Joan, who I don't even look at when.
But she said that, and I thought that was very nice and very gracious.
So if people say something publicly, but then behind the scenes won't even look at you.
Well, that's me all the time.
But no, that's not true. That's not true.
Last night, Meryl Streep gave me her garbage to throw away. It was at a party.
No, be honest.
She
This
said, "Could
doesn't
you let this?"
I would have thought Joan Rivers would have said to E, "Listen, go fuck yourself. I'll say what I want about everyone," and then she should apologize to me.
And she should have. But you want to know? Then you have to say, "I am the grand icon," and I'm not. I am still in that trench
All right.
fighting.
Did Betty White and you smoke weed together? Is that a true story?
No,
You were making
I did
a
the
joke.
Betty White show.
You did.
Yeah.
And you even say in
Never
your new
again.
book. You even say,
really?
Oh,
Never again?
really?
Why?
They were lovely. Betty was lovely. All the cast was lovely. First day, and I also did Drop Dead Diva, which is first day I get there, and I'm playing her her twin sister that comes back. So I say to them, "Where do I come from? Should I have luggage?" They said, "Just read the lines." Now we read the lines, and I start to the way I work. Let me ad lib. Let me see. They call my manager the first day. They said, "Tell her to do the script as is."
Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa, okay.
Then why did you hire Joan Rivers?
Well, maybe they want you to just stick to the script.
Well, mistake.
Wait.
Brilliant.
I want you to explain this.
It wasn't that brilliant.
But explain it to me.
And the cast was lovely. Cast was terrific.
All right, but explain it to me. They wrote a script. They send it to you.
Right.
And you agree to do it.
Because you always figure when I did Suddenly Susan, you go in, I worked with Kathy, you ad-libbed and you came out with something terrific.
But you know on a lot of these shows.
I did Nip Tuck. What can you do to do it? You've got a writer who's funny. Let her give you an input. And I always say, if you like, let me try it. You don't like it, we'll throw it away. I never say.
But some writers and
Well,
some shows
obviously.
are very scared or afraid to let go of their words. They want them exact.
Fine.
And, so...
Fine. And they had them exact. My big joke was, gee, is the minister here?
You were disappointed because you felt you didn't come off funny.
I came off like a piece of shit.
Yeah.
And then they called me and they said they want to put it up for a
Emmy.
And I said no.
It's not Emmy.
It's not my best work.
And
Now,
you've won Emmys.
2 weeks later, I go down to do Drop Dead Diva.
Right.
And they said, let's work together. It's going to be so adorable.
What is Drop Dead Diva?
It's on ABC. USA.
It's a scripted show?
Scripted show. But again, you come in on Monday, you're shooting on Friday.
They said, why don't you add some Joan Rivers to this?
And let's see. And if we don't, and I always say, if you don't like it, don't use it.
So you got insulted.
And on the Betty White show, not inside. I just thought, you morons. I've been on Broadway.
But won't there be
They didn't
chaos?
go for the best.
But won't there be chaos if everybody comes in with their own lines and their own ideas?
Don't hire a comedian who is a writer and give them on Monday a script that isn't particularly funny. And the jokes did not get laughs that they gave me.
They probably thought it was funny, though. You understand?
Yeah, of course. I'm a writer. I've written script. But if you walked in now and said, let me try this, I'd say, try it. Let's see.
Right. Be a little experimental.
Let's see. It's Monday. By Wednesday, we'll say yes or no.
So it was a bad experience.
It was a terrible experience. And not the
cast.
The cast was adorable because I really loved the cast.
Yeah, well, what do they care?
Yeah,
I didn't say goodbye to anybody when I walked out.
You didn't. You were that pissed.
That pissed.
But you were professional. Right. You did the show.
Did the show, and I was so upset I couldn't memorize the lines.
And haven't you even said you don't particularly? You're angry with Betty White because you were in line to get all these old age parts.
Yeah, and then that bitch came back.
And she's getting every single part.
Well,
she's beating you out on every single audition.
She got the I'm fall and I can't get up commercial.
That's
You know
right.
how many times I've laid on my bathroom floor?
And meanwhile, by the way, do you own that device? The I can't get up?
Melissa gave it to me, but she won't give me the batteries.
Because I would think that would be good, just in case you fall
Just
down.
in case I fall.
But there's nobody around if you fall, right?
Well, I have a Swiffer. Is that what they call those terrible machines? Or a Rolly? What do they call those things?
It's I don't know what they call it, but I know what you mean.
mop thing?
The thing you'd sit on. They always have the old lady smiling.
Oh,
Right.
the scooter.
The scooter wooter. And there's grandma smiling because she's right. And the face of the family is always like, oh, fuck, the old bitch is moving again.
People say to me, "Did Joan really smoke pot on her
Yes.
show?" You really, because sometimes on these reality shows can be staged a little bit.
Yeah, ours is.
You went and took the joint.
It was so much fun.
Did you smoke with Melissa?
Oh, she gets very angry. She smokes a little.
She smokes, but she won't smoke with you.
No, she's wrong.
What do you mean she's wrong?
I think we'd have a great time.
If you smoke together?
Yeah.
She doesn't want to smoke with you because you're her mother. She
I
wants.
know.
She doesn't want every barrier broken.
Yeah.
So who did you smoke marijuana with?
I smoke with my friend Lynn Coplitz on the show.
Is she your age?
Nobody's my age.
But is she?
No, she's Lynn is probably in her late 40s.
And so you.
We laughed. You laugh. You just.
And how many times did you inhale the marijuana?
It didn't take that often, that much, because I hadn't done it for 40 years.
You would smoke probably back in the Lenny Bruce days or something.
I smoked. Last time I smoked was in Lake Tahoe, probably 1980.
1980 you smoked. And so you took it, and you took what? How many drags on a...
Oh, a lot. I was having a very good time.
And you don't get paranoid? You don't...
I just laugh and laugh and laugh.
You do?
Everything strikes me as funny.
And did you go to Melissa, your daughter, and say, look, now I want to smoke marijuana with you. This will be a good time.
No, I think we're going to go call her when I get off of here.
Yeah, but you didn't discuss it with her.
She has a new clothing line for Zappos, which is great.
Right.
And so I'm going to say to her, when you sell your first, 25,000 dresses, we'll smoke pot together.
Does she smoke weed? She really does?
Yeah.
Yeah. She tells you, Mom, I smoke weed, but I don't want to smoke with you specifically.
Yeah.
She feels it would bum her out.
Yeah. I think, well, I'm the mother.
I was reading, and this might be irrelevant to a lot of younger people who listen to the show, but did you make love, back in the day, did you bang Robert Vaughn, the famous movie actor?
No, I would have.
No, not Robert Vaughn. Wait, I got the name. Robert Mitchum.
Robert Mitchum?
You banged Robert. Yeah, Robert Vaughn was Man from U.N.C.L.E.
Right.
Robert Mitchum was a very famous, good-looking movie star.
Fabulous
Rugged, yeah.
You
Soul
fucked
of
him.
a poet.
How did you bang the soul of a
I
poet?
met him on the Tonight Show.
Look at the smile on your face.
Yeah, she's still smiling.
Calm
He was
down.
great.
When you
He was
say great, you mean
He was sexy, great looking man. Go look at some of those old
big
movies.
penis?
Everything was perfect.
No shit. What happened?
And he was a poet. He was amazing.
You
Okay,
still-
he just
Amazing.
wasn't good looking. He was amazing.
He was amazing.
Did you smoke pot with him? He was a big pot smoker.
Yeah, we
you
smoked
did.
a little pot.
How? Look at the
Now,
smile
what
on your
was
face.
he in-
Look at you. And you
It
don't
was
even
great.
light. You don't light up like this when I bring up Edgar.
Well, Edgar I was married to.
Right.
Robert Mitchum was a one-night stand.
Was it one night?
Yeah, it was great.
Were you disappointed it was one night?
Oh, I would have, if he had said toot toot, let's go.
Right.
I would have said, Melissa who?
Right.
I would have sold it to Octomom.
So wait a minute. I'm trying to. You were married and you had a one.
Oh, let's not go there.
Oh wow. You had a child.
Yeah, I was married.
You were married. Robert Mitchum wants
Comes
to
on
bang.
the Tonight Show.
Go ahead.
And he's the guest, and he's
Right.
very charming, and we had a drink after, and it was fabulous.
You cheated on your husband.
Yeah. Wow.
Did you go home and tell him?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hello, Edgar. Let me tell you.
Did Edgar ever find out?
And the next time Edgar and I made love, I said, "You know Robert Mitchum."
Hey Edgar, you're not that. You know Robert Mitchum.
You
and
know
Doug.
Robert Mitchum.
Did
You
you
can't even write a couplet.
before Edgar died? You never confessed.
No.
So you now talk about this because Edgar is gone.
He's dead. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't hurt
Was there
him.
a lot of cheating on
No,
Edgar?
no,
Be
no.
honest.
No. I mean,
a couple
no.
of times?
3 times.
Because you were in show business and
it's 20 years.
right.
And especially when you're on the road with a play, you get very
lonely.
You get lonely, and it's very intense work.
And it's intense also that Robert Mitchum, a very famous A-list movie star, wants to have sex with you. I mean, it's almost intoxicating.
And he was, as I said, he knew poetry. He knew books. He wasn't what you saw on the screen.
Was he much older than you at that point?
Oh, no, probably.
Yeah, and
Yeah, he was an older man, older man. But still, older. I was probably in my 30s, and he was older. He was probably 52. You know what I mean?
Was he a married man at that point, too? Were both of you married?
I think he was always married.
He was always married.
Yeah.
And so he sees you on The Tonight Show. And let's face it, you're very seductive on The Tonight Show.
Yeah,
you're very
sure.
good at, well, you're very good at your craft. Don't be honest.
And I was funny, and I was
Right,
young, and
right.
what the hell?
And so he
I don't
says
think
to you...
I don't think he'd be sitting and smiling now about me.
Right. He said, who knows?
He'd probably say, Joan who?
But he
Never happened. Who? Oh, yeah.
But so when he says to you on The Tonight Show, you're sitting there with Johnny.
Have a drink afterwards.
Let's have a drink. Oh, my God. Your heart must have been a flutter.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Look at your face.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's great. It's great.
I mean, you're like, I could see
Yeah.
it. You're imagining him fucking you.
Yeah, it was
I
great.
could see it. Did you feel guilty at all
Oh, you feel terribly sad. Terribly guilty.
about when you go back to bed with
Yeah,
Edgar?
with that guy. Terrible.
Yeah, and you're like,
Terrible.
how do you get past? Not that bad.
She got over it.
All right, because you still light up thinking about it.
Yeah.
Did he give you an orgasm, Robert Mitchum?
We can move on to something.
Why? This is fascinating to me that you cheated.
Obviously, it was a nice evening.
Yeah, he has the drink, and you're easy. I mean, you go
Oh,
right.
I'm easy.
Like you didn't even.
You didn't even have dinner.
My feet were on the table during the drink.
You knew when he asked you for a drink, you were going to fuck him.
2 feet were on that bar.
So you go for drinks. Were you afraid that people would see that you were having a drink with a man?
No, it's business.
I
We
see.
just done the show.
Monkey business.
Yeah, just
And-
on the show.
So no hesitation at all, and you're sitting
Oh
there
yeah, you're shocked, but also you're just swept off your feet.
And so,
Like, where do they go? Do they go to a hotel?
of course,
Somewhere in Santa Barbara. I really
you went back to his place.
No, we went to a very pretty place in Santa
Listen,
Barbara.
everyone who was involved is dead. You don't have to worry. I mean, what do you mean? You're acting like this is going to be in the National Enquirer. It's Robert Mitchum. For God's sakes.
Nobody cares. You know when they
Nobody
talk about
cares.
these names
Yeah,
and
right.
they say, they say, who cares?
But remember in that day, Robert Mitchum,
It was great.
he was a big star.
Yeah, and he was great.
Would you have left Edgar for Robert Mitchum? Seriously?
I certainly would have thought about it.
Right. And so he takes you
But
back
I would
to...
have left. I would have given Edgar the house.
Right.
I would have given him Melissa.
Hey, that's enough. Who wouldn't want a little beautiful baby like Melissa? So you, here, Edgar, you raised this thing.
I'm off with Robert Mitchum.
Yeah, give us a call.
Was there any part of you hoping that he would knock you up that night? And
Oh
that-
no, I never thought about that. Wouldn't that be great?
Well, he fucked you without a rubber, right? I mean, back in those days, they didn't even have rubbers.
Yeah, that was
In
free
those days, you use cloth.
Right. He fucked you through a sheet. Seriously, he entered you without any...
We're gonna. Can we please?
Why?
That's enough.
Oh, no, it isn't. It's not enough.
Did Melissa know? Have you talked
No,
to her?
she doesn't ask me.
And did you call Edgar that night and go, oh, hi, honey?
Could be a little
What's the
late.
excuse?
Hi, Edgar. I would be a little bit late. Or, I mean, you weren't out the whole night, were
Now,
you?
you walk the dog.
Did you do that? You're going to need to walk the dog tonight.
It's
No,
like
no,
reality.
did you spend the whole night with Robert Mitchum?
No.
You left. He fucked you and he threw you out.
Well, you remember you really taped from 5 to 7.
Right.
So you had from 7 like to 11:30. Not
Yeah.
tragic.
Yeah, right. And so he didn't.
I meant nothing to him. I can assure you.
Yeah, right.
But
And then you did the walk of shame, right?
oh, the walk of shame.
You're all dressed up for the Tonight Show. Your
Hair
hair's all
all
messed up.
Lipstick's a little.
Your lipstick all messy from semen stains on your chin. I mean, did you blow him?
I'm not going there.
Tell me the truth.
I can't remember.
You remember every detail of that. Tell me when you masturbate, you don't think about Robert Mitchum entering you. You're like, oh, Bob.
Well, now you think how old they are.
I mean, but seriously, when you mentioned that you masturbate, do you ever say, oh wow, you think about Robert Mitchum nude? No.
But I do see the movies. It's so funny.
Do you go back and watch the movies?
Yes.
Yes. And do you get wet?
No, but I just think, oh my God.
Wow.
There he is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah,
Look
so
at
great.
you.
Well, at this age, all you got is memories.
Did you ever try to make it happen again with him? Did you ever?
No,
You never
no.
Where are you? Mr. Mitchum.
I would say every night, we should have him back on the show.
Too bad we can't.
Hey, come on, guys. How about instead of Cher, let's get Robert Mitchum.
Was he your only famous guy that you had?
The only famous. No, there's another one. There was an actor. But
Who was the
nobody-
other one?
New York actor.
What was his name?
Gabe Dell. But
Gabe Dell.
Yeah.
You're going to put him in the same league?
No,
as-
you asked.
Did you call him Bob or Robert Mitchum? Or you didn't just Mr. Mitchum?
Mr. Mitchum,
Oh,
sir.
Mr. Mitchum.
It
Oh,
sounds
Mr.
like
Mitchum.
it sounds like you only knew him for a few short minutes. So it's like you probably didn't call him anything, right? But have you ever touched yourself thinking about Robert Mitchum?
I'm not going to go
Why?
there.
Why not?
Because-
Why not go there?
No. But because
What do you
he's
mean, no?
old now, and you just it's so he's dead. He's dead.
old now.
That's old.
He's dead. Who cares if you jerk off to Robert Mitchum? I
You don't
mean,
want to jerk off to dead people.
I mean, my God. Oh, you wouldn't jerk off because he's dead.
Well,
But did you sometimes, when you were in bed with Edgar, go, "Oh, if this was Robert
oh
Mitchum"?
well, one does have fantasies.
Yeah. But none of your cheating was an ongoing affair. It was always a one-night stand, or
Gabe Dell was a big affair.
Gabe Dell.
And I left Edgar over that.
You did?
Really?
Oh my God!
Yeah,
So how did you end up back with
3
Edgar?
weeks, and then I just thought, this is crazy.
Right. Wow.
Yeah, Gabe
Look
was.
at you wild woman.
Yeah.
Man, you were out there fucking like a rabbit.
Oh, you have no idea.
I mean, Gabe
I barely
Dell?
had a chance to write jokes.
I mean, Gabe Dell said to you, "Listen, I want to be with you."
No, I think it scared Gabe.
It did.
But yeah, we started together on a Broadway show, and you have this big, intense, you're on the road, and you're bringing it in, you're working late at night and all that stuff, and you're kissing on stage, bing, 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 bing. And then the show closed, and they continued a little bit.
Yeah.
And then it got too...
It was too...
And he liked me. He used to sit in front of my house. I was with Edgar, and smoke cigarettes.
Oh, wow.
Like a stalker.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was scary.
He wanted you.
He
And Edgar
wanted
never
me.
never caught on to any of this. The
I think
guy
Edgar
sitting in
knew.
the-
I think Edgar
Really?
knew somewhere it was Gabe.
Let's dig up Gabe, and let's dig up
Let's see what the
Robert
two-
Mitchum, and we'll have a whole show.
Let's see what they were buried with and get the jewelry.
So you think Edgar knew that you were cheating
I
with
think
Gabe
he knew
Dell?
that. I think he knew.
Wow. Oh,
Well, that's the way it goes.
did he ever confront you?
No. No, Edgar's English.
You whore.
Yeah.
Hey, you whore.
Melissa, tell the whore to come downstairs.
Your mother the whore.
Go get the whore.
Wasn't it true you had a night of passion with Larry Fine of the Three Stooges?
No.
Oh, yes. And that, you see how I glow?
Talk about Larry Fine and him entering you.
How with a
How
banana.
he didn't use a rubber.
Use a banana
He had a big red
peel.
nose on. No, but
How could you? Don't you laugh when you realize these guys had sex lives?
no, I understand.
Like
but,
the Three Stooges.
Yeah, it's crazy.
They
You know,
actually had sex with people.
if you
yes.
know anything about the Three Stooges, the amazing thing is that Curly, the shaved head one,
Right.
he was the ladies' man. That Mo was married, Larry was married. Curly would fuck like a rabbit, and he was so tortured because in the Three Stooges they wanted him to have a shaved head and they wanted to keep him fat, and he was a phenomenal ballroom dancer who loved women and fucked like crazy, and he was the ladies' man. And who would believe that? If you read the history of the Three Stooges, which I have because I love them, and I would have thought you would have been one of the conquests of
Oh,
Curly.
what about the Marx Brothers?
Do you still remember? Was Robert Mitchum the best-looking guy you ever banged in your entire life?
Just the most masculine. It was the whole package.
Masculine, right?
He was the package. Yeah.
Right.
Everything.
And when he was a cigarette smoker, and so were you back in the day, right?
No, but I let him smoke.
You did. He smoked after he banged you.
Yeah, he used to put the ashes in my belly button. Oh, Bob, you silly boy.
Go ahead. Use me as your ashtray, Bob.
Use me as your ashtray. I don't care.
He could have wrecked your life.
Yeah, what
Do
do
you
I
remember?
What a scandal.
But you know how great to have a couple of good memories like that.
Oh, absolutely. Do you remember like the size and shape of his penis?
No.
You don't? Like, is it not that detailed?
Those were different kind of days. You didn't kind of like look that much.
But when a guy is that hot, and when he enters you, do you come immediately? Do you just?
Can we just
Do you
change
have an
this?
orgasm immediately?
Can we go back to my book, please?
Was that the first time you had an orgasm?
No.
Oh,
Edgar never gave you an orgasm, admit it.
Well, you're out of your mind.
Yeah, I'm out of my mind. Don't you know? What am I doing on a family television show? Was he much bigger?
Let me ask you.
Was Robert Mitchum bigger than Edgar?
Yes, he was.
Physically? His penis, I mean. Was it thicker and bigger?
Why don't we call? I wonder. What do we tell if the wife's alive?
I'm going to dig them all up and compare penis size. Is it true that you let Ed Sullivan finger you? That is the.
He wouldn't have remembered.
Let's get back to your book. Oh, he would have remembered.
Ed Sullivan at 50 was early Alzheimer's.
He was, right? Was that true, or was it just that
No. He would. I remember one time they treated him like gold. He was saying had to do a commercial, and he did it 5 times, and 5 times he did it wrong. They were going to put it into the show.
Was it that he couldn't really? He wasn't showbiz and he couldn't read,
He couldn't. He just couldn't do it. And he had a wonderful son-in-law named Bob Precht, who treated him let's try it again, Ed. Let's try it again.
Wow.
And the fifth time, finally, Bob said, that's fine, Ed.
And you saw this personally because you used to
Yeah.
appear on the Ed Sullivan Show.
Yeah, a lot. Yeah.
Was that like the most pressure in your career, the Ed Sullivan Show?
It was insane.
More than even Johnny Carson, because that was a primetime Sunday night show. The world was watching. Talk about make or break an
And
appearance.
talk about, it was live, so everybody was. You did dress rehearsal, which was dead people and Girl Scouts.
Right.
So nobody laughed.
Right.
So they said, well, Joan Rivers is going to do 7.5 minutes tonight. Now you get the nighttime audience, and it goes to 11 minutes.
Wow.
Well, if you've gone longer, that means Edie Gourmet can sing He Came Into My Life. You
Right.
can just sing I Came Into.
Yeah, you got to be dead. And Ed could hold a grudge. If you didn't do a good job or you screwed someone else over, if you went
Or
to
you-
11 minutes, he would have fucked you good.
When they, one time somebody went short and they came backstage to me, and it was all live.
Right.
And they said, stretch. And you know what I said to them? Tell my husband. Because Edgar would have killed me if I added material.
Weren't you on one night with Senor Wences and you ended up making love to him?
Yeah, sure. To his hand.
The one night stand with Senor Winston?
Yeah, right.
Hello.
But I mean, do you remember like who you used to appear with on there? I mean,
Woody, I have a picture of the Fifth Dimension, Woody Allen and me, and we're all watching the screen backstage, terrified.
it was a great show.
It was a
because
great show because you had to be live. You had no second chances.
When you did the Ed Sullivan Show, did your career change dramatically the next day?
Carson gave you New York, L.A., the big cities. Ed Sullivan gave you America. He put his arm around you. He has little Joni Rivers.
Right.
The Midwest said welcome.
And he really, you think
Little-
you think now that you think back on it, he was suffering from Alzheimer's disease back
He
then.
was at the end. Yeah, it was very. And she was wonderful. His wife. She protected him. She watched him.
It's an amazing story. Ed Sullivan was like a gossip columnist who got his own TV show. He was horrible on TV.
No
But
personality.
it made it good. He was so stiff and
Yeah.
so out of it.
Right.
You loved it.
You love it, and the show was a great show. It was before everyone had their own specials. You saw everybody. You saw opera, and then Dolly Parton came out, and then Joan Rivers came out.
See,
it
that's
was
why
sort of like America's Got
Talent. That's why I was just going to say I like doing America's Got Talent because it has all these variety acts.
That's what makes it interesting.
It's fun.
It's fun, and it's not the same thing.
Oh, I lived for that Ed
But
Sullivan
you could see
show.
Joan Rivers and bell ringers, you know?
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
like
Yeah,
crazy.
spinning
Omar
plates.
who spun the plates.
Yeah, and Topo Gigio and all those cool
And then
things.
right after that, Richard Burton would come out and do something from Shakespeare.
Would you send like Ed Sullivan a gift after you appear? Like, I mean, you probably felt so grateful to him.
I loved him, and he loved me. And they would buy you your clothes for the show.
Wow.
And if they liked you,
You got to keep them.
they would walk upstairs and they would say, Mr. Sullivan, it was a whole thing, would like you to have your gown.
Oh, wow.
But you never knew. You took it off, you hung it up, you put it in the closet. And then they would come in and say, Mr. Sullivan would like you to have your gown.
How many times did you appear on Ed Sullivan?
31 times.
31 times.
Made my life.
That's an accolade. I mean, that's a big deal.
I adored him, because he liked me.
I mean, and how many female comics even got on
Hey.
at that point?
Little Joni Rivers.
Joni Rivers. Who else got on there? Toady Fields, maybe.
Toady was before me. Woody.
Woody, right?
And Woody was... And Ed was...
But Woody Allen thinks he's a shitty... He thinks of himself as a shitty comic, a stand-up comic.
He was very... he was
and
wonderful.
he was terrific on
He
those
was
appearances.
wonderful.
Because he was prepared.
He was prepared, and he was funny.
Out of 31 appearances, did you get to keep the gown every time, or there were times where he didn't
No,
feel you did
always
well?
got the gown.
Always got the gown.
He really liked me. Always got the gown.
Well, that's an amazing story. Johnny never gave you a fucking gown.
Johnny never even gave me a toilet seat.
Yeah, but he gave you Robert Mitchum for the
That's
night.
okay.
I heard Johnny paid Robert Mitchum to be with you that night. That's the story.
And filmed it.
And filmed it, that's right.
He was with Mitchum's wife.
Yeah, Joan started the whole X-rated things on the
That
internet.
whole
That's right. Yeah.
YouTube and the
That's
X-rated
right.
porn.
All right, let's get through Joan's long appearance schedule because
Yes, thank you.
this new book,
It
which
sounds funny.
it's very funny and
Got
that's
great reviews, by the way.
and it's my kind of book. There's no big words. You know what I mean? And the chapters are short. I like that kind of book.
And it's funny.
Yeah, I
It's
opened it up
funny.
last night. I had a good time with it. Joan Rivers' new book, I Hate Everyone, starting with me, which is good. You're self-effacing. That's always a good trick. She doesn't hate herself, by the way.
That's how she gets away with all the other
Hey, who
stuff.
are you voting for, Obama or Romney?
I hate them both.
You hate them both. What are you going to do? You have to vote.
Well, first of all, Obama, just a man of the people. Meanwhile, Anna Wintour gave a dinner party, $40,000 a plate.
yes.
Hardly man of the people.
All right, but he's raising money
and
for
Romney
his campaign.
is
Romney,
an
yeah.
ass. You know, they're both stupid.
And with carrying on with the religious right, that Romney,
that was
it
a
turns
religious.
me off.
I went to a Jesus freak convention.
You did?
Jesus loves you. I said to the guy, if he loved you, he'd give you a chin. I don't think he loves you at all.
Joan Rivers' new book, I Hate Everyone, starting with me, is in stores today. Everyone is very excited about it. Now, here's what we have to remember.
What?
To meet Joan Rivers, who is a living legend. She was on the Ed Sullivan Show 31 times. I don't know if you know that.
Do you personally insult the people who come to get their book signed by you?
I'm thrilled they're putting out their hard-earned money. Are you kidding?
Yes, Marty, you're on the air in Daytona Beach. Hey now.
I just wanted to say that Lisa Lampanelli will never be a Joan Rivers.
Oh, that's so. I got so nervous. Thank you, Marty. Usually they put in the guy that says, "Screw you, Joan Rivers."
I think you're wonderful and so bright, and I love all you guys. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Marty.
That's so nice, and thank you for calling, Marty. It's the first nice phone call I've ever gotten on this show.
You're not kidding. And because you made a nice phone call, Joan is going to tell the story when she slept with all of the Bowery boys, which is
including the dog.
Right. Hey, Joan, I meant to ask you, what is going on with all these cannibals? There's a guy they just arrested for cannibalism. He ate his boyfriend, and the parts he didn't eat, he mailed to diplomats. And then there was another guy, a homeless guy, who was eating the face of another homeless guy over the weekend, and he ate the entire face off while the guy was alive.
All right, let me ask you: if you were stuck and there's no food around in a plane crash,
go ahead.
How long? Or the Donna pass? I would have been the first to say, "Pass me a knee."
Really, you would eat a person.
If it's survival.
But these people are eating people for fun. There's no
Maybe,
plane crash.
Well, I understand it tastes just like chicken.
Right, you do. You've eaten people.
No, that's what they always say. No matter what you eat, you say, tastes like chicken.
All right, it's Joan Rivers, the new book, I Hate Everyone, starting with me in stores today. We will be back right after these words. Lovely seeing you.
I love you so much.
I love you too much.
So much.
And David Letterman, it's about time you had her on the show. Good for you. All right, we'll be back right after these words. Robert Mitchum story. Could you imagine Robert Mitchum?
Well, I got to tell you,
I would never.
You reach a certain age, you can talk about it.
Well, yeah, he's gone. We could talk about
gone.
it.
I'm going to post in front of you so you don't trip.
And the wife is gone, so nobody's going to get hurt.
That's right, except for Melissa.
Were you serious about Gabe Dell?
Yeah.
You know who Gabe Dell was?
No,
Big
I have no
romance.
idea.
Gabe was in the Bowery Boys. As soon as she said the name, I looked
Yeah,
at him. He was Gabe from the Bowery Boys. I was like, oh my God,
It
that's
was so great. And we had
Which
like
one
a
was
year
Gabe?
romance.
He was the good-looking one who wasn't funny.
Big.
He was a real. He was the sort of the serious
He was
guy.
a big Broadway star.
Oh, so he
was always-
probably hated the Bowery Boys.
Yeah, he was a really good. It was a wonderful actor.
But it was like I used to love Gabe.
Yeah, see, I loved Gabriel. Big romance.
I didn't know any of this scandal
I think
existed.
Edgar knew that.
I didn't know about any of this scandal.
See, well, you know.
Hey,
other
listen, show
times.
business.
Show business.
All right.
Hello.
Joan, you've done this show so many times.
Yes, I love my darling Howard.
What's it like, though, without Robin actually in the booth?
It was so weird because you keep turning to the booth
Right.
to see Robin, and of course she's coming at us through, from her home. So it was very funny, and I miss her.
You know, you and Howard talked at length about the various appearances you've done on Ed Sullivan
Yes.
and Johnny Carson
Yes.
and the pressure you felt.
Yeah.
How does Howard alleviate the pressure when you come on his show?
Howard is like talking to a friend. Howard is just, you go on and you just laugh with your friend.
Even without a joint, you're still laughing.
Even without a joint. Can you imagine if we had a joint?
And Robert Mitchum.
And Robert Mitchum.
Thank you, Joan. Good luck with the book.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Joan Rivers. A lot of things to promote as usual, I'm sure. Except I don't see her plug here.
Maybe they're bringing it in with her.
Yeah, well, give me the plug. You know, Joan's always got... Joan just doesn't appear. She has plugs. Hey, Joan. You look beautiful. What are you eating over there? A little nosh?
I got a little nosh, and they're going to bring me coffee.
Well, I'm glad you're having breakfast.
I'm having breakfast on you. This show must be doing very well.
I know. You know, we never have breakfast, but today happens to be Cupcake Wednesday.
Is it? Oh, don't tell me you do stupid things like that here.
No, we
have no respect for
we
you.
don't do anything stupid. What happens is Crumbs delivers cupcakes on Wednesday for free.
And never to my house?
Never to your house.
Fuck them. You get, see, once you're successful, when you don't need it, they give you things.
You want to finish that? You want us to wait?
I know. I'd like to wrap it up.
Well, you know what? I'm going to make you a little gift bag for when you...
All right, I'm finished. I'm done. We can talk.
Have a little... And you should watch your weight. You shouldn't be eating a full dessert like that.
At this age,
You
nobody's
watch
going to
your-
look anyhow.
You watch your weight like a hawk.
Not anymore.
Really?
The hotel's closed, and I'm spreading out.
Is that right?
into
The hotel is closed?
The hotel is closed.
You know, I was a little insulted because you were on Jimmy Fallon recently.
Yes.
You know, now all these guys have rediscovered you.
Yeah, it's amazing,
Yeah,
huh?
amazing, isn't it? But, you know, Letterman, all of them. But you were on Jimmy Fallon.
Not that asshole Leno.
No. Oh, well, he can't. He
He's
can't
never
going to
discover you.
How could he have you on?
Yeah.
I mean,
He's
why?
how brilliant to have me on and to say, so what have you been up to lately?
Right. Well, he won't do it. Would you go on the Tonight Show?
Now I wouldn't.
Right, because it's been so long, it's embarrassing.
Yeah. Now it's like I don't need it.
Right. You're doing better than ever.
I got them all. You know what I mean? I have everyone, Jimmy Fallon, Jimmy Kimmel. What, when I need that stupid, unfunny fatso? No.
Good for you. You were on Jimmy Fallon.
Yeah.
And it came out that you were in a relationship for the past 9 years with a one-legged guy.
Yes, Orrin Lehman. I was coming out all the time. You
Oh,
knew
that guy.
Yes.
Oh, he's.
Why, you
he's
think I only date one-legged men?
Yeah, I was like, what is your thing? Who
Oh,
are you
I would
like-
have flown to Australia to be with, what's his name?
What do you make of this guy, Oscar Pistorius?
I know.
Yeah.
Hot.
Is he going to get off? I mean, I can't imagine.
Do you believe the story?
They should use me as a witness because I live with a one-legged man.
Right.
There's no way he could have thumped around without the leg.
They say he went on his stumps and took a walk out on the balcony.
And held the gun at the same time.
No. Then he got on his legs, and then he shot her through the door.
And meanwhile,
That's what
he didn't
they're
say,
saying.
He didn't say, sweetheart, are you in there?
No, forgot.
Forgot.
He was sure she was in the bed.
And she was very thin, so he didn't notice.
When you were dating your one-legged man, did he
Yes.
have one of these bouncy metal things that you can run on?
No, it was very interesting. He had gotten used to the regular leg, you know, like those big wooden legs, and he wouldn't change.
He just wouldn't go with the times.
He was comfortable with what he had.
Did you ever see his stump?
Oh, all the time.
You made love to him with the stump?
Oh, it didn't matter.
Did the
He
stump?
was fabulous.
Did the stump ever get into the lovemaking? Like, did you work it in?
We worked it a little bit.
You did?
Yeah.
You're not kidding?
No, I'm kidding.
He
We
rubbed
used
you.
to put a face on it.
He would rub you with the stump.
No, but it's convenient because you have more room in the bed.
But isn't it like you have to, as a woman dating a guy with a missing leg, don't you have to act like it's no big deal? But meanwhile, you are looking things over.
No, but, I met him at a party. I'm not making a joke now.
Right.
He was sitting next to me, so I didn't know even that he had crutches.
That's
nothing.
right.
And by the time we got up, I wrote in my diary that night I would have gone away with him. It was over.
Did you ever?
I was crazed for him. Adored him. Adored him.
Is he the great love of your life?
Yeah.
More than Edgar?
More than anybody, yeah.
Wow.
He was
I'm so sorry. Why didn't I contact you? I didn't even know to
Oh,
contact
he
you.
was fabulous. I mean, he was a war hero, and he said, I'm not leaving this hospital till I walk out, and he never let him stop him doing anything. He was an amazing man.
Did you
Crazy
Did he
for him.
dance?
He danced. You think you're making a joke? Danced, played golf.
Did you ever kiss his stump to show him
No,
that
I never
it was
I never got down to kissing the stump.
Why not? Because
I just never thought about it.
That's such a move. Like
There were so many other places to go.
You're right, but you could prove that. You know what I mean? That's like a move. Like every movie I ever see, the woman kisses the guy's handicap to show him.
Oh, you
that
didn't
shit.
need. That's stupid.
That is stupid.
I was busy.
That's a movie,
I was busy
Howard.
playing baseball with the other leg.
So he wasn't the guy who had the two other girlfriends on the side?
That was at the very end.
Right.
At
So-
the very end, when he got really old, and he was wealthy, and these two whores went after him, and they would get him in the afternoon when I was working, and use his credit card. And he didn't know why I was upset. You know why I'm upset?
You know,
He
women.
needed company when you were
needed
away.
company. You're working all the time, you fat Jew.
You know, women sometimes will kiss my nose to show that
Your
my
handicap is
but to show they love me.
And even though you're Jewish, see, that's what we should make Mel Gibson do.
Right.
Come into your studio, kiss your nose, and I could get on my old skin. He can kiss it.
So did you have a whole big funeral for Orrin? And
No,
were
by
you-
the time he died, I had walked out on him when I heard he had two women.
Right. You couldn't put up with that.
You remember all that, Howard?
Yeah,
I
this
forgot
is all.
about that.
Yeah.
Did you ever cheat on him to get back at him?
No, I really adored him.
He was the last man you made love to.
Last man. No, there were two others.
You're kidding me.
I met 2 other men since then.
Are you kidding?
But now it's finished. I mean,
Wait a
last
second.
4
When
years.
did you decide it was over?
About 3 years ago, I just thought, oh, enough.
Yeah, what am I doing?
What am I doing? You take a look in the mirror and you just, when
look
you can
great.
put dollar bills in between the folds.
Your body is, you keep yourself fit.
Not anymore.
You don't move like an old woman. You never crock around. You're just kind of.
I hate old people.
Yeah.
I think they should be, by the way, I know you want, I want to run for mayor. I'm not making a joke now.
Yes, you are, but go ahead.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I want to get rid of every old person over 70. Time to go.
You would even kill yourself.
But then you have to go.
Time to go, especially in New York, because they have good apartments.
You know they say 70 now is the new 30?
I don't think so.
That's
70,
what they're saying.
That's what they're saying.
Well, guess who's saying it? 70-year-old people.
Hey, all right. I don't see any young people saying that. So you're telling me after this guy dies, you bang 2 other guys?
Yeah. Not bang.
Well, full intercourse.
Yes.
Wow. And I always think
not the same day he died.
I always think like
At
you.
the funeral.
I always think you don't need that for some reason. I always think you're such a sort of self contained woman, but you don't need anyone. It's almost like you just wouldn't even want to be naked in front of anyone too.
No, you have to be naked.
Yeah.
You pretend you're Muslim.
Do you wear clothes when the guy has sex with you?
No, as far as I remember, but at this age, you don't remember that much.
Do you keep your shirt on?
Did he keep his shirt
No,
on?
did you keep your shirt on?
Why would I? No.
You're naked during it?
Yeah, no, I'm fully clothed the whole.
No,
Of
but
course
you know
I'm
how
naked.
some women kind of like leave a shirt on and then take their panties off real
but
quick.
I do believe you should wear very sexy underwear and very sexy nightgown. I'm from that old school.
Yeah.
That you're not you jog and I really think women should be seductive.
Yeah, it's important, right?
Can
Can I imagine a seductive Joan Rivers?
Yeah, I can. I think Joan cares a lot.
Yeah, but she's so funny. Can she turn that on?
You it depends on the mood.
Hey, I clean my balls before sex.
There you go.
If I could be
Beth
honest.
told me this all the time.
Did you do something wild and visit the grave of Johnny Carson?
Yeah, it's Joan and Melissa, which is on, I have to say it, WeTV, 3rd season, doing great.
Can I be honest? I thought
What
that
did you
show.
do? Dig him up?
I thought that show was only going to last a season.
Yeah. It's really good.
Because,
It's
you don't
really
know.
good.
First of all, it's on WeTV. Who the fuck can find
Well,
that?
that's
How do you
why,
find that?
Well,
Yeah.
my motto for WeTV is find us, we're worth it.
Right.
They don't think that's funny.
What is WeTV? The gay channel?
No. WeTV started out being women's entertainment.
Right.
But it's really good, and they're really putting good stuff on.
And isn't
They'll
it
be
funny?
found.
Isn't it funny? You're so successful now that you're on WeTV and also on E.
E, and we're number 1 on E, except for the Kardashian whores.
Right. You don't like them?
I love them.
You do. You think they're
I
great?
think they're great, and you meet them in the lot. You've had them on.
Sure.
They're darling. They're nice girls.
Why are they
nice
famous,
girls.
though? I mean, you tell jokes. I know why you're famous.
They're famous because they're just famous.
Yeah.
It's like the Gabor sisters in my day.
That's true. That's right. The Gabor sisters. They were in movies, but they were terrible.
Well, these
But
girls
they got famous first.
They got famous for just being beautiful and running around with men. And these girls got famous, I don't know what, porn stars being urinated on. I don't know what they got famous
Did you go to Johnny Carson's grave because it was a
Yeah.
good thing to do for television?
No,
Or did you really feel like you needed to go there?
It's come up again. I don't know. Oh, because they did this stupid documentary on him.
Right.
So suddenly the whole thing is coming up again. Stupid. And you get very angry. At one point, somebody called me, and again they're saying like, I didn't really call him. All the lies are back, and I got so angry.
Johnny's an asshole. Why do you care about visiting his grave?
So I said, I'm going to his grave. I'm going to go and dance on his grave.
Oh.
We have just gotten great numbers for Joan and Melissa, and we've gotten great numbers on his fashion. It's like, fuck you, I'm going to go dance in his grave. So of course, the reality show is right with you.
Right.
So I go to the grave, and it's one of the episodes. I don't know which episode. I got so upset.
You did?
Really?
Yeah.
What happened? You cried?
Yeah.
Why?
I saw the episode. I saw the cut the other day.
I guess I get it. I mean, Johnny
Howard,
really gave you your big break.
Big break, and I adored him. And I still
he was
to
so
this
mean
day.
to you.
Why?
I get it. I mean, when you're a competitive guy, you forget. Maybe you don't. When you were guest host of The Tonight Show, your ratings were higher than Johnny's.
Yeah.
You were doing better than him. Suddenly you go to Fox. He felt threatened, like, oh, my God, Joan's going to beat my ass.
It
into
really
the
is a
ground.
compliment.
I get that.
Yeah.
I get that. But then when Edgar committed suicide, Fox fired me, and I was so down. What he should have done had me come back on the show and said to me again, "So what's up?" It would have been.
Yes, but you're acting like he's you. He is a competitive guy. He felt betrayed by
For
you.
21 years.
Yeah, he
For
holds
21
but that's what made him like a late night host. He's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm the same way.
Yeah, you would. I think you would forgive someone that was really down.
Yeah, you're mellowing at this point,
Oh,
Howard. and
I
you
know you off camera,
regret
too.
some
Somebody
of these
asked
things
me.
you've
Somebody
done.
recently asked me for forgiveness. I can't.
Who
Can't
was
do it.
that?
Who?
I don't want to say.
Oh, see, I tell you everything, including
Yeah.
whether or not I kissed Oren Liebenstein, and you won't even tell me.
All right.
I don't even know what he's talking about.
But this interview is about you.
No,
not me.
it's not.
Yes, it is. It's
No,
so
it's
about
not.
you.
It's so back about you.
I can't believe you went to Johnny Carson, but I do think you do understand why he got angry. He was threatened by you.
Yeah, but when
you were threatening.
but when you have won so fully, the woman is out of work. Her husband committed suicide. She can't get a damn job
Don't
in
forget,
the business.
but don't
I think
forget.
it's time to turn around and say hello in a restaurant.
Don't forget, John. He paid $13,000 a year alimony. He was a terrible misogynist. He beat women. He punched
the hell
them.
out of women.
Don't you think this was his way of punching you in the fucking head?
Yeah, when you think about it, yes. But I would see him in a rest. The old story. Everyone becomes wonderful.
Right.
Everyone forgets Whitney Houston was a druggie.
Right.
Was her mother on the show?
Right.
Here,
No.
say 12 years. So anyhow,
Michael Jackson was a good dad.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Photo op.
Right. But you were saying the thing with Johnny is that we go back to his history. This is an angry fucking animal, really, in his personal
And
life.
that's why he became so. That's why he was so competitive and stayed on top so long, because he was a killer.
I read something.
And that's okay.
I read something about you. I never. All the times I've interviewed you, I never knew this.
What?
Now, most people in my audience are not going to have a clue what I'm talking about.
Oh, that's good for ratings.
It doesn't matter. I don't care. I really want to bring this up to you. When I was a little boy, I'd watch the Ed Sullivan Show.
Yeah.
My favorite thing was Topo Gigio.
Topo Gigio.
Topo Gigio was a little puppet. I even say now that I'm a judge on America's Got Talent, somebody should do that on America's Got Talent. That sort of technology. I
Bring
don't know how
him
they
back?
did it. Topo Gigio, bring him back. Topo Gigio was a little Italian mouse.
Little Italian mouse.
And he spoke to Ed Sullivan, and it was the cutest fucking thing. I used to go to sleep with a smile on my face. You wrote the material for
I
Topo
wrote
Gigio?
Topo Gigio. That
I
was
can't
my
believe
first job.
But isn't that weird? Because you are such a you have acid-like humor. You're very Topo Gigio is sweet.
Yes, hello, Eddie.
And you would sit there and write the jokes for that little Italian mouse.
Yes, Eddie.
Because the guy who was the puppeteer, he probably didn't even know
Didn't
how to
speak English. He was Italian.
Right. And how did they hire you to do that?
My very good friend, who was very wealthy, was hired to do it. And you know when you're young and you're egotistical, and he said, I'm not going to do this for Ed Sullivan. I don't have to. I want to write movies.
Right.
Wonderful friend of mine, Michael McQuinney, and who went on to write movies.
Right.
And I said, well, I'll do it.
Sure.
I'll do it. Oh, let me do it. Let me do it.
Did it pay well?
No,
Of course
paid
not.
it like $30 or something,
Right.
But I would write this little mouse, and I would become the mouse, because I'm an actress,
Right.
So I would improv to myself. Hello, Eddie. Nice to see you, Eddie.
Yeah.
And it was very easy, because all you had to do was think you'd put your head in his shoulder, and you would. One time it was football season. We put him in a little letter, and the number. The number was a half.
Yeah.
It was all very. Well,
It was
a
cute. It was nice, sweet
charming,
humor.
Sweet humor. Oh, Eddie.
I mean, the fact that never came out, that you wrote his...
Well, obviously,
never knew that.
obviously, it wasn't the hit of the show, except for you.
Yeah, are you kidding? That mouse was more
Topo
popular.
Gigio was big,
Wasn't he the
yeah.
most popular thing of the day?
Yeah, but I didn't write all that stuff.
I see. You did some of it.
I did some of it. Yeah.
I'm always amazed by some of the friends you had. Like you had such an unbelievable early career when you were working in the clubs before you were the famous Joan Rivers. It was
Bob Dylan.
Bob Dylan. Did you sleep with Bob Dylan?
No, please. Nobody slept with Bob Dylan.
Like no one. Like, did you think
He was just weird.
Like you hung out with him before he became famous?
Yeah, he used to walk around at 3 degrees above zero, and he's walking around in a jacket with a scarf.
Right, and so you probably just thought, well, this is a guy, A, loser because he's a musician, B, strange,
and not very clean looking.
Was he a good looking guy though?
No.
See, I think he was kind of a good looking, sort of mysterious guy.
No. Oh, you're looking from a man's point of view.
He's a weirdo though.
Simon Garfunkel was down there.
But wait, when Dylan became very famous,
Yeah.
And I read Dylan's his book about his early life. He used to just stay in different people's apartments and stuff.
Yeah, stop.
It was almost impossible to see him as somebody who might be valuable as a mate.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But look at what I looked like as a mate.
So when you saw his music take off and he became the voice of a generation, were you shocked out of your brain?
No, because everyone was taking off at that point. You know, when you're very young and you're on the village, you think you're all wonderful.
Right.
We used to sit around a place called the Dugout, and one table would be Bob Dylan, another table would be Woody. I'd be at another table. Cosby would walk through.
Woody Allen before he was famous.
Before he was famous.
Were you attracted to him? I would imagine not.
No, but again, funny. I love funny men.
Did you know deep in your heart he would become a huge success?
I thought we were all going to be fine.
You did. You knew it. You could tell.
Everybody.
And there were people down there who weren't so good, and you knew they would drop off like flies.
Yeah, Barbara Streisand was down there.
Did you see her on the Oscars?
Yeah.
I was sad because I felt her voice wasn't as strong.
I felt it was. Oh, I felt a lot. She just, come on, Barbara, and make them amplify you. Make them mic you and get a lot of people behind you going, ooh, ah, ooh, ah.
Yeah, get a chorus of some kind.
Cover it up. Yeah, come on, Babs.
Was that what you were thinking?
Yeah.
Did you like the Oscars? Why are you not? Were you ever the host of the Oscars?
No, I was the host of the Emmys.
Why wouldn't they ask you to host the Oscars?
Because they all hate me because I do jokes on them.
But it would be fantastic, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, sure.
You would love to do it.
In a hot second, but look, what's his name? Seth MacFarlane. One or two little jokes. And they're spitting in his face. And I thought he did a very good job.
I thought he was fine.
I did too.
He said that he will never ever host the Oscars again.
He's right. But you know why? Billy Crystal said to me, after about 20 minutes, you know who you're performing to? Losers. These are not happy people.
Right. It's a tough crowd.
It's a tough crowd. You just didn't win, and now you got to sit here and laugh at jokes? I don't think so.
Go back to the
and they're
early
not
days.
taking it well.
Go back to the early days for a second, and then we'll get to all the things you're doing now. But when you would hang out with Woody Allen, would he hit on you?
No, he was then going with Louise Lasser.
Right.
First girl I ever saw with hair extensions. See, that's all I remember.
And Louise Lasser, was she a great beauty? I didn't think so.
She was a cutie pie adorable.
Right. Were you like, how is he getting her?
Well, it's humor. Woody always had that great humor.
Was he good with women? Like he could actually talk to a woman and... I picture him as awkward.
We were all awkward. You were awkward. Yeah, we were all awkward.
Me, I was a stud. when you shook Woody's hand, you said it was like sopping wet.
Yeah.
He's one of those
Put your hand in a
people.
glass of water and then shake somebody's hand. That's how Woody feels.
Oh, that's so gross.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you still friendly with him at all?
I see him every now and again.
Where do you run into a guy like that?
Madison Avenue.
Oh, you'll just be walking down the street.
Yeah, and there he is. And it's a big hello because we have all that history.
Yeah.
And then there's nothing to say. When I'm going to say, how's the Chinese wife who took who took you away from Mia?
You probably
do you ever see him with Suni? I mean, do you?
She's a very good friend of a friend of mine.
Yeah. Nice girl.
My friend loves her.
No kidding.
Loves her.
So he says hello, you say hello, and it's sort of sad. Like, wouldn't it be nice to get together for a dinner and talk about the old days?
I'm looking for Benjamin Abel.
Benjamin Abel?
Benjamin Abel, I don't know why, represents my kindergarten class to me. He's probably dead. He's probably pushing daisies.
Do you ever do anything like that? Do you ever go and look for these people? You should do a Joan and Melissa where you go back and look for your
We
early...
should. That'd be great. Season 4, which we probably will have because season 3 on 9 o'clock Saturday nights on We TV.
Where is We?
We find it. We're worth it.
So it was you, Barbara Streisand. Now, the woman that you say was really your mentor, no kidding around, Phyllis Diller.
Phyllis Diller.
Who was a great comic.
And generous, which I'm not. I don't know about you.
What do you mean generous?
Generous that she wanted to help new people.
How did she help you?
She would come to a club where I was working and laugh the loudest.
Right, which gave you the sign of approval, and since she was the big female comic of the day...
She hired me to write on her show.
Oh, wow.
The beautiful Phyllis Diller show was another one of my early writing jobs.
Right.
Yeah. She was lovely.
She
was
a happy
wonderful
woman?
to the end. I don't know. That's a wonderful question. She had a lot of children. Some turned out well, some didn't.
Yeah.
She had a big romance. The guy died. She was very waspy. You know,
really?
In real life, she wore Christian Dior and was very waspy. Go figure.
She wasn't really ugly, was she?
No.
She wasn't that bad looking.
No, and please tell your listeners how amazing looking I am.
You are, actually.
Off camera, it's amazing.
You do look good.
Yeah, they said.
Well, let me tell you.
Is that
when
Michelle
Joan,
Pfeiffer? No, it's Joan.
I would love to see you naked.
When Joan was on the Tonight Show and she looked beautiful, yet she was putting her looks down, I was like,
I didn't understand the joke.
Yeah. Well, let's not go there. Let me just
Yeah, easy, Robin.
Let's just go there, Robin. It's very sweet, but all I know is I stand in an airplane and I stand with a heavy suitcase, and no one puts my thing up for me.
The last time you had sex with a guy was a couple of years ago, 3 years ago.
About 5 years ago.
And you got aroused and you were fully wet?
Well, enough.
Enough wet to have sex?
Well, enough that he's of course he was old too.
And I remember last time
Maybe you forgot he's supposed to be wet.
but you're still masturbating.
All the time.
Right.
Well, that's because
you do?
Well, because Melissa and I, we have fights. We can't have make-up sex. You know.
Does Melissa know you? Like, does she hear your vibrator going? Like, does she ever say anything
no,
to you?
but sometimes the lights blow.
You blow out the power in the house?
And she says to me,
You're still
no,
using...
it's the dryer.
Does it make
You're still using something that plugs in, Joan? Come on.
My vibrator has a crank.
What'd you think of a windmill? What did you?
A windmill.
What did you think of John Travolta? That hairpiece. It's bad, right? Well, can't he get
I feel very sorry for him because somewhere there should be a Scientologist who's making good wigs.
Right.
You know, there's an old Thomas Mann story called Death in Venice.
Right.
And I look at John Travolta and I think it starts with a guy who becomes weirder and weirder and weirder and weirder.
And this was the good-looking guy of his day.
Oh, adorable!
I mean,
Oh my good Saturday
and very
Night
nice.
Fever?
You've had him on. He's a nice guy.
I've never had him on.
He's adorable. He's a nice man. He's a nice man.
Now, maybe you were joking about this. Did you make love to Mick Jagger one night?
Mick Jagger made a big pass at me one night.
Tell me about that,
Yeah.
because to me, Mick Jagger, that would be the ultimate conquest.
And he was Mick Jagger.
When was this?
Oh God, we were both working in Australia, and there's a restaurant by the ocean. And
How many years ago are we talking?
15.
Right.
And we both came in. We were both doing shows. Obviously, he was doing an arena, and I was doing a theater. But
Right.
and we all came in after our shows at different. And he came over and really was very friendly.
But does that mean he was hitting on you?
Yeah, when I say very friendly, that's a Jewish, elegant woman's euphemism for yes, he was hitting on me.
What did he say?
What
to
did
you?
he say? I don't know what he said, but those lips were moving.
Really?
They were
And
flapping.
Did he try to kiss? He's
Yeah, he
one.
tried to kiss my neck.
He's an animal. Weren't you? Why didn't you go with him?
Because he's ugly.
Really?
And now
I
I'm
think
sorry.
he
Now
is a-
I'm sorry.
You
now
are sorry.
I should have slept with everybody. Sorry.
Who were you with at that point?
Rosie O'Donnell.
I mean, come on.
Was that during the Oren years?
I mean, well, the guy.
Oren was with me.
Oh, he was. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's why you didn't do him.
That's
Yeah.
And also, you don't even realize till after you go. He was trying to make out.
Wow.
Yeah, it's great.
Jeez, and he has a big schlong, supposedly. You see, I think he's an attractive man, but again, I'm looking at it from
You're
a
a
guy.
man. You're a man.
I'm a man. What do I know?
Yeah. And Paul McCartney, if I had known he liked stumps, I would have been in the bathtub with a pack of ice and a chainsaw.
So,
we have to talk about. That's all we have to talk about.
by the way, one more thing.
Anything.
So, were you doing it for TV, or were you really curious? You went to Lily Tomlin's house and you kissed another woman?
Oh yeah, that. It's all true. What I think what's, and I'm not serious for a minute.
Yeah.
What's making our reality show work, and it's working like gangbusters, is it's real. What I do is I say, "This is what
Who
I'm
did you
doing," and they
kiss?
follow me.
Who did you kiss?
I met a woman. It was 3 nights later. I had gone to Lily. We had a dinner out.
Lily is a gay woman.
For years with Jane. Wonderful.
Right.
And I adore them both. And I know Lily again in the Village.
Don't you wish somehow you were gay? Like, wouldn't it be easier for you?
I'd like to be like Clive Davis. Bye.
Right.
Bye.
Then the whole world would be a oyster.
You're never lonely. And
Right.
also maybe a little into bestiality. I've seen some very good-looking shepherds.
Do you think Clive Davis is really bi?
I think he's so happy now. I went to his party.
Right.
Everybody loves him. He's such a genius. And he's such a nice man.
Right.
You've had him on?
No, in fact,
You should have him on.
I was critical of his book. I thought what he said about Kelly Clarkson was a bit egotistical, and he should have left that alone.
What did he say? I have just
Well,
bought
he was
the
very
book.
critical and taking credit for her career and this and that. And I went, you know what? He's got so much. What is he knocking? This chick's trying to make a career for herself, and she's a hardworking girl. What you know? He's taking all kind of credit and knocking her down. She, you know,
He simply said that she didn't want to sing one of her biggest hits, and he made her do it.
And he probably did. They're not the brightest. Miley Cyrus came over to me at Clive Davis's party and said, "I won't go on Fashion Police." I said, "Why?" She said, "Because you ask hard questions." I said, "Like what?" And she said, "There you go." You know, this is not the brightest.
Did you go to those Oscar parties? and stuff?
I didn't go to the Oscar parties because we were writing the Fashion Police.
Right.
What we do is we watch the Oscars, then we write all night
Do
We have
women
1
still
hour
get mad
sleep
at you?
and-
Do they get mad
Oh,
at
they
you?
get very angry at me.
Who
but,
did you criticize? Who was the worst dressed at the
I thought that Anne Hathaway's dress was hideous.
Why does she annoy me so much? I think she's super talented, but she's annoying.
Super talented.
Because she's too actressy, right?
Oh, she's very. She calls herself an actor.
Right.
The minute you call yourself an actor,
Right.
you are so dead in my book if you got a vagina.
But her dress was no good.
Her dress was lousy, and she also gives these two. She said, "Ooh." What did she say? There's another quote. We didn't do a joke on it, though. I just can't wait to have some delicious vanilla vegan ice cream. What?
Where did she say that?
We had the quote, and they wanted me to do a joke about it, but instead she went for my big pig out. You didn't see any of these?
No, some pig out.
Yeah.
My
I saw
big
that
pig
somewhere.
out was.
Why do all these skinny girls always try to act like they eat so much?
Meanwhile, you're in the bathroom and you hear them.
You threw up for years. You were a big
I
thrower
threw up for after Edgar died. I threw up for 2 years.
But when you say throw up, you wanted to control your weight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's also my psychiatrist told me it's a way of control. When everything's out of control in your life, that's the one thing you control. She said, think about it.
Did it start to affect your throat?
My throat got and she said to me, it affects your heart.
Right.
It affects, Diane Keaton did it for years.
But you probably look great.
I look, very good.
Yeah, right. I mean, you probably would.
I was down to a size 2 Valentino.
How many times a day would you throw up?
Every time I'd have a big meal, I'd go in. And you'd bring the time at half an hour.
Right.
Half an hour.
Why half an hour?
I don't know, but that's when it works best.
No kidding.
For me, that was when it was.
And you could stick your finger down your throat and then force the vomit to come up. Wow. You're talented.
And then I would brush my teeth.
Because you got to have the worst breath if you're a vomiter.
Oh, can you imagine going back to a table?
Oh, my God.
Ugh.
So you always carried a toothbrush and toothpaste with you?
Yeah.
So you were you must have been in denial. You probably didn't spend too much time thinking about it. You just did it?
I just did it.
Right.
And then my doctor said your heart goes and you can get all those acids on your throat can affect your voice.
Did you ever throw up with another celebrity? Like, did you ever...
To get, double throw up?
Yeah, like...
Let's
bond
go.
or something?
What a way to bond.
Can you spot another thrower up, or is there are certain signals that you can see, or it's impossible?
Well, when they get up from the table right after they've eaten.
You know something's up.
Something's up here.
Right.
If the nose isn't white when they come back.
It's either the nose is
Karen
white
Carpenter
or your breath stinks.
Yeah.
We're running to the ladies' room.
Right. So how did you finally stop?
The psychiatrist said, "We just stop." He said, "It's going to ruin your heart, or
And
it's
that
going to
was
ruin your
enough,
throat."
yeah.
And the minute they said ruin your voice, this is my.
Listen, that is your voice, and you didn't ruin it.
Yeah, thank you. You think you know somebody, and then they get so bitchy,
so mean.
I would say going through menopause, but I don't want to.
Right.
That's long gone.
Do you ever occasionally still throw up, like you go out and you just pig out too much?
I think about it, but I don't do it.
You fantasize that you could do it.
Oh, wouldn't it be great? And I'd go home and vomit.
But then wouldn't you be hungry all over again? And then
no, your stomach is numb. I don't want to. It's like I'm giving you an ad.
Yeah, I know, but
An ad
I'm
for
curious.
bulimia.
I'm not curious.
It was great. No, my stomach was numb. So you were thin. You felt you had eaten. You had enjoyed the meal. And so your teeth were a little rotten.
Right. That'll happen because the acids. You went on The View, and they bleeped your F word.
There was one little fuck. And they've got
But
a
they've gotta
7
bleep
minute,
it.
and they bleeped the whole sentence, which is stupid.
But you know what happens with the 7-second delay, because I'm familiar with this. When you hit the button, it takes out. It doesn't selectively take out the word fuck. They can only do that in post if you're.
Then they should have done it in post because it was a great joke.
But it's a live show. They can't.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
it's
yeah, The View
that's
is
right.
live.
It's only, you're right. They're live.
I just wanted to tell you that
Because I'll never do it again. Because I knew I was going to say it.
But if you say the word fuck, they're going to hit the button, and the button technology is so sloppy that it takes out 7
Well,
seconds.
then I will never do it on a live show again. I will only do it when they can take it out.
So
in
it was
post.
a premeditated fuck, and you figured, hey, it'll work.
And it'll get the audience is a little quiet that day. It'll
Right.
wake the audience up.
Right. So
And it was funny.
Now, in light of what I'm telling you,
I'll never do it again on a live show. Thank you.
Okay, there you go.
Because my joke was, Woodbury said, "Why, how do you know the difference?" Because we were talking about Fashion Police and Joan and Melissa, and I said, "Who cares as long as they sign the get ready to bleep fucking check?" And it was funny in the context.
Right.
And what I saw when I saw the show is, I don't know, it's only
Yeah, and it's not funny.
it's not funny
at
Right.
all.
and you go, this is really dumb.
So you were critical. We're so politically correct now. You were
I'm
critical.
so sick of that.
You were critical of Adele's dress on Fashion Police.
Yes.
And do you say that it's almost like people are afraid to say she's fat because because
it's so.
I get yelled at when I say somebody's fat. But
Melissa
is she not-
McCarthy.
Yes.
Her people say you're not allowed to mention it. Excuse me? The woman is a blimp. Goodyear tried to sign her, and
But why can't we call people fat anymore? I mean, why is that? And then the letters I get are like, "How dare you? She's not fat. She's a natural woman." No, she's
stop.
fat.
You know what? And she's going to have diabetes. If America took a look at themselves,
Right.
why don't we all I love Mayor Bloomberg.
Me
Love
too.
him.
Me too.
All he said is, you want to drink it, but be aware what you're putting in your body.
He's trying to save people's lives so we don't have to sit there and pay for them in hospitals.
Right.
He's trying to say, you drink this soda, it's like poison.
Yeah, and you want to drink it, at least know you're having 2 bottles, you piggy.
Yeah, calm down. Have one glass.
Down.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and you had one soda and it's 64 ounces.
Yeah, know that.
Joan, you are working more than ever.
Thank God.
Are you? But I mean, I feel like it's too much.
No, you know what's happened, Howard? There were some lean years there.
Right.
Everything good is happening. As I said, Joan and Melissa, Fashion Police. Now I'm doing my own internet show, which started on Joan and Melissa, because you can't say a lot of things.
Do people find that on the internet?
It starts March 5th. I'm going to come back and beg you.
Okay.
I can ask people anything I want to.
Right.
It's wonderful.
Right.
You're going to have guests?
I have every guest. I'm starting with Sarah Silverman. We had such a good time.
No kidding. And so it'll be once a week?
Well, it's going to be one. I don't know. I don't understand internet.
Yeah, right.
We put it up, I think, every Friday.
Like a podcast?
Yeah, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't care if people watch or not.
Will there be a video associated?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I do it from my bedroom at Melissa's house.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's really stupid. It's called In Bed with Joan, because there's no couch in there.
Melissa broke up with that guy you said you really liked him. I don't know if you were for
Which
real.
one? The
pornographer.
I liked him very, Steve, yeah.
Steve, he owned Vivid Video.
Yeah.
It's and I thought that would repulse you that he owned a porno company.
It's till I met him. He's a businessman.
And what happened there? Why did she break up?
They met at the wrong time in their lives. You know what I mean? He's got kids. He's going through a divorce. And Cooper's a preteen now. Wrong time. I keep thinking he should walk in with a 15-carat ring and that's it.
Right.
And solve your problems, because what you want to say to everybody is things change and the kids grow, so shut up, the two of you.
Right.
But they're going through that, so she's
you're never going to get remarried, and now Melissa's saying she's never going to get remarried.
Well, she will. She'll meet somebody. She
has
goes out
to.
a lot.
She does?
Oh, yeah, she goes out constantly.
A little too slutty, maybe.
No. She's good with that.
She is? She holds out?
I think she's a 7-dater.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
She just goes out. She goes on a couple of dates.
And how can you bring somebody home? Your mother's in the basement.
Are you really in the basement?
In the basement.
No, you're not. You live in New York.
I'll send you pictures.
You fly to L.A. once a week to go do that show.
To do Fashion Police and Joan and Melissa reality show. I'm out there 4 days a week.
So why not just move out there?
Because I like being in the house with Cooper.
Oh, I see. But so she won't let you live in the house, or she will?
Well, she has no choice. I'm in it.
I see.
But it's very hard to bring a guy and strip in the living room when your mother walks through looking for a cup of coffee. Don't mind me.
Look at you. Look at you. Look what's going on with you.
And
the world is your oyster.
What I have to say one thing. I know you want to wrap this up.
I'm not looking to wrap it up. If you got something to say, go ahead.
I'm starting a new website.
All right, go ahead.
And no money's involved. I just think it's hilarious. MyFatPet.com.
Well, what is that?
It's nothing. My dog Max got fat.
Right.
So I put his picture up. So people began to send me pictures.
And it's only fat animals?
I don't want to see a thin animal. And people, myfatpet.com, send me your pictures and we can all laugh.
You know, it's so true. I have a cat that is 22 pounds. Now, he's not fat. The doctor told me it's normal weight for him. He's a Maine Coon. He's a big cat. But people
it's hilarious.
It's funny to see these animals.
And it just makes me laugh.
And that's what you're doing.
And no money, nothing, just doing it.
And you're still doing that QVC and all that?
God bless it.
Making a fortune. People, every time I meet someone who's doing something on QVC, they go, Joan Rivers makes like $50 million.
Oh, yeah, right.
I mean, that's what you're the benchmark.
They perceive that, but not so. But it's supported me all these years.
I see. Look at you.
I love you so much.
I love you. Joan Rivers, let me just say this. You can see her on Joan and Melissa.
Yes.
On Joan Knows Best, ? On WeTV. I defy you to find it. She's now dating Oscar Pistorius, the guy with no legs. She loves anybody who doesn't have any
Yeah,
legs.
please call me.
And also, she is available to you via the internet now with a podcast.
Starting March 5th.
She's looking for a guy named Benjamin Abel. If he's around, if he could contact her.
He's married, but I just want to see if he's alive.
That's right. And what about that Lance Armstrong? What a dope.
What a more... You
should have just kept his mouth shut.
Stupid ass.
Stupid ass.
Again, with fame comes responsibility. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but even if you juice, keep your mouth shut.
Shut up.
Why go with Oprah? What was he thinking?
Well, because Oprah is a seductress.
She seduces people.
Yeah. Oh, just tell me.
Has she ever interviewed you?
Early on, then she hated me.
Why does she hate you?
I don't know.
Why
I
do
gave
people
her
hate you? You're an icon.
I don't know. I gave her her first break. No, I put her on Carson show. No, they didn't want her. She was a fat. Excuse me. She was a plump girl from Chicago, and I saw her and I said with blue eyeshadow.
Yeah.
And I brought her on, and I thought she was brilliant.
When you were guest host, did you have control over who became a guest?
You had to beg.
Who booked the guest? Freddie DeCordova?
Freddie DeCordova and Peter LaSalle, and I would go and say, my birthday's coming, let me put on Cher.
And look how brilliant you were that you knew to get Oprah, but you have to beg. Isn't it draining when you think back on your career, how many people you have to beg when you have a vision?
Yes.
It's sickening, isn't it?
Yeah.
All the years I'd have this vision, and I'd have to convince these management guys, let me do this, let me do that.
They don't get it. And you have to say, please, trust me. I'm begging you.
What do you mean? You wanted to have Cher and they didn't want her on?
That was when Cher before... You got to remember the era. That was like the late 70s. No, they didn't want her on.
This was before the Sonny and Cher show?
I think it was after Sonny and Cher, and they didn't think she was a good talker. I said, I'm begging you. Lily I brought on for the first time. Howie Mandel
Lily
I brought
Tomlin?
on. Yeah, Lily Tomlin. Howie Mandel I brought on. Gary Shandling I brought on. Begging each time.
Because you were more in touch. You were out there.
I was in touch with who was funny at
right,
the moment.
because you worked Vegas, and you saw what was going on, and you knew.
And you would plead with them.
And then when someone like Howie Mandel would come on and then kill, would they come to you and say you were right, or they would act like it was
They
their
would then
idea?
take him and give him to Johnny.
Right,
I never
right.
saw him again.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it was like you were like the.
I was like the farm team.
The farm team. Yeah,
Yeah, it was the farm team.
Unbelievable. That must have made you nuts.
But it also made you, again, like everything. I'm going to get good people. They're not going to. They always wanted to give me like someone that was dead.
So you have someone like Oprah on, who then wasn't Oprah, wasn't
She
really
was just
well known.
a fat local girl from Chicago, but she was Oprah. They didn't know she was
How did you even know
Oprah.
about it?
I was in Chicago, and she had a local show, and I thought she was terrific.
And she put you on.
And I said, yeah, I did a local show. You know when you go like Mr. Kelly's, whatever the name of the club was.
Right.
And I thought, this girl is terrific. She's terrific. And I said, why don't you come on the Tonight. And then you have to go back and fight. Come on, I want you on the Tonight.
And LaSalle didn't want Oprah.
You always had to.
But I
Always
get
begging.
it. I mean, they probably didn't even know who she was.
They didn't know who Oprah
No,
was.
you can't yell at them for that.
So why do you think Oprah hates you now? Like, she should write you a note every year and say, I
Something-
remember when.
She's very competitive. So, I don't know. We met in a lobby in Chicago, and she was like 5 years that she really hit, and she was so ice cold. And I thought,
wow.
I don't know what I did to this one, but too bad.
Do you think it was because Oprah likes to act now like she's like this pope? But I remember her show in the beginning. It was filled with transvestites.
She's the first one that did that.
Well,
She's
her and Phil Donahue.
No, she really
not Phil Donahue.
dumbed down the Phil Donahue concept.
She was the one that really brought it down to my father raped me, and here I am.
Right.
Of course.
Right.
That was the first. She brought that in, and then when everyone began to do that,
right.
she then went the other
She
way.
elevated herself.
and became spiritual.
But you,
except when it was ratings time, because she'd still go there every year.
So every once in a while.
All right, but
I love my brother in a great way.
but isn't it like, isn't that one of the great mysteries? Like here, I mean, what you did for her, like I would never forget that. If I was struggling and you put me on the Tonight Show, and then 5 years later I run into you, I could, people have this perception of her. I even have this, I've bought into it, that she's gracious, and you say she's competitive. And
Beyond competitive.
So do you think she was competing with you?
I think at one point she was competing with me. Red carpet, she would walk right past me.
And what would you think to yourself?
What the hell?
I mean, wow. Did you ever write her a note and say,
Why? Oh, go to hell.
Because when you were working the red carpet, it would have been a great get to have Oprah.
Yeah.
And you would think she'd return the favor.
You know who does? Howie Mandel. Every time he sees me, still, he says, you found me.
You know why? He's
to
a
this
gentleman.
Day.
He's a gentleman.
But to this, 25 years later, it's okay.
Howie was the greatest talk show guest,
Yeah.
wasn't he?
Yeah,
He was
great.
fantastic. And you discovered that.
Yeah. He was in the Comedy Store, and I was begging the Tonight Show people, come and see him. It's all there. I wasn't a genius. It's all there.
Right.
Just take it off that stage and put it on your set. He's all there. And finally, I put him on.
Isn't it amazing how guys in authority, this is why I got mad with Clive Davis, guys in authority who think they know so much, and Peter LaSalle should have said to himself, Joan does, she's tapped in right now. She's got the lightning rod that attracts talent. Let's listen to her. To struggle and fight, you want to just give up.
As I said, begging, say it's for my birthday, give me this gift. I said, do that. It's my anniversary. Let me have on Elton John or whatever, And
would they threaten you and say, well, if the ratings go down, it's your fault, Joan?
No, they would go, and then my manager would go in and beg.
Yeah. Wow.
But hey, look where my life is good.
Have you ever had a sitcom? Did they ever try you for a sitcom?
Never, ever called for a sitcom.
Even at the when you were doing the Tonight Show, but nothing.
How about they put me on the Betty White show?
The Betty White show?
Just now. 6 months ago. And they said, you're going to be here whatever it's called.
Baltimore.
Yeah. And all the women were wonderful.
Right.
I get there, the script sucks. I have no jokes. So I go in and I think, well, it'll change it when I get there.
Right.
I got there and I would say, I'm her long lost sister. So I'd say, do I live in the same city or should I have luggage when I come in? They said, don't worry about it. They wouldn't. I wrote some jokes and they said to my my manager, tell her just to read it as is. It was the worst experience of my life. And I love the women on it. But the people on it, go fuck yourselves.
I haven't seen the episode.
The writers, rather.
I haven't seen the episode. A friend told me about, I think Gary told me about it. The Louis C.K. show.
Oh, I love him.
Now, this sounds brilliant to me. So the episode was you and Louis C.K. meet somewhere. He's thrilled because you're Joan Rivers and you're going to mentor him and he's asking you for advice. You go up to help him in his hotel room and he fucks you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great.
How graphic was the scene?
He's such a good actor and he's so darling.
Yeah.
And
really nice guy.
And as we walk in the bedroom, I said to him, don't tell Melissa.
And do you have a love scene with, or you just
no? That's the way it ended. I said, "What the heck?"
Louis C.K. fucking you. That's just the funniest thing ever.
It's so funny.
That is great.
And I love. He's so God. He's the one. He's the one. That's the big one now.
Yeah, I recently had a conversation with him.
Did you like him?
Very much. I think we must have sat and talked for an hour or so. And, he was just a real nice guy. We were talking more about, he's single and he's got to raise his kids. And he actually devotes a couple of days a week to not working on his career. I thought he was pretty good guy.
I want to ask you, Sacha Baron Cohen, is he nice?
I love this guy.
Oh, thank God. I'm so scared to meet them.
You don't know him?
Never met him. And I'm tired. I'm terrified. Because when I love him that much,
Right. Better you don't meet him, right? Usually.
I don't want to meet Hitler and find out he was funny.
I haven't hung out with him a lot personally, but a couple of I ran into him at a restaurant. We had to, he was with his wife, and we said hello. And I've had him on the show. I love this guy so much.
Great, good.
Yeah, so I have nothing but good things to say about him. And I met him years ago, and he was just sort of beginning. Do you still?
And what do you think of Russell Brand, Joan?
Russell Brand. I met him on a airplane, and he was a gentleman. He put my case up.
Do you still hate?
I don't like the humor, but
you don't like his comedy?
Yeah, not really.
It's not your thing.
Not my type.
Maybe it's a British thing.
Yeah, but no, I love Little Britain.
You do?
I'll walk across the street for Little Britain.
What is Little Britain?
You're making a joke.
No, what is that? What is that, Broadway? I fucking hate Broadway.
Go and get the DVDs of Little Britain, especially the English ones. Howard.
What is it, a TV show?
No, they were a TV show in England, and they came over here, and they didn't work over here for some reason on HBO. Fabulous.
Comedy troupe?
2 boys, they play every part, and it's insane.
Funny. Because I didn't
funny.
I was one of those few people.
Out loud.
I'm one of those few people who didn't like Monty Python. I was like, I don't get it.
I beg you, Little Britain, English.
I should see that.
I'm pleading with you. I said it to Prince Charles.
You did? And what did he say? Fuck off.
He loved it. No, he loved it.
Do you still hate Chelsea Handler?
I'm not allowed to talk about it.
What do you mean?
Because we both work for E.
Yeah.
And
shut you up?
I made some comment that,
You did it here.
And that's where I did the comment.
Yeah, right.
And then E asked me not to talk about it, and we both are respecting that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jeez, that's great. Can you believe at this point in your career you have to be told not to talk about certain people?
But, they're so nice. Seriously, they're so nice at E. they give me carte blanche to do what I want on the Fashion Police. So, fine. Glad to do it for them.
Right. All right. I hear you. All right. Listen. You had enough of us.
I love you. I love you. I love you. I love
See,
Robin. I love being here.
We didn't even get to talk about QVC and Joan's
It's okay.
jewelry.
I'm
and
coming
buttons
back.
Listen, she'll be
all
back in
kinds of
March. She's promoting
I'm
it.
coming back
All right.
in March. I got things to do.
because I still see her there selling things.
Yes,
all
I'm
the
going
time.
down, I think, this Friday or something.
By the way, what
Yeah?
do you think? You're allowed to be a gay Boy Scout now. They lifted the ban. Did you know that?
Why would so they're going to put special decorating badges? Why would they want to do it?
Boy Scout seems very gay to me.
It seems that some gay guys want that uniform.
I get the uniform, you get all those pretty little badges, but it's got to be like Barbie collection badge.
Well, times are changing. See Joan Rivers on Joan and Melissa. Joan Knows Best on WE TV.
Thank you.
Is Joan a mom like you are? I mean,
Melissa.
Melissa.
I mean, is
She's
Melissa like you are?
So good.
She's a good mother.
Oh. Yeah.
Better than you were.
Much better than I was.
And
How is it having a teenager now for a grandson?
It's getting, the girls are calling him.
Wow, no kidding.
It's beginning, and he's doing a lot of slamming of doors.
No kidding.
You know, he's just growing up.
Well,
I
with
love
you two
very
Yentas
much.
in the house, it must be just a nightmare.
He got very
Poor
mad.
Connor.
Yeah.
He found out I sold his. I spent all his college fund on Spanx.
I believe it. By the way, Benjamin Abel, if you're out there, Joan's legs will open if you're around.
No, he's married. So
he's a
poor.
married guy. Well, you never know what happened to him.
Married man.
Thank you.
I love you so much.
Love
Thank
you
you.
too.
Thank
We'll
you.
be back
Thank
right
you.
after these words.
In your opinion, what is the state of Howard Stern right now?
I think never bigger, never better, never lost his edge. And I don't know how, because he's been doing it so long, he's been successful so long, he could be on his laurels, and he's not.
Still on top, still the king.
Still right there every minute.